other battlefronts. His wife was a public servant who was well connected with the Ukrainian government. Through conversations with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, an idea arose to leverage people with tech backgrounds to defend the country on the cyber battlefield. What followed was a historic formation of a volunteer hacker army fighting on Ukraine's behalf, the world's such group in cyber warfare. The IT Army of Ukraine emerged just 2 days after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, as Ukraine's digital minister of transformation, Mikhailo Fedorov, issued a rallying cry to all volunteers willing to join the hacker ranks of the IT Army to help defend Ukraine. He proclaimed, "We continue to fight on the cyber front." At its peak, the volunteer IT Army's Telegram channel reached around 300,000 members in March 2022. Fedorov's call to action resonates with the historic appeal of the Special Operations Executive during World War II. Winston Churchill's famous directive to the SOE was to set Europe ablaze, inspiring a similar spirit of resistance in the digital domain. We tried to activate every part of society to resist Russia's war. In the early days, organizers focused on the basics, such as creating a Telegram channel and doing groundwork to get operations going. Ted recalls the early days as challenging, marked by a sense of isolation and a steep learning curve, similar yet distinct from the challenges of building a company. Nobody had a good idea what was going on. Ted says, "In the beginning, it was hard. I felt alone as everything had to be built from scratch. When you're building a company, you know exactly what you're trying to build." For Ted, building a volunteer hacking army was a massive undertaking, and there was no blueprint on how to do this. The lead volunteers of the IT Army, who organized the Telegram channel, were removing bad actors, spamming the chat, and they tried to establish a good line of communication to keep people actively engaged. So, in any case, they started with DDoS attacks on many Russian websites. And then they started evolving their tactics. The IT Army's tactics evolved rapidly. Initially, a group publicized targets such as IP addresses and ports, but as Russian cyber defenses adapted, they shifted to more covert operations. The Army's focus was primarily on DDoS attacks, deemed simple yet effective. So they didn't move beyond that. Anyways, Prince. That's a Euromaidan article. I posted it on my thing. It's a bit long. I don't know if I should read the whole thing, but it's awesome. I think everyone should check it out. This Ted guy sounds like a real actor. Talks about how later they ended up paring it down to about 10,000 people with the proper skills to fully operate, and then they got really into it, and they're still going. And that's amazing, and it's an example of what I was talking about before the space crashed, which is horizontal civil action, and find your niche and do what you can. What do you think, Prince?
I think that's good. Horizontal. How is it?
Hierarchical, nothing
Hasn't that
sexual.
hasn't that happened repeatedly though? Isn't that sort of the theme of what has been happening in Ukraine?
That they've been making the Russians get horizontal.
Well, that too.
That's part of it. But yeah, I think it is from Maidan going forward. The leaderless revolution of dignity really showed, part of what we do. And like I was saying in my big speech there before the crash was that they're sort of in a melting pot. They're forced to do it, but I think they're a great example to all of us to act that way in our society and find our niche and do what we can and just volunteer the heck out of it.
Well, I was thinking more like, Charity A has something that needs to go from point A to point B. But Charity A hasn't been able to get that direction in a while. But Charity A heard that Charity B is going to do it. So they go to Charity B, and Charity B says, well, I'm not going all that way, but I'm meeting Charity C, and they're going that direction. So where I'm going here, Charity A is able to get that to the front or wherever it needs to go through a series of horizontal connections. And that's how it's working. That's
Yeah,
how,
absolutely, and it's even
Go ahead.
more micro than that. And I saw it personally. I saw it happen at Laville Volunteer Kitchen, and there was a volunteer unit, a volunteer territorial unit, that one day dropped off a bunch of food, and then another guy came and took packs of food for another volunteer unit, and yeah, and the people who sometimes are weaving nets one day will be working at the kitchen the next day. And yeah, it's all very civil society based and very horizontal. Hierarchical, I guess, is a less loaded word, but not as many people know what it means. I only learned it from reading about Maidan.
Although what's amazing is how well Ukraine's integrated this mindset, right, with the reality of needing to, lead a country. The the Maidan energy hasn't left, but it's a normally governed country, and in fact, right now, an exceptionally well governed country. If you look at their ability to squash corruption, their ability to manage civil society while being bombed, their ability to scale up production underground of things. Like, look at this is the largest peer on peer military conflict since what, Vietnam? I don't know, but the point being is Ukraine just feeding that many people and clothing them and then dealing with all of the needs in the field is a countrywide effort. But on top of that, they're innovating, they're creating industry, they're trying to get the GDP up, they're complying with the European Union and the NATO requirements for membership, right? They're rejiggering the whole freaking legislative or the whole freaking court system to make a court specifically for hunting corruption. It's quite remarkable what they're able to do with their resources right now.
Robocop, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Marcus, that in terms of how many people have died, this is much bigger than Vietnam War, and probably closer. It's probably the biggest conflict since World War II, if you go by the casualty numbers.
And maybe if you go by the number of destroyed Russian tanks, it's the biggest conflict ever, baby. Woo woo!
All right. So, did you guys know that QB sent me messages?
You're so dang cool. That is so dang cool.
See, I knew somebody wouldn't have known. But now, yeah, QB sent me messages. I am actually waiting to hear back from QB on something else. But anyway, anybody who doesn't know it, I love QB. Anyway, so.
Oh my god! Wait, what if he had a friend named Meatball?
No, then we're getting into round and cube, and it just goes all over the place.
That's the joke.
Oh, good Lord. All right. Oh, man, I need to clean up my notes so bad. Sorry.
What about what's going on with QB? Did you have more to say on that?
Oh, I could always do a QE report. Excuse me. Sorry, you're not boring. I'm just really, really tired tonight. I have to find him because there's nothing better than going through what Meet QB has done today. Now, Meet QB has done some very interesting things today. QB is in trouble. We might be doing no, QB's in trouble. A drone has spotted him. He's a little bit worried about catching on fire. But here's an update. Give me just a second. I'm sorry, Adam. Can you take this for a minute?
Absolutely. There's another article I was looking at today from Ukrainer.net, and it's about reparations in general and how you get them, how you decide what they are. What is the reparation of cultural property experienced after World War II and during the Russo-Ukrainian War? The term reparations is heard more and more as discussions around returning Ukraine's cultural heritage gather steam. Some are looking to other nations' colonial and post-war pasts as a guide for how these return processes might unfold. This material seeks answers to the questions of how Ukraine should return its looted cultural property. Is it possible to hold Russia accountable for cultural crimes? What can be learned from the experiences of other countries that sought to return stolen cultural heritage? Reparation experience after World War II. So, is a convention on the means in prohibiting and preventing the illicit import and export and transfer of ownership of cultural property, 1970. And there's another convention concerning the protection of world cultural and natural heritage, 1972, and the UNIDROIT Convention on Stolen and Illegally Exported Cultural Objects in 1995. Russia is currently blatantly ignoring these international principles and norms, but sooner or later it will be held accountable for these actions. The return of cultural objects to their rightful countries after World War II is considered one of the most extensive exercises in cultural reparation. Logically, the core reparation processes should have taken place in the first decades after the war, but history took an unexpected turn. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, it was found that the Soviet Union had secretly kept thousands of European cultural objects that were lost during World War II. Surprise, surprise. In 1998, the Russian Federation adopted its law on cultural values transferred to the Union of the SSR as a result of World War II and those located on the territory of Russian Federation. The law stated that the cultural property of Germany and its allies that ended up on the territory of the Russian Soviet Federative Social Republic would be deemed the property of the Russian Federation. 1998, they did this. Pre-Huila. They're always up to their tricks. It also demanded partial compensation for the damage that Germany and its allies had caused to Russian cultural property during the war, because they never abandoned their silly and skewed view of the war where Stalin was the only hero and it started in 1941. And they did that in 98. That just blows my mind. Before Hula even. So just scanning through it here, guys. Bear with me.
I'm back. I apologize. I'm sorry.
I wasn't mad. I was just reading this article with everyone.
Okay.
I think they were enjoying it, but I'm getting no
Okay.
hands. Oh, Will's hand,
Will has a hand
shot
up.
up. Woo!
So I just wanted to bring a little tidbit that's just come out to your attention. There's been an article in Bloomberg just now, and I'm sure Beefy will update his work on the basis of this additional information too. But there's just been a Bloomberg article that came out that said that Russia's sovereign wealth fund is now down to $56 billion in value, and then we're talking about the fact that that of course they support the ruble so that it doesn't fall below a penny a penny a ruble, and they fund their war out of this, and they're also going to have to they're also using it to prop up their fiscal budget so that they can provide guns and butter, if you will, at the same time. They're still going to be doing some social fiscal spending to make sure that Putin is popular before the March 17th, or whatever we call that thing that they're going to do, celebration of his presidency. So, and they're noting this. I think they buried the lead a little bit because they said that that sovereign wealth fund is down by half in the last year, when in fact 56 billion. If you take that down from the original value of that 148 billion at the beginning of hostilities on the 24th of February, you'll see that they're actually down 62%. So on that trend, what Beefy and I and others have been talking about for since we first started tracking this sovereign wealth fund value to see where it's trending. They basically have one more year of sovereign wealth fund before they can no longer support the war the way they have Russia. I'm talking about, and what that will mean is exposing themselves to all the other downsides of running a whopping great fiscal deficit and no longer being able to call on reserves. Also, no capability to use a sovereign wealth fund to do investment and actually make money, which is what those were designed for. But of course, they're just burning through it all so that they can support their war. So too bad for them. But I think they only have about a year left of that availability, Prince, and then they'll expose themselves to, hyperinflation and other issue, devaluation of their currency. Lots of things could go badly for Russia by not having this reserve fund in place at all.
So they're they got problems, right? That's what you're saying, man.
Yeah, not many countries are able to build up a sovereign wealth fund based on resources the way they had, and not having that money being the seed corn for investment, or allowing you to leverage it for other investments opportunities is a huge loss to Russia. And it's one of the things that all the Western companies going in there and trying to help Russia build itself up to have money to be able to do things for its own population. That's one of the reasons we were over there, right? To help them try to get to a point where they could build a sovereign wealth fund and do things like Norway has done for their people, or Denmark or other nations that have sovereign wealth funds. But it's Absurdistan can't have nice things, Prince.
No, it cannot. I'm not Prince, but I will agree. They cannot have nice things.
Prince was talking very eloquently into a muted mic, and now you've missed it. I cannot reenact it, because things like that only happen once in a lifetime. Yeah, no, that's not true. But Marcus, please go ahead.
So this is the fund they've been using to artificially prop up the ruble, like you said. What's interesting is if you were some kind of mentally ill person that had invested in the ruble, invest in air quotes, this might hint at the fact that they're maybe reaching a threshold where they can no longer afford to use their sovereign wealth fund to prop up the ruble, which may cause you to dump the ruble. I don't know. It's a better question for Beefeater. But I'm just wondering what the knock-on effects of people becoming aware of how much they've drained will be. That being one of them.
So yes, I think that could be an effect. I'm wondering if inflation or then hyperinflation that they might be exposed to might be even worse than that, though. But as you say, I'm sure Beefeater can update us and probably will without any prompting, because he normally tracks these things pretty closely.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear Beefeater's talk on that. Go ahead, Marcus.
Okay, so pushed Ukraine into the EU, galvanized Ukrainian identity in a way that is concrete. I don't know. It's done. It's done. The die is cast. Ukrainian identity is so far galvanized and pushed away from Russian identity in a way that they never thought was possible in the past. There is no Rus brotherhood. There are Ukrainians complaining that they stole the word Rus.
They did.
They did. Well, technically true, right? Point being is the brotherhood idea is gone. It's down. It's off. It's down. It's run off. You can't see the dog. He ran away. Pushed Ukraine's Euromaidan's worked. Ukraine's in ascension negotiations. They're incredibly popularized in the world now. Their nation state status has risen. Let's see. He's lost 90% of the army that he went in with. He's trying to regenerate it from the people that take care of the water mains, which is working out great. What else?
Was that 9% or 90?
90.
Okay.
And he's regenerating it from the populace, some of which were taking care of the water mains that are now burst. Pushed NATO. They're going to be a NATO country for sure. Ukraine's going to be a NATO country, no question. Ukraine's arms industry has been revolutionized. They will never not be a hedgehog again. Like, let's be real. What else? Blowed up the Black Sea Fleet, destroyed arms sales for Russia. As in the last big arms fair they went to, there were no foreign orders. Showed that their hypersonic missile is dog crap. Made American hardware look so good that the president of Ukraine was just at Davos saying the Patriot system is the most impressive military hardware on the planet. This war has been fantastically unsuccessful. Oh, what else? Made Finland and Sweden join NATO. His nightmare. The thing that he was most paranoid about. They've done it. They're joining NATO. There's nothing he wanted that he's gotten out of this. And now Will's saying, oh, also, he spent half of all of his money. It's mind-blowing.
Tut, 62%.
Very true.
Let's not forget the eggs. Let's not forget the eggs, folks. Dan, what do you got to say?
No, any rumors of Putin putting his Black Sea hideaway up on the market?
I honestly wonder when they're going to have to start stealing air defense from that location to cover Crimea, guys. It's because I've heard that it's quite air defended in and of itself. Wouldn't that be a little coup if they got a missile over there? It's not that much farther, Sochi, right? It's just what's 100 kilometers between friends, right, Prince?
Absolutely. 100 kilometers between friends is a certain number of miles that I cannot remember how many. Sorry, that's bad. 100 oh, that might be like 60 miles, I think. So it would be like a couple hundred kilometers, would be like 120 miles between Brett. Something like that.
I
I
wonder
think
if
so,
there's
yeah.
I wonder if there's any chance that Putin is looking at this and thinking, yeah, this was a good idea. Things are going pretty good. I don't think so.
Well, I just
Oh,
finished Bloodlands today, and and I
you
was
did.
reflecting on the end of Stalin, and I think Huila's in a mode like that. He's surrounded by people that are scared of him, and they're telling him what he wants to hear, but he's not as strong or as scary as Stalin was, and so I think he's in a much more precarious position. Oh my gosh, there it is, 10:01 p.m. my time, and the host phone is going
9:01
crazy.
p.m. I know the host phone is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Go to the little room and have some fun. I'll see you in a little while. No, wait, that didn't come out right.
What? Okay, so
It's
Adam, you
no,
finished
no,
Blood Moon? Or Blood Meridian? It's really good, right?
no. Please, yeah, Adam.
Bloodlands,
say to me,
Marcus.
Bloodlands. Yeah, tell us about Bloodlands.
No, tell us about Blood Meridian.
No.
I don't know. Is that a video game, Marcus?
It's a book. You should read it.
Okay, I'll check it out. Actually, the one I was looking at and I wanted to ask you about, Prince, was the one you quoted earlier, the Samantha Power book. That the name is escaping me right now. Should I use my January Audible credit on that one? Is it good?
Yeah, it is. It is. It is good. If I had time to do more than look up subjects in the index that I need to read, and get into like chapter 1, but the preface is pretty big and pretty intense. And actually, one of the things that I quote from it all the time is in the preface, and it really is. It's really good. It's for me. I was listening to it on Audible, and then I thought I need this book in my hands. And and it's one of those books that is going to have so much good information. I mean, it's going to take you through many genocides, and it's going to take you through details of that. And it's of course very much about the United States. But as I keep on saying, is what I keep on saying is that it what is it I keep on saying? Oh my god, I'm tired. My brain is like mush. What I keep on saying is that oh, that's what I was saying. If I keep on saying that I think that these stories, these things can be generalized. This is very much a book about the United States and the United States response to different genocides. But the reality here is, I do believe that this can be generalized to some degree to many countries around the world. And that's why when I read certain sections, I try to make it generic rather than specific. And the thing to always keep in mind, I think, with this also is this book was written in 2002. This book was released in 2002, and it sounds like you're reading about the response that is happening when it comes to Ukraine now. It's just another in the pattern of the way of the behavior of countries when it comes to responding to genocide. They think sending thoughts and prayers and humanitarian aid is going to be enough. Realistically, we all know thoughts, prayers, and humanitarian aid, and maybe throw a few weapons at it at this point, just really is not enough. And I think I don't know for sure. I want to explore the idea a little bit more. What is it that can be done? What could be done? What should be done to give the genocide convention more teeth? And realistically, that even if you went back to the genocide convention as it was passed in the UN, you may not end up with something that has more teeth than it has now. Because even if you add things to the Genocide Convention, such as direct intervention and things such as that, it doesn't mean that what the countries end up implementing in their own laws will lead to direct intervention. And what I mean by that, I have to pull up a document for. Because part of the Genocide Convention, part of being a signatory to the Genocide Convention, means that countries need to adapt laws. Countries need to implement laws in their own countries in order to, to make the Genocide Convention work for their countries. Well, they don't have to. They don't have to do exactly everything that is said in the Genocide Convention. And so a lot of times what ends up getting passed as laws to be a part of the Genocide Convention into individual countries doesn't fully grasp the entire bit, the entirety of the Genocide Convention. So, we have this law that says this is what we do when the Genocide Convention comes into play. So it's frustrating. Let me look here really quick. Yes, right here. So if you just look through the state's obligations when it comes to the Genocide Convention. Now, and keep in mind that the United States signed it. I believe they signed it early on. However, it did not get implemented and passed and ratified in the United States until, okay, let's keep in mind that it was put into implementation in the United Nations in 1951, okay? I believe it was actually, I can go back up to the top of this document and look, but I'm not going to. I think it was actually January. It was a year ago this past Friday when we were having the genocide segment that this came up, that it was actually the anniversary of it. It happened in 1951 that it actually finally went through the UN. Anyway, so it's been a few years. But the state's obligations under the Genocide Convention go like this. This obligation to not commit genocide. Well, that makes a whole lot of sense. Unless you're Russia and totally ignore that because you're a signatory and it is ratified within your country. You just sort of absorbed the one that the USSR did. So the USSR was a signatory, so you're automatically a signatory to it. It says here your obligation is to not commit genocide. That's working out well, isn't it? Not really. Obligation to prevent genocide, which according to the ICJ has an extraterritorial scope. So your obligation to commit genocide on a different territory even. But do you have to wait for that genocide to be cleared? And do you have to wait for a genocide to be declared a genocide in order to prevent that genocide from happening? In my opinion, no. Because you can't prevent something that's already started. The time to prevent something is before it becomes a full-blown genocide. Now you're just getting a genocide lecture. I'm sorry. You started me off, man. Then your obligation is to punish genocide. Well, I can think of some multiple ways that I would like to punish genocide, but that's not up to me. I still do have a dream, not just of F-16s, but the descendants of the entire NATO forces upon Russia to get them out of Ukraine because they were really frustrating me and pissing me off anymore. And this is why I came to this document. They have the obligation to enact the necessary legislation to give effect to the provisions of the convention. That is where I was going with it. So they have to, give effect to the provisions, but it doesn't have to be exact, and it doesn't have doesn't have to have a whole lot of teeth. Excuse me. Then there is the obligation to ensure effective penalties are provided for persons found guilty of criminal conduct in accordance with the convention, to obligation to try persons charged with genocide in a competent tribunal of the state in the territory of which the act was committed, or by an external penal tribunal with accepted jurisdiction. That's all the legal mumbo jumbo. Basically, put those people on trial, and here's a couple of ways that it can be done. And I think there are actually more ways too. And then also to grant extradition when genocide charges are involved in accordance with the laws and treaties in force, particularly related to the protection granted by the international human rights law prohibiting refoulement where there is a risk of flagrant human rights violations in the receiving state. So you sort of get where I was going with that. It's that legislation that can be really key too as to what a country will and will not do when it comes to genocide. And I do not believe anymore that whether it is named a genocide or it is not named a genocide matters. There, within days, within a couple of months, we knew that a genocide was happening. And realistically, that genocide has been happening since 2014. Realistically, that genocide has been happening in Ukraine repeatedly at different times throughout history. Oh, my brain just yeeted again. But yeah, my brain totally yeeted. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah,
But
it's happened repeatedly over the centuries.
Yes, it
You were
has
saying.
happened repeatedly. Yeah, it has happened repeatedly. And so that's the thing is we should have known. We knew that there were things that were happening that were indicating that we were getting close to a genocide happening. And know that you have a duty to prevent it, because you can't prevent something after it's already started. You cannot prevent something after it's already started. Then you need to stop it. And we didn't prevent it. So we have already failed in the obligations under the Genocide Convention in preventing this genocide from happening. If you look at the Genocide Watch website, you can see how many genocides are brewing in this world, and it is scary. Go ahead, Adam. Sorry, I keep on blabbering on. And thank you for attending my TED Talk on genocide.
Yeah, it is happening again, and it does happen over again. And as I said, I just finished Bloodlands, and my favorite part was the afterword, which was almost an hour long, and it was Dr. Snyder himself, or Professor Snyder himself, speaking in his own voice after I don't know, it was like 22 hours of a stodgy Englishman, like that. I got kind of tired of his voice, and I always wish he read his own books. But one thing he said about um, the time of the Bloodlands, which he defined as Poland, the Baltic states, and Ukraine and Belarus during World War II, which the majority of the Holocaust and the vast majority of the killing during World War II happened. The mass killing on an industrial scale perpetrated by states. So and he said one thing about it is it has to remain in history and it has to remain in the consciousness. And he defined it as it's these things that happened in World War II, which as we've recently discussed. This is one of the biggest conflicts since World War II, and the it's past every nation's history of World War II has passed into memory. So we all have our own national stories about World War II, and it's been simplified and whitewashed. And he mentioned the American idea, and I think it's kind of like the Canadian idea is similar. Is that we went and we fought in this brave war to stop the genocide of the Jews in Europe by the Nazis, and which in one facet is true, but it's just too simple of a thing because it's past. It's left the region of history, and it's fallen into memory, and I think that's what is happening. Is never again is happening again because people aren't educated and they're just taking the simplified story of it and not really digging down into the subjects that they're interested in so many things, and just skidding along the surface, Prince.
Okay, but what did they say never again to? Did they say never again to genocide, or did they say never again to a Holocaust? I mean, there's. Do you understand what I'm saying here? And sometimes it feels like when they say never again, they mean never again to a Holocaust, and they're talking about it very, very specifically. Never again will, there be Jewish people in cattle cars being taken across the country. Never again will Jewish people be put into a gas oven. Never again will Jewish people. That's what it feels like they say to me. What they are saying. When they say never again, that is the image that is in their mind. But that is not always the image of genocide. The image of genocide can look very different. And they don't have the image of saying never again to genocide. They say never again to the Holocaust.
I hear you, and he actually kind of brought that up in this idea that people had made a lot of the major criticism of when Bloodlands came out was that people took a umbrage to the idea that he would put the Holocaust beside the Holodomor and these other things that are described in the book as a comparative thing, and and that sort of like, you can't mess with my idea of what this thing was, and it lives in a bubble and it can't be discussed anymore or changed or put together. Like, you can't compare Hitler and Stalin, and it's just absolutely ridiculous to say that because they were allies for 3 years and they worked together in various ways of mass industrial killing. Um, whether it be Catan or whatever. And he mentions that a lot of people's idea, like Germany's idea, has looked back and done a great reflection of the Holocaust, but their idea of the Holocaust is sort of limited to this. Is Auschwitz and concentration camps, but the vast majority of victims of the Holocaust were shot over pits in Poland. Or else killed in places like Treblinka, which were just mass death factories. There was no camp, there was no anything. It just, people got there and they were killed immediately in whatever way. And yeah, just it's passed from memory in that way, because even the Holocaust itself, Prince, was not that simple as just trains and concentration camps. Go ahead, Will.
Well, and I'm my belief is that never again means it doesn't happen to anyone in the future, and I'm not meaning to belittle the Holocaust at all, but the Holocaust was not the first instance of genocide, nor will it, nor has it been the last. And at some point, what this means is, and Bloodlands and what Snyder's on about is that, and as you've pointed out, the mechanics of the definition of genocide and your responsibilities related to genocide means no one ever experiences genocide again, because it's something we can always stand against uh, for anyone. And if that offends you, if you're Jewish, I'm sorry if you're offended, but the Holocaust was a horrible genocide attempt, but it was not the first, not the last. And you know, it, I think it does behoove us to compare these things because, as you know, the session on Sunday usually points out in great detail, there are incredible amounts of similarities, methodology, systematization, all these things that go into actually determining intent and things like that. So we should discuss genocide broadly enough that children in high school leave high school understanding what the basic definition of genocide is and stand against it in every instance. Can you imagine though, in this day and age, uh, uh, teaching? Maybe they do. I haven't been there in so long, but can you imagine trying to teach genocide as a subject, even for like a week or a few days in high school history class or social studies or whatever the hell they call it these days? Um, I think it's absolutely essential, but I'm not sure anyone would even attempt that given the backlash that school districts are having over, just the culture wars that are going on. Genocide will get caught up in that. And, but honestly, it's the sort of thing, along with basic relativity, uh, and a basic understanding of thermodynamics and quantum mechanics should also be taught in high school because these are known science that's fundamental to everybody's life. And I don't think we'll ever advance, will we, until uh, children who are turning to be an adults and ready to face the realities of how the world actually works, if they don't all understand a basic definition of genocide at that point, will we ever succeed in eliminating it?
I don't know. It all starts and ends with critical thinking, and I think we're definitely failing on the education end in some ways. I don't want to be a doomsayer, but uh, but I think there's bright sides as well. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Marcus, rescue me. I'm waffling.
No, it's okay. I think it's absolutely critical that we offer not just basic media um, literacy to our children in school, but the critical thinking skills you're talking about. Because it's not just about this, it's the reality that if we don't do this now, it's like not teaching children how to interact with the world verbally. The reality is there's a whole nother layer of human interaction that happens online, and kids have to be prepared for it. And it's really unfair that we've essentially kind of pushed them out into this landscape with bad actors telling them horrible stuff, and not just about politics, stuff about their health. Um, on that our children aren't equipped for. And it needs to start in school. They've got to be taught these things in school. Honestly, it starts with critical thinking, but they also need to understand how narratives are framed online by bad actors and be aware of the things they look at and the things they read. Right. And these are basic fundamentals that adults fail at all the time. So it's particularly, you know, unhelpful to have people that are still developing being exposed to it.
Yeah, it's unfair. They should be prepared. I think we're in the part of the barrier too is we're in the middle of a generation that has witnessed a bunch of wars that were sort of didn't go very well, and we didn't really know what they meant in a very visceral sense. And now here's it's I find the situation that we're facing with Ukraine in the West and public sentiment and people actually caring, like whether 70 or 80% of people support Ukraine, 70 or 80% of people aren't us here, talking about it every day, donating, trying to raise awareness. And I think what it is it's like a boy who cried wolf kind of situation. We've had a couple of real big build-ups to big military actions within all of our lifetimes that were sort of, not what they ended up, not being what they ended up were supposed to be, and ended badly and took too long and all of that. And here's something that's real big and scary. And I think people aren't even ready to look at it and wrap their minds around it completely because and I think it's a generational thing for us, Marcus, for everyone who's sort of like middle age right now, all through our 20s. It was just nothing but this war in foreign lands, and kind of for why, at least that's how I was feeling about it. I was never someone who thought 9/11 was an inside job or anything silly like that. I just kind of always wanted them to get bin Laden, but it seems like it got so far from that, and a lot of people on the space lived through all that stuff. So I'm not really going to comment more on it, but I'm just trying to talk on a social, like macro level, what the civilians are kind of seeing and how they're feeling about all of it, and it's just a boy who cried wolf situation. Really sad about it in that way, Prince.
Well, in particular, the Iraq War, I think it fueled the jadedness of a generation about both political um, interactions politically with their states, but also it fueled an America bad sentiment, which is obviously silly and reductionist, but that created a lot of people that are shitty that are called tankies. And tankies convince themselves that America bad means you should support Soviet revisionism history that is um, just some of the worst things humans have ever done to each other occurred in those countries. So,
Have you ever met like a real in life tanky up here in Canada, Marcus?
not in person, but I wasn't looking for it in my 20s, but I'm sure I met them in university. No question.
I've been working around the U of A campus the last couple weeks and before Christmas, and I've been seeing posters glued to light poles. Are you a communist? With Marx pointing the finger like Uncle Sam and telling people to get organized. And I'm just horrified by it. I almost wanted to go and be like, I'm honestly thinking the actual tankies are mostly like under 20, mom's basement, first year of university, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I want to meet one in person. I just really want to talk to them and see what they think. Like a real one who's like, Stalin's not bad and blah, 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 all that silliness. And just, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. I'm sure I'll get tired of it very quick.
They're good at lying to themselves. They're like flat earthers or anti-vax people. They're good at observing things that are reinforcing of their viewpoints and ignoring things that disagree with them, like we all do to an extent. But they definitely live in an alternate universe. And as someone that calls themselves a leftist, I have encountered too many of them in my time online. And I just want to chase them away with the stick.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna I want to go back in time just a little bit here, and it is really not that far ago. It's not that far ago. I tell you what.
Fargo was my favorite show.
Yeah, I do like. I actually haven't watched the TV show.
Oh, it's a very good TV show.
I haven't watched any TV shows for like 2 years. Basically, is what it feels like. Anyway, no, really, I haven't. And I
Same,
mean,
just videos
let's
of
let,
turret tosses.
yeah, yeah. Okay, there are a couple of reality shows I watch one night a week, but they're over right now. But it literally, seriously, okay, people, the fact that I have missed 2 years of Grey's Anatomy is insane because I could go back
My
and
wife would
tell you.
literally die, I think, if she had to
I
do
thought
that.
I would too. I have watched every single episode of that show repeatedly. Repeatedly. How does your wife feel about the musical episode? At
I
first,
have
I
no
was
idea.
very,
I'll have to ask her. I'll
yeah.
find out for you.
At first, I was very disappointed in it, but I've grown to really, really like it. And Sarah Ramirez does the absolute best ever rendition of Brandy Carlisle's The Story. It is amazing. Anyway, let's forget about that. What I was going to tell you is a while ago, it was pre-2010 actually that I discovered this. And I remember that oddly because I remember finding this in a closeout sale at a video store when I was visiting my brother. So I believe that was in 2010. Um, anyway, so it is called Paper Clips. Anyone ever heard of it? It is a documentary. It is an older documentary. I believe it came out in 2004. It is about a very, 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 did I say very, white Christian community in a little town of Whitwell, Tennessee. I mean, they had like, I'm sorry, this is not meant to be rude, it's just factual. They had like one black kid in the entire school. That's how white it was. Um, so anyway, they started talking about as teachers, how can we help our children understand the Holocaust? How can we teach our children, the middle school children, about the Holocaust in a way that it will help them to understand? These children, I believe, in the long run, have ended up getting the right education about the Holocaust at an appropriate age. But the first year that they did this project, it morphed into something completely different. It morphed into something because one of the early on questions that the kids asked was, how do I understand what 6 million people is? How do I understand? How do I understand how many people 6 million people is? And the kids could not figure out how to grasp this. So the teacher said, well, why don't we think of something that we can collect? Something that we can collect that would represent one person that was killed in the Holocaust. And they ended up deciding to collect paper clips. So their goal was to collect 6 million paper clips. And they had businesses donate paper clips, but they had also stars donate paper clips. What sticks out in my mind is Tom Bosley. Many of you are too young to remember who he was, the dad on Happy Days, reading a letter to them about his one paper clip that he sent them. But there were stories like that all along the whole documentary. In the long run, they ended up wanting to make a little museum to hold their paper clips. And they somehow a couple who were journalists got involved with this project at the school. I believe they might have been German journalists actually. Anyway, they actually went on behalf of the school Yes, they actually went on behalf of the school and helped them find a cattle car from Germany and get it transported to the little town of Whitwell, Tennessee. And they ended up in the long run meeting with Holocaust survivors. They ended up putting this museum together for the community that people can go and take tours of, and kids can go and get a day education from around the area. They went on a trip to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. So if you ever have time, it's available. It looks like you can watch now from $1.99 on Amazon Prime Video, according to what I'm just looking at on the Googles. But if you ever have a chance, I mean, it's sort of a hokey kind of hour and 22 minutes. But I think the bottom line is this very small community, very small white Christian community in very, very rural Tennessee figured out how to teach about the Holocaust rather appropriately. Gunny, it is good to see you. I have not seen you in a long time. How are you, my friend?
It's bloody freezing here. I think whoever salted the motorway this morning just decided to dump all the salt within 600 yards. So it was like driving in the desert there for a minute. Yeah, morning, mate. It's an interesting discussion, isn't it? I think it'd be interesting to have Tom up to see if some people are more psychologically vulnerable to forming an opinion and being unable to look at it critically than others. Now, I don't think that this is a new phenomenon. I think it's a phenomenon that Twitter has not helped in any way, shape, or form. But people wedding themselves to fantastical ideas in the eyes of some people is as old as time, isn't it? Look, I believe in science, right? If you're religious, go make yourself a cup of tea. You won't like it. I believe in science. So for thousands upon thousands of years, people have gone to a big building and prayed to various beings that have done things like converted Volvic water into Sauvignon Blanc, raised the dead, created elephants that oversee our daily chores. You know, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of beings they religiously pray to, but in science have no factual backing whatsoever. Right? Now, to someone like me who's an atheist, that makes no sense. If I came up and I said, look, it's nothing to do with Ukraine, fantastic news, I've just seen a dead rabbit on the road and I've brought it back from the dead. Am I not a god? Most of you would probably laugh at me. But religion, that's basically it, isn't it? A book from X period of time where various things that science say are absolutely impossible, and off everyone goes on a Sunday, goes and prays. And they base their entire lives around it. So there are people who think the Earth is 7,000 years old. Right? So this kind of getting an idea in your head and sticking with it no matter what evidence is presented is not new. I think that the problem is, and when you've been on Twitter a little while, and I've only been knocking around it really sort of 2 years, is the inability of people to make a what they believe to be a factual statement, get community noted, or have learned people on that subject say, well, no, actually, that's not true. This, and this. And they never respond. So it's like a strange, I've made a statement, and it does not matter what you say to me, what facts you present to me, I am sticking by that statement. Now, why we have this, again, that's going to be a question for someone like Tom. But I think, you get people who say, well, I believe in this, and they get the facts put right, and they'll go, all right, okay, right, I'm going to go away and I'm going to have a look at this and I'll get back to you. But how many times do you really see that? What you get is a dumb fuck statement, a tweet, that's ripped apart by various SMEs, subject matter experts, and they won't address it back. They'll just make it. Now, you could, a lot of the time, you can put that down to bots or paid propagandists, mentally ill people, and just idiots. And there are lots of idiots walking past you in the street every single day. But I think there's probably a deeper problem that many of us get wedded to something, and either through embarrassment or because they have some kind of mental health issue, they cannot walk back from it and throw their hands up and go, well, actually, you know what? I was wrong there. So take the people parading around about the Houthis. If you'd asked anyone in London who are the Houthis, probably 90% of them wouldn't have had a clue. Yet they got up, put some clothes on, travelled, spent a day in the freezing cold, chanting slogans and waving little placards about the Houthis. Now, why would you do that? What went through your head that you saw a demonstration was programmed in and you went, right, I'm going to go and protest about that? Nothing to do with the Houthis at all. You're chanting for the Houthis, but deep down, I suspect you're just rebelling against what you see as the evils of capitalism, the great Satan exerting its military power on the freedom-loving countries of the Middle East. And I'm going to go on Twitter and I'm going to talk about territorial waters, and I'm going to talk about the right of the Houthis to close down that. It's not even territorial waters because they're not a country, they are a faction. You talk to them about there being an elected government in Yemen before the Houthis. Who's bankrolling the Houthis? Wow, don't know. They're just freedom-loving people. They do slavery, mate. No, they don't. And then you end up going through that whole tiresome thing, don't you? Well, here's a study from a university in London about the Houthis. It's what they want you to think, mate. Well, no, it's a study. It's done by a guy who specialised decades in the Middle East and particularly in Yemen. He's bought by the system, isn't he? What? I mean, you translate that into everything, and I think that's what makes Twitter so exhausting. But you get this kind of inability to absorb counterpoints and go back and think critically about it. CIA planted bombs in the Twin Towers. No, they didn't. Well, it was CGI. Hang on, you're telling me that probably around 750,000 people saw a projection on a giant screen? Yeah? Are you insane? You say that, but you're bought by the government. You're probably a shill for the government. Or you work for 77th Brigade. You work for the... and just imagine, these are people who have jobs and have kids and drop their kids off to school, which kind of brings you on to the next thing. How are you going to teach stuff in school when before parents saw the syllabus and they went, yeah, great, okay, happy with that, that looks really good. But now, in school, parents are saying, well, you can't teach my kid that. Well, why not? Well, it's against my beliefs. What is? Archaeology. Everyone knows how old the Earth is. Paleolithic people, absolute nonsense. Adam, Eve, garden, I'm not having it, and if you try and teach that, I'll take my kid out of school, or we won't enroll in the school. So it's kind of a revolving thing now, isn't it? Where the inability of parents to behave like rational human beings has unfortunately been translated into their equally stupid offspring. And now parents are deciding what kids should be taught. Not only do we not believe in doctors and professors and consultants and medical experts about vaccines, Bob and Sue, who work in a warehouse, are not only vaccine experts, but they're also experts in archaeology. It's mind-boggling, isn't it, where we are?
It is, Gunny, and I think the structure of our social media networks themselves, whether by design or not, are lend themselves to this sort of obstinance and this campism and sticking to your guns and not changing your mind, and the bubbles and the silos and all of it. It's all sort of it just amplifies what was a problem before, which is even a bigger problem now. And I think it adds to everyone's apathy as well about the people around them and other societies in general.
Yeah, I mean, I'd get rid of Twitter, to be honest with you. Get rid. I'd think that the problem with the problem with social media that probably wasn't anticipated at the time is the intelligence of the people that would use it. I think there was probably
The entire
a time,
internet's like that.
yeah, exactly. And I suspect it's become a shock just how stupid some people are and how easily convinced they are of the most, fantastical stuff. I mean, if you said 40 years ago to people that there are going to be many, many people who think airliners spread happy thoughts fog across the sky in the morning to make us all compliant with the government's wishes, you'd have laughed, wouldn't you? But there are people
I'm laughing now.
there are people with kids who go to offices and to shops who live seemingly normal lives and walk past you looking completely normal, who genuinely look at the sky occasionally and think, is that BA flight spreading happy thought contrails on me? No, and we give them the vote. It's just incredible.
This is what gets me gunny when I come across them in real life or on Twitter is it doesn't seem like they have the real belief in their beliefs or the constitution to act on these beliefs. Like, like if that's the case, like if they're literally spreading drugs in the sky, then why are you living in the city with me right now as my next door neighbor, perhaps receiving the chemicals from the sky? Like, have some balls in your beliefs. And if that's actually the case and you really believe that, I encourage you to move to the mountains and get off the grid and just start fighting the government, buddy, because if it's that dire right now, then why are you here? Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I think the other thing is it's quite dangerous. So then if you go into the world of politics, politicians will often be quite stupid, but the skill set of a politician is working out how stupid everyone who votes is and then tailoring your beliefs to fit their beliefs. Do you know what I mean? So you might not necessarily think that Russia is a good player on the international stage, but if polling and doorstepping and things like that suggest to you that the voters in your area do believe that, and you're mercenary, you'll trot that out, won't you? I mean, people support MTG and Diane Abbott and Jeremy Corbyn. So you don't, I think politicians, as I say, can be pretty naive and solid, but their skill is in working out how silly and naive and stupid the voter base is. And then you just parrot what they want to say. You get into a position of authority as a senator or a member of parliament, whatever. And then you just embarrass yourself, but people still vote for you anyway. So you don't really care, do you? You just progress through the system saying what people want to hear as opposed to your own actual beliefs. And I think eventually they just become so stupid themselves that they're not capable of independent thought. And if you throw that in with a healthy kind of desire to climb the greasy pole. That's why in a democracy, so many of our elected representatives, they need a shovel taken to their faces so that they can't breathe. But we're stuck with it, which is why we need dictatorships across the West. Vote for Gunny, for your benevolent military leader who will put an end to all this nonsense. All hail Gunny.
All hail Gunny.
All hail Gunny. Go ahead,
Which is
Dan.
really
I think
funny,
that's going to be a contested election.
because what's really funny is before he even said all hail Gunny, I was like, ooh, all hail Gunny.
Or as I will call myself, the great helmsman and dear leader of benevolence.
People's Democratic dear leader of benevolence.
All hail Gunny. Dan, Queen Dan the Martha Man. Go ahead.
Oh my God, Gunny. I should be in bed sleeping, but now I'm outside in the cold because I was laughing so loud I was waking up the whole house. Yeah. So I when you started talking about Twitter and the intelligence of the people using the internet, I kind of likened it to the same intelligence that people just need just to get a license to drive. And I see people driving down the road using their left foot for the brake and the right foot for the, so they brake with one foot and they gas with the other. I mean, it's incredible, some of the driving I see. So yeah, I'm glad I took 2 courses years ago. It was worth it. The second course was from a guy from Quantico. He used to teach them how to drive. That saves my life. But I totally, I agree with everything you said.
Will, go on ahead.
So just to shift gears just a tiny bit into Ukraine, I just want to note that there were, speaking of phenomenally bad dictators, there were 2 things that came out yesterday with Putin saying the quiet part out loud, and the Russian government through Medvedev also saying the quiet part out loud, that I think are incredibly important and will go down in history in the permanent record here in relation to what's going on now. And the first of those,
Specifically the word conquest, right?
yeah, that's correct. In Putin's case, him saying that the what's happening in Ukraine is a fait accompli, and no one will accept Russia giving up its conquered territories in Ukraine, and then following up from that, Medvedev saying that the people in Ukraine either need to accept becoming Russian or that they'll be eliminated. They're speaking genocide out loud here. And I'll also note Medvedev also said in that same discussion that they're looking at the cooperation that's going on with Latvia and Estonia and Ukraine of late, and they specifically made the threat that Russia now needs to look at how to address the situation of the Russian peoples that live in the Baltic states. So, when it's important to remember that when people tell you what they're going to do out loud, directly, that you believe them and you make sure that everybody else understands that that what they mean is what they mean. Medvedev specifically talked about elimination of people who won't accept Russification in Ukraine. And they're making the language now that Russia needs to go in and protect Russian, quote unquote, Russian people inside Baltic states, which, essentially means that you're next. And Putin himself saying that admitting and stating directly that as part of his argument to get everybody just to accept his bully position, but But no matter how many times he repeats it, he's now just admitted that they've conquered lands inside Ukraine, and they intend to conquer and Russify all of that they desire within Ukraine, and then Medvedev extending it and saying, and by extension, the Baltic states. Important to get those 2 points out there so that anybody who wasn't already convinced understands. And if anyone says to you, if ever this discussion of negotiated settlement with Russia comes up in relation to Ukraine or anyone else, but specifically anyone says that there can be a negotiated peace with Russia, needs to play them back that statement. These are conquested lands inside Ukraine, and they intend to Russify them or else. And yeah, that's I just wanted to make that point and make sure everybody caught those 2 statements and put them in appropriate context made yesterday.
Seven screens away.
I've got
Dan,
more
what
this
do we
week in
got there?
Absurdistan too. If we run out of stuff to talk about.
Let's hear what Dan has to say about what you said.
Oh, I was just going to say, have these people been asleep for the last 20-something years? Apparently.
Well, they've been probably reading, doing their own research on the internet, Dan.
They definitely were. There's a lot of that, and there's not a lot of critical thinking, as our friend Gunny was saying. Hello, mockers. Good morning. I saw you flash your hand up. How you doing?
Morning. I just wanted to say that I get most of my news from the internet, but I'm probably just better at filtering than some.
Yeah, you sift through it a bit. You don't just sit on that single website that reinforces what you want to hear, right?
Actually, yeah, you're right. I don't sit on a place that tells me just what I want to hear because, well, don't like being lied to. In fact, I can spot lies from really far away. So I think that's part of it, you know.
Because you can no longer tell them, and so then you can spot them easier. Is that how it goes?
Well, yeah, I suppose. That is one of the quirks of my brain injury, that I find it very difficult to lie. Just very difficult to lie. Totally. So even if I go to excuse me. Even if I go to tell a lie, my brain kind of goes, no, you can't do that. You don't want to do that. No, that's not right. So it would bug me to death to have fibbed to somebody, and I'd have to go and I'd have to ring them and tell them the truth afterwards or something like that. I'm a bit of a weirdo like that. But in the first place, my brain would just blurt out the truth. You know, I'd think, oh, I'll soften this. I'll tell a bit of a white lie, and my brain would go, oh, by the way, your dog's dead. You know, because it's just kind of how it is. It's a bit like the Kool-Aid man lives in my head.
But it gives you the sixth sense to tell liars, or have you always had that?
You know, I've always had a bit of a twitch when people lie to me. You know, I hear the
A
insincerity.
knack.
I think that's what it is. I don't know. I kind of hear insincerity. And, you know, if you don't mean something, it comes across in the way you say it. But also, I'm sort of like, I don't know, I've just got this little knack. My mother had it too. I couldn't ever lie to my mother because she'd just turn around and go, don't lie to me. And like, so I don't know, maybe she was psychic and I've just picked up a little bit.
Where's Prince gone?
She's hiding
Prince
from you.
Prince evidently had a sticky mic for a minute. Prince was doing important things. Prince was getting reports for the morning. Prince was sending the numbers to mockers. Prince was sending some funny stories to mockers, at least in her humble opinion. And Prince really should stop talking about herself in the third person, especially in the talking about QB voice. Now, somebody suggested, Marcus, he suggested, he went to bed already. Okay. But somebody suggested that QB should have a friend called Meatball. Now, this seemed like a bad idea, and it still does in a lot of ways seem like a bad idea that QB needs a friend called Meatball. And I will tell you why. Because, well, maybe not. Oh, let me think about this a little bit more. Ooh, okay, so help me with this idea, people. Because my thought was, if QB had a friend named Meatball, Meatball would just figure out how to grind QB and make more meatballs. That's what I thought. You know, he'd just grind QB up and make more meatballs. So we may be onto something here. I have to think about it. And yeah. So anyway, and I'd like to thank the background for the thought, the idea of that, because it just yeah, it was yeah. I mean, meatballs would melt away faster than a meat cube, but yeah. Oh, it is my friend with the cheap wine who sent me chocolate, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much.
What if QB had a girlfriend named Meatball, or maybe Meat Bell? Yeah, I mean, there could be quite a thing there, couldn't there? Maybe might.
Maybe might. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know. So
I almost feel like clean, square QB is the guy that surrendered, and Meatball's the guy that stayed in the trench. Maybe his cousin.
I don't know. I don't know. I
Could
have
be.
to think about it a little bit.
You don't you think that
There.
QB needs a girlfriend though?
Well, that okay.
Nobody
what
needs a girlfriend.
QB
What-
has a wife back home who's waiting for her Lada. I'm afraid that she just traded meat for Lada.
That doesn't mean he
But
can't
she's
have
not
a.
getting a Lada.
It doesn't
Just
mean he
a
can't have a
sack of
girlfriend.
potatoes because the war is 2 years old. Oh boy.
How about a boyfriend?
Sorry, Venezia.
Oh,
If
oh, but wait. I did just send something to Mockers. Go ahead. You got your hand up. Let Mockers go. But I did find something that I did send to Mockers. Go ahead, Mockers.
Oh, I was just going to be crass as well and say he's probably got all the love that he needs with bananas.
Yes. Yes. QB doesn't need a boyfriend. He got bananas.
does
So
does QB have a cousin named Sausage?
and another cousin. Now you're taking me back to the Bob Newhart show. This is my
I think he has distant cousins named Sunflowers.
This is my brother Meatball, and this is my brother Sausage, and my other brother Sausage. Okay, but here's an issue. Fighting divorce high rates in Russia it goes like this. Let's find them 100,000 rubles and send them to work at the special military operation. So let me see if I can get back to this thing and sort of read you. It's not a bad idea. Our problem is that we have too many marriages. It's not that we have too many marriages, but that we have too many divorces. I'm 100% on the side of good family, but the issue is we have too many divorces.
Yeah.
If you propose that 10,000 rubles to get married and $100,000 fine, 100,000 ruble fine to get divorced, or mandatory labor in the special military operations zone. So yeah, so divorce must be punished. Marriage is natural. It's a holiday for a person. So yeah, there you go. There is the solution. Is you either pay 100,000 rubles or you go to the special military operation, because divorce is evil and marriage is good. There's not a problem. It's not a problem that there's not enough marriages. There's a problem that there's too many divorces. Will?
Hey, look, don't ever come to me and want me to say that marriage isn't a good idea. I keep trying it over and over again. So there's nothing wrong with marriage, but you got to be sensible about it. And wow, how perverse is Russia getting if they define marriage from the state's point of view? I mean, so as I've said before, what we're looking at is the drift from authoritarianism, which is bad enough, to totalitarianism, which is splitting hairs for a lot of people. In functional performance to the outside world, totalitarianism doesn't mean anything more to us than does authoritarianism. It just needs to be killed with fire. But when the state starts defining your relationships and defining control over the bodies, literally the bodies of the people in the state, it's the point where it's gone from cruelty into abject absurdity, which from the outside you would think that people would be able to identify and eventually reject and uprise from that. Like we're seeing in Bashkortostan and those places. Could that happen? Yeah. But imagine the state telling you that you're when and how you're going to get married and how many children you need to produce, and that if you get divorced, you're going to get punished coercively by being sent to the military and all the other stuff. They're going to have bugs in doctor's office, and these aren't stuff I'm making up. This is stuff that has been passed through the Radu, through the not the Radu, their form of it, the Duma. So it's horrendous. And looking at it from the outside, you go, wow, there's no way I'd live like that for even 1 second. But they work it into them gradually and slowly and keep a very repressive, massive amount of police and security services at the hand all the time to make sure that they can maintain control. And you get these things that look from the outside to us, why I always call it Absurdistan, because they look just so beyond the pale that you'd think they would come, that everyone would recognize them as absurd, but they really don't. Now, we had a space crash before, so I, took the liberty as a speaker, which I'm not supposed to do, to put all the shit I had up in there before, like my old dorm room, because it was looking a bit thin and empty. And if you have a minute, I wouldn't mind talking to you about 2 things that I jacked up there that are vaguely related but interesting to you, possibly.
Well, that's awesome, Will. Thanks for filling it up. I went in there and put the fundraiser back at the very least, but we were just having such an interesting chat, not related to anything in specific. But yeah, I'm going to say goodnight and welcome Mockers to the chair. And thanks everyone, especially Prince, for very scintillating and meandering and awesome conversation. And especially to Will, I hope you actually run for office someday because you're one of the best orators that I know. And that's it. Good night, guys. Slava Ukraini.
Heroes Slava.
All right. It's time for numbers with Mockers when she gets up here and when she decides that she wants to do them, because mockers will make you retweet. Oh,
and she will, and I will. I'll encourage people to do that too. I'll go blast one out there myself. But I was thinking Adam was going to hang around because, to be honest, you're going loopy, Heather. He was holding the whole show together. You sound a bit tired yourself, and maybe. No, I'm not going to volunteer to take over for you.
that's fine. That's fine. No, I am tired, and I fully.
Oh, I might.
If
You get too tired, I will help
I,
help out in
how
any
many
way I can.
times? How many times when I was trying to say something profound about genocide did I totally lose my train of thought tonight? It was a little insane.
3.
You counted? Did you
I
just
always
count, or
count.
did you go back and listen to how many times I said the word yeet? Linda, how's the cheap wine? Are you tipping it or are you slicing the bag?
I'm out. I need a delivery. But you know, talking about Russia and the problems that they're dealing with, I mean, I feel so bad for them. And so, you know, given the war that they are forced to be fighting right now, and the meat waves and all of that, and you know, the tragic stories of QB and his relatives and girlfriends and boyfriends, um, and the demographic trials and tribulations that the Russian civil population must be going through. I have to be one, and they need babies, right? They need babies. So I'm wondering how long it's going to be before there are going to be state mandated harems. I mean, they need,
Well,
right? And there's a shortage of there's a shortage of human Y chromosome humans, and who have become meat, um, but they need like babies. So I, I mean, yeah, are they gonna like everybody? You know, every Y chromosome person is going to now be mandated to have 2 X chromosome person partners? I mean, I have to wonder that. Anyway, that's my thought for the night. I'm running out of wine. So there's that. Yeah.
yeah,
I'll just come in at this point. Sorry, I have my hand up, that's all. So I wanted to just add to that, Linda, that it has been noted that there is a whole batch of Russian birth control pills which don't have any active ingredient in them. So that's one. There is also, have you heard that there's a lot of young ladies are going to have, you know, a medical at a certain age just to confirm that they are indeed able to bear children, which is, sorry, it's weird, because, you know, it's a choice. It should be a choice. And I'm very cynical about that whole thing. Just imagine how many of those ladies, after having a, you know, mandatory pelvic exam, would find themselves pregnant just a month later or something. You know, I'm very cynical about the whole thing, and it, yeah, makes me wonder.
Yep.
So anyway, I'd prefer them to procreate as little as possible, unless, of course, they're going to be teaching their children, like, just, you know, completely different ways in the future,
well,
because their current level of education is frightening.
and what are they doing to try to repopulate their country? What are they doing? They know they're
stealing other people's children. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. I know, you know.
Yeah, well, you see, that's easier than getting your own population to, I don't know, be happy. You see, because one of the things is if you're happier in your life and you have, you know, most of the things that you need, you're much more likely to have babies. Did you know that? You're much more likely to feel safe and secure enough to have little ones. And so that is something which they're facing a real problem with, that people just don't want babies. It's the same in China. people are either leaving or they're choosing not to have children. And well, that's all very well and good for a career, but it doesn't do your country's demographics any good. And I can understand why, because I never wanted any little ones myself. But yeah, if everybody had the same attitude as me, we'd be absolutely peppered, wouldn't we? Adam.
It's funny that you mentioned China, because I feel like nightmare scenario. It's and I'm glad that you say that that they have lost that sort of faith in the world and humanity itself to want to perpetrate it or continue it. But I'd say those two totalitarian monster states have the exact opposite demographic problem right now, and that's nightmare scenario that really scares me. But I'm sure I wouldn't put it past them to try and force something like that if they were pushed into corners.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do know that there is a huge batch of birth control pills which have sort of just been lost in the system, can't track them down now, and they don't have any active ingredient in them. And I'm sure that wasn't done on purpose. Sure, that wasn't done on purpose.
No.
Well, slightly cynical, like you say. And let's just say I've been to the doctors for that sort of thing, and it's not the most pleasant thing in the world. You can live through it, it's fine, but it's just not joyous. It's not something that you would put banners up for. So the fact that every single woman now has to have mandatory one of those, lovely. My mum did buy me a card, though. Yeah. Welcome to womanhood or something. I was like, go away, mother. I was about 16. Horrified.
Nothing about a rutabaga. What?
How parents just love to embarrass you. Shall we have a little look at what's going on? What's going on, by the way?
Yeah, we can do that.
I just woke up.
Yeah. There, I sent you some stuff about what's going on, actually. I did. Let's look at what's going on.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I do have numbers, folks. I do have numbers.
You do have numbers, but that's not what I was specifically talking about. There were drones shot down overnight, and what we have here is me being a dork, and 22 attack UAVs were destroyed on the night of January 18th. The occupiers attacked with 33 attack UAVs of the type Shahed, yada yada yada. If from Kursk in the Russian Federation. They were also hit by 2 anti-aircraft guided missiles, S-300, from Belgorod region in the Kharkiv region. The main direction of impact are the south and north. The forces and means of the Air Force and Defense Forces of Ukraine destroyed 22 enemy UAVs. A few more drones did not reach their goals. So, is that destroyed versus taken down by electronic warfare? And they're not going to tell us exactly how many were taken down, but at least 22 out of 33. In addition to some others that fell out of the sky randomly, I suppose. And so that happened. And then there's also some reporting in the Belgorod region, evidently reported that 10 missiles were fired at Belgorod, and all of them were shot down, of course. Of course, you don't expect less than that.
That sounded like you didn't totally believe them, Prince.
I know, you always expect that kind of perfection out of those people there in Russia, especially in the Belgorod region. They always shoot absolutely everything down. It's a miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. And then I already told you about the divorces. And then and then evidently yesterday the Russians evidently tested electronic warfare in Kaliningrad. So almost half of Poland in the Suwalki corridor remained without GPS. So yeah, I don't know what they're playing at there, but there's some electronic warfare action going on there. And
Well, they've been using that for some time. Now, it's only been able to affect aircraft GPS previously because they were only firing it in one direction. Well, as of yesterday, they ramped it up with a massive amount of additional power. And well, you can see what that did. That caused a load of communications jamming and GPS jamming.
did that also cause a lot of households to lose power in Kaliningrad?
Oh no, that'll just be the shit system that they have.
Ah.
So yeah, that'll just be them and how it is. But yeah, this thing I've been watching it. I don't know if you follow what is it, Mark Johansson, who does some quite good reports, but the jamming has been noted for some time coming out of Kaliningrad, and they've called it the Baltic Jammer because it seems to also be directed sometimes towards the Baltic area, and it causes ships to have glitches in their navigation. You know how sometimes when Iwan has been looking at ships coming into Odessa, and she said it's really funny because sometimes they appear as though they're on the nudist beach in Crimea. You know, they're just suddenly like, they dash off to the airport for some reason, even though they're a ship. And then they land at the nudist beach just afterwards. So at first we thought it might be trolling from the Ukrainians, the fact that they all seem to end up at the nudist beach. Found it kind of funny. But, well, it would appear the Russians are trying to perfect their jamming, but not just to affect Ukrainian forces, but to actually affect everybody. There's, well, as you can see, there's jamming going on, which is bothering aircraft. It's not causing them to get off course or anything, but it makes it look as though they're flying in a different place to where they actually are. So, you know, for example, if there was an accident and search and rescue, you know, any kind of search and rescue went out in any of those areas which are affected, they would literally be doing everything the old-fashioned way because they wouldn't have GPS to guide them. Now, think about the things that really need GPS guidance. Automated systems, things like that. Yeah. So it is an actual attack. As far as I'm concerned, that is a hostile attack. And I think we should treat it as such. I actually think we should hunt down whatever's jamming everyone in Kaliningrad and just so happen to drop something on it on the way past. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, that was a mistake. That just fell off the aircraft. You know, you have those problems all the time. I really think that that's the way forward. But yeah, Russia's bombs fall off aircraft all the time. Why don't we just, like, you know, drop one and use that excuse? Oh, apologies, just fell off. Yeah, just fell off.
We'll go
Too.
We'll go all Steve Urkel on them. Did I do that?
Yeah, exactly. Well, they do that, don't they? They're kind of like, oh, big hole in the ground in Belgorod. Must have been the Ukrainians. Yeah, don't look at that air defense missile, though. That's obviously one of ours. In fact, I wonder how many times overnight, Prince Heather, that Russia may have bombed Belgorod themselves.
I do not have a number on that, but I'm wondering if you do.
Well, I'll catch up at some point. Bear with me. I need a drink, obviously.
All right. So yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna message QB about the meatball idea yet. But I think there's something. I have things to think about. Linda, go ahead.
Oh! I just got a text message from QB, and he said, please don't forget about his sister Patty and his brother Patty.
Oh, oh my goodness.
They're not quite
Oh
grown
my.
up yet into a cube, are they not?
Hamburger patty.
Oh, I understood. Yeah, I understood.
There's a restaurant here called Hamburger Patties, I think. Either that or it was a drag queen. I can't remember. Will, go ahead.
Or her cousin Mince.
Minced.
Not Vince, Mince. Hey, you want to play bad tactics, good tactics?
Sure. I saw some
Sure.
horrifically bad tactics yesterday, by the way. So let's see if you've picked out the one that I was thinking of.
So, second tweet in the nest is the M2 Bradley really ripping it at the T90 again from the side, and shows you exactly how much damage in suppressive fire, even though it is a small, in this day's terms, 25 millimeter autocannon with exploding shells. In fact, they have armor piercing shells on those with sabot rounds. This is the way, folks. If this is not, I won't call it foolhardy, but this is some reach down and grab some sack braveness to get within several hundred meters of a T90 and hope that it can't target you, and make sure that you're absolutely peppering it with continuous fire while you're moving, so that you can keep it suppressed. And then eventually something sneaks through, and boom, you get a kill. Yeah, so you can kill a T90 breakthrough tank with 25 millimeter autocannon fire if you stay with it for a long time. That's message number one. And you have armor piercing disposable sabot rounds. Item number two in the nest is a BMP attempting the same tactic. But here's the thing, folks. If you're going to do the M2 Bradley trick of making sure you pull in there and lay on the suppressive fire, you got to remember to move. You got to use your mobility. If you pull up and park, like in item 3 in the nest, you're going to get what happened to item 3 in the nest. You're going to suppress that infantry, but as soon as you let off the trigger and they don't hear those rounds coming in, they're going to put their head up, and next to them laying there in the trench is going to be the controls and an automatic tank guided, or an anti-tank guided missile of some sort, and they're going to stick that right through your guts. So if you're going to drive an armored infantry fighting vehicle and use offense is the best defense, you got to make sure you maintain the suppressive fire at all times until you can displace and not leave yourself in danger by stopping shooting and going, ooh, I wonder if I got a ball. Wham! So
Well,
those two items are good compare and contrast for bad tactics, good tactics in infantry fighting vehicles that I'll remind you were considered to be peers, right? Those two fighting vehicles came out about the same time, and one was supposed to be equivalent with the other, and we're just not seeing it. But more importantly, the tactics of being able to have good, accurate fire that stays on target and make sure that you're using your suppressive fire and your mobility to keep you out of danger because you're not wearing much armor. That's lesson for the day.
that one that's third in the nest, where there was a tree line sort of between them, that one, it's actually looking in one direction, firing. They don't have a direct line of fire on it. You know, they're able to sort of catch it. But really what they're doing is they're distracting that Bradley, because it was actually taken out by a drone. You can
not a
barely
Bradley, a
see it.
BMP.
Oh, BMP. Oh, sorry, I'm excited. I'm tired as well. But yeah, the the vehicle is actually taken out by one of those armor-piercing UAVs. I think, because all of a sudden it just, like, you know, totally explodes, and it's quite impressive. But I did see another video which contained the UAV flight as well, and it's fast. Whatever it was that they fired at it, very fast it was, Will.
Yeah, and you got to keep moving. So whether it got killed by a drone or an ATGM sitting in there, and you absolutely positively in a light skinned vehicle need to maintain your mobility and use smoke, which we've also seen Bradleys do, but not in the instance with that tank. But yeah, very bad tactics. But it comes down to very poorly experienced and very poorly trained crews in comparison to one that's better trained and been around longer.
Yeah, and we know that experience pays off as well, because you know, one of the groups which found themselves in a right old pickle when you know, the counteroffensive first started, stuck in a minefield. They have now been operating some of these Bradleys, and they are kicking butt with Bradleys. They're doing very well. Prince.
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would rate both of these instances on behalf of the Ukrainians a 9. And I would only rate them a 9. I would rate them a 9. I would knock them down a point for the lack of flying Ivans.
That is a good point. I sent you a particularly good one yesterday, though.
You
which
did?
was
Oh,
facilitated by a drone.
it was like in the air. And you know, the only disappointing thing about that one, Mocker, couldn't see if
Never
he
saw
stuck
him
the
stick the
landing.
landing.
Couldn't tell if he stuck the landing. Worst part. That was the only bad part of that one.
Well, what goes up and all that. Although maybe he's still floating in the you know, stratosphere somewhere. But
he really
definitely went
took
up high.
off. He really took off, but they cut off the video too soon. I wanted to see the landing.
That's just because we've got a sixth sense of humor.
That's why we're such good friends.
Oh yes, there is that actually. Yes. So let me just have a little catch up with what the hell my life's doing. Now, I'm really, really glad that the what's it called? The volume and sound and all that palaver got sorted out last night, because had that been today, I'd be moaning, would you believe? I had terrible problems with sound last night, so it wasn't just you guys, it was all of us. But you know what? I am looking at something lovely. Now then, this has been described as a gas bomb, which sounds like there's possibly a gas explosion. Now, it's in Russia, believe it or not. A fire in Kamenka reported. Don't know where that is, don't care. Most likely a gas bomb, they wrote. Not many details, but again, big fire. Yeah, could be significant. Will, I will send you that in the background, just so you can see the glorious picture that I was just looking at that disappeared out of my way. It's a good job I still had it copied. Rude, that, rude. Because it's a lovely column of fire. I just thought that you might appreciate that along with me, because I do like a nice column of fire. And that's hot, by the way. Hot stuff. That smoke, basically, is all like orange. Is that a gas fire, Will?
Sorry, I'm cooking eggs. I'll have to come back in a couple minutes.
The cheek of it. You're cooking eggs?
I'm going to have eggs for dinner tonight, too.
I might too now. You've made me
And-
jealous.
Yeah, and Mockers, I'm watching this video again, and I think I have found the landing, and it appears to be a very fiery landing, which I think is very interesting, considering that humans don't spontaneously. Well, I suppose when they're hit with enough explosives to make them fly through the air with the greatest of ease, they may just catch on fire. But this one, yeah, I definitely see. I definitely now can watch. Yeah, I can see the crash landing as a ball of flame, and it is rather epic.
Awesome. Oh my goodness me. There's been an attack on St. Petersburg.
No.
There has. The Russian MOD has reported for the first time a Ukrainian drone flew into the Leningrad region on its way towards the oil terminal at St. Petersburg, or at least that's what they're saying.
Wait a minute. What about mulberries or whatever went on fire? I still think that
Wildberries.
could have been what?
Wild berries.
Wild berries. I still think that could have been a sabotage somehow. And yeah, Yevgeny with the cigarette in the bathroom, he might have been a Ukrainian or a Tesh.
Well, Atesh are absolutely everywhere, don't you know? Truly everywhere.
We do love them.
Russians cannot scratch their butts without Atesh finding out about it, and I think that's particularly fun. Would you believe that last night Russia attacked another medical facility? Yes, that's right.
Yep, I'd believe it.
Another medical facility. What a bunch of twunts. Yeah, anyway. So I hope Belgorod had quite an emotional night. I really do. Because medical facility, what a bunch of twunts. Oh dear. I'm just going to pop a little thing up into the space. There appears to be a hangar on fire in Belgorod. I wonder what was in that hangar, and I'm betting you it wasn't something purely non-military. So, oh, you'll be glad to know Russian election season is in full swing. A United Russia politician from let me see, predicting 93 to 94% for Putin. So that's the prediction. 93 to 94%. So it'll come in, what, 107? Something like that. Ah, funny. So, excuse me. Sorry, I'm just catching up with a few things. So, oh yeah, by the way, Ukraine still wants their raccoon back. I think we've got
As they should.
Yeah, we've got to send, like a special mission to find the raccoon, I think. Ooh, it was also loud in Moscow, in Podolsk. Now, I recognize Podolsk because Podolsk is one of those areas that doesn't have all of its heating at the moment. So, air defense forces in the urban district of Podolsk repelled an attack by drone flying towards Moscow. Footage appeared. According to preliminary data, there was no destruction or casualties, and the debris fell into the street. Emergency services are working at the scene. What there is a video, and you can hear the drone flying. So definitely a drone. And yeah, so tufties. Oh, wow. Sorry, I'm just I'm just also trying to decide if that's new or not. That big thing there. Oh, well, we'll figure that out together at some point. When I say that big thing there, I mean a massive burst pipe that's yeah, in Novosibirsk.
I
Now
was
I
gonna
know
say
one of
you
those
did.
happened yesterday,
Yeah,
but
I saw that and was gonna send it to you, but then I saw that it was your retweet that I noticed it by, so I figured you knew about it already.
yeah.
But it couldn't have happened to a nicer group of people 2 days in a row, I suppose, right?
Well, that's what happens when you don't fix things, isn't it? That's what happens when you don't fix things. Now, yesterday we had a bit of excitement, didn't we? With the Bashkiria or Bashkoristan or whatever you want to call it. Well, the police had to use tear gas and, in the end, an awful lot of force to discourage the people. However, even as they were driving away, people were still throwing large snowballs at them, one of which smashed one of the windows of the vans as it was driving away, which I thought was funny. So it would appear that they didn't completely crush them.
Didn't some of those snowballs have rocks in them, I heard?
Yeah, that was kind of the point.
Yeah, I think it was the point. I'm just throwing snowballs at you. Yeah,
Well, you know, some of them were actually just big chunks of ice that they chucked at them. Oh my goodness. Let me just put something into the nest. It is another one. I was like, is this another heating doodah that's just blown up in the air? Well, you would think that Novosibirsk was having, I don't know, some sort of emotional time with regards to munitions, looking at that. But no, both of those clouds are just massive clouds of steam that have come out of their heating systems. So that looks fun, doesn't it? I think it's going to be a bit of a bad day for them there, especially if it's cold today. Oh, nice. In Shebekino, in Belgorod. We remember Shebekino, don't we? This is the place where the Free Russia Legion thought they would have a little fun. And it caused an awful lot of trouble when they went visiting Shebekino last time. However, there is a large queue in Shebekino for humanitarian aid. I think it's because they've got no power. Seem to remember that power going down the other day. Anyway, you know, massive superpower of Russia. Yeah, people are now queuing for aid. So back to the USSR.
There's the greatest country in the world.
Yes, of course.
Not really.
Of course. Now then, here's another problem they've got for their demographics. Did you know premature death of the population will cost your economy 15 to 24 trillion in pounds? So God knows how many rubles per year. Research from the Centre of Economics and Mathematics of the Russian Academy of Scientists have estimated a missed year in a person's life causes financial damage in the range from 226 to 513,000 rubles per person, depending on how you calculate the cost of a person's life. I love how they've put people's lives into monetary value now. Researchers did this using 4 methods, and it turns out that the price of a single human life ranges from 16.5 to 37.5 million rubles. So there you go. That's how much you're worth in Russia. Except only if you're productive and working the entire time, I would imagine. So we'll see what happens. Now, let me see. I've got a few bits and bobs, but I'm just I'm still waking up. So if you've got anything interesting you want to tell me. Oh,
Well,
Russians denazified a flower shop last night. You'll be glad to know. Flower shop. in
denazify a
Manchester.
flower shop. Ah,
Yeah.
well, it's freaking flower Nazis. No, I, th- there were old women who, would go out to the bars and they would sell flowers, towards the end of the night after you supposedly found somebody, yada, 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 yada. I used to buy one of those and drop it off. I, I used to drop it off at, onto the vehicle of somebody that I was interested in on my way home. And they always knew who it was from. It was very sweet. And we enjoyed some nice time together in the long run. But anyway, let's talk about QB. Do you know now that QB, he stays warm by the light of the 2,750 followers that are now following him? Help keep QB warm and follow QB and spread the word. So everybody, go and find this tweet. It's the 2,750 cake with QB, and that is how QB is staying warm because that's the only electricity. Now, QB did take some adventure this week. Well, with people and friends and relatives, and well, just telling you about a little bit about the motherland, because the motherland does provide, right? And now it's starting to sound like a song. QB loves the useful idiots who do the motherland's work while living in the decadent West. And he has tagged in here Aiden and Jackson Hinkle and Graham Phillips and Scott Ritter and Code Pink. And he says they really do support the motherland's 5th generation warfare plans effectively. And it's a drooling white QB with a big huge pile of potatoes on the table. Because that's what QBs need is big huge white pile of potatoes. So yes. Do you want another QB or do you want me to stop?
Sorry, I was letting you go on because I was reading about prisoners, Russia, and how they move around prisoners of war, basically, so that people don't know where they are. They don't give any information on them. They're talking about, how how they can return people who have been deemed missing all this time, and they've not
Okay.
been
Well,
able to,
yeah,
find them.
you go do
And
that.
okay.
I think we just went into a country. Yes, I would have to say this is going to develop into a countrywide air raid alert because Lvivo blast went off, and it is about that time of day. Yep, it's takeoff of MiG-31. They will be filling in the rest of this country with red here in a couple seconds because so far it's all but 2 oblasts. I think they just haven't set those 2 off yet. So let's continue on with QB. Your QB report of the day. And I do love my QB. I did send him a message today. Oh, it was actually about this one. QB wants you to know if you shared his Telegram channel with a Vatnik or Russian today. You should post your wins in the thread. So yeah, and there is somebody else. I shared this with somebody else, and they asked me very specifically to ask QB if he used Medvedev as a model for this QB, and I could totally see Medvedev in this QB, and I have not heard back from QB as to if it was modeled after Medvedev or not. So we will see. And eventually, I'm sure I will hear from QB because QB loves me. And then we go back to the Decadent West. The Decadent West. It was quite the little theme today with QB. Oh, look, here's the daughter of another Russian minister studying abroad. She supports the motherland by posting on Insta. On Insta, how decadent the West is. How the decadent West is horrible. She yearns for return to the motherland. Now let us consider that she is standing there with a nice huge, bottle of wine and a glass of wine and rose-colored glasses on, and she's at a nightclub, and she looks like she's having some fun, but reality is she is yearning for the motherland. Yeah, I don't buy it either. Now
Yeah,
then,
they totally hate us. You know that.
I
We're
know.
just too decadent.
Yes, but they do sure love to live there, don't they? And they love to send their children there.
Did you hear my amazing joke yesterday?
No, please do tell.
Lavrov, he rings up Shoigu and he says, guys, you need to, you can't bomb New York because my daughter's in New York. And Shoigu goes, bloody hell, everybody else has been on the phone this morning as well. We can't bomb London because of Peskov. We can't bomb this place. We can't bomb Berlin because we've got family there. We're not able to bomb Paris either because we've got far too many people there. So we're going to have to bomb somewhere else. And what do you think, Lavrov? Lavrov says, oh, we could bomb Voronezh. There's none of our kids there. Sorry. It's a Ukrainian joke that's going around. It's funnier in Ukrainian, obviously.
All right. So.
Would you like numbers?
Oh, numbers, yes.
Knew you would. Sorry, I've just been I've been trying to tee stuff up, and so let's do some numbers. We have on the top line 780 liquidated personnel. Now then, I'm liking the rest of these numbers. 21 tanks. That's a bad day for the Russians. Oh, 38 armoured personnel vehicles. It's quite a bad day for the Russians. 24 artillery systems. 2 MLRS. Lovely. We have 41 UAVs. Again, 1 cruise missile. 39 vehicles and fuel tanks. So logistics taking a hammering again there. And oh, what's this? 13 special equipment, almost matching the record. But I think the record is 14, isn't it? So yeah. 1,380 in special equipment, but yeah, had a good day yesterday with special equipment. Unlucky for some.
They had a good day with equipment overall. I mean, the tanks, the APCs, the armor, the artillery, none of those are bad numbers. Those are all good numbers. Double digits. We like the double digits. When they start with a 3, even better. And 2 is very good. I'm liking the numbers.
Yeah, those logistics vehicles are certainly taking a hammering now. And yeah, they're just, like I said about what happens at Krinky, if they take a vehicle anywhere where it can be put into danger, then the Ukrainians immediately attack that vehicle. And it seems to be that this is a tactic that they're particularly relying on at the moment, that every time they see anything that looks like it's moving with wheels or tracks, they go after it. So yeah, vehicles are taking a massive hammering at the moment. And when they all have to just walk to their death, I think then it's going to start getting a bit tiring for them. So yeah, instead of driving to their death, they're walking to their death for much of the future, I think. Now, Russia obviously do have more tanks and armoured personnel vehicles, because of course they do, because they've been stashing them for donkey's years. But no, the condition of them, maybe that's going to be a problem for them. Now then, I was looking at this, just Russian captivity, and it's not nice. Obviously, it's not a nice subject, but I will tell you a bit more about it because it was surprising to me that they were able to return people who were still deemed missing, that they'd not been found in any of this time, that there'd been no acknowledgement that they were in captivity or anything like that, which is especially cruel, I think. But it also gives them chance to, murder people and, oh, they were missing, we just found a body, kind of thing, Anyway, what happens? What is happening to the Ukrainian military? So, the first prisoner exchange took place on the 1st of March 22 in the Sumy region. 5 Ukrainian servicemen returned from captivity. And from that time until June the 15th, 23, 43 more exchanges were made. In total, about 2,500 Ukrainian armed soldiers have been returned from captivity. There is no exact number of prisoners who are currently within Russia or captured within occupied areas. But we are still talking about thousands of people. Some of them are still within the occupied territories, but most of them were taken to Russia directly. 42 places of detention have been found within the Russian Federation. These are pre-trial detention centres and correctional colonies that have been identified specifically where Ukrainian soldiers are taken. They're located both in the regions bordering Ukraine and in the interior of the country. On the eve of the full-scale invasion, or after February 22, they were released. What they did was they released a lot of Russian citizens from these places as though they were planning to need this space. So Russian prisoners remained in their detention as personnel to man the prison. So you can imagine, can't you, that they probably are not the kindest people in the world. So they actually used the prisoners as the guards and released a bunch of them, probably directly into the army, of course. Anyway, documentary filmmakers have now interviewed more than 50 servicemen released from Russian captivity during exchanges, analysing and collecting the evidence. And it was clear to them that Russia uses systematic policies and methods of treating the Ukrainian prisoners, which are common to all places of detention. And in particular, that is inadequate condition, physical and moral torture, poor nutrition, poor quality, and in some cases, no medical care at all. So that's it's all a part and parcel of every place where they're locked up, that those conditions remain. The vast majority of military personnel say immediately after being captured, they are beaten severely, interrogated with physical violence, and kept in a basement, a pit, or a temporary camp for several days. After that, they're taken to places of more permanent detention, either to one of these pre-trial centres or colonies. Transported in overcrowded trucks, blindfolded, without any food or water, and again, often subject to violence. Moving from the trucks to the cells in the place of detention is called an acceptance of prisoners. This process is the same everywhere. The prisoners are taken out of the vehicles, formed into a line, and Russian special forces in full combat readiness with batons and stun guns pass by them. As you can imagine, they are subjected to powerful and huge blows. They're hit with batons and stun guns. Most often, they will hit you on the back and the legs. Even the prisoners with serious injuries do not escape this treatment. Combat medics and prisoners with amputations will still go through the same admission procedure. This is regardless of your age, gender, or health. After that, fingerprints and DNA samples are taken from all military personnel who are captured within Russia. They also are photographed. Sometimes they do blood tests. Subsequently, they are given a prison uniform, their personal belongings all taken away, and they are taken to a cell. The conditions of detention themselves depend on the institution where they're placed. Pre-trial centres are classic prison with heavy metal doors, barred windows, iron bunks, and a toilet inside the cell. This cell will accommodate 2 to 20 people. I think originally built for 2. Additional bunks are often added. Those who do not have enough space, however, are sent to a punishment cell, a solitary cell located in the basement, where they often hold up to 4 prisoners at a time. In correctional colonies, the Ukrainian military is placed in a barracks where the prisoners live in large rooms designed for 10 to 50 people. Sometimes there will be 100 people in this room. Former prisoners compare them to a military barracks. There, they have a little more freedom to move than in the pre-trial detention centres. They are taken to dining rooms for meals. Although, you know, when you say meals, it's debatable. And each barrack has its own courtyard. Colonies also have penal isolation cells, the same cells as you will find in the pre-detention centres. So the rules for prisoners in all institutions where they're held are the same. You wake up at 6. At this time, you're required to stand and sing the national anthem of Russia. Each prisoner must know it by heart. It is strictly forbidden to sit during the day, and each cell must have a duty officer responsible for order and cleaning dishes, apparently. Twice and sometimes even 3 times a day, the cells are checked for the presence of any prohibited items. Like, if you're locked in a cell all day, where are you going to get your prohibited items? You're going to pull them out your ear. Anyway, that's just harassment, that, isn't it? Personal hygiene products are issued in very limited quantities, and when they run out, you will not be issued any further. Prisoners are rarely taken to showers. Usually, if they are, they will be given 5 minutes total to wash, and often in very cold water. All the testimonies of former prisoners are united by the fact of systematic use of both psychological and physical violence against all Ukrainian military personnel. This happens around the clock. Intensity of beatings increases during meals, shower visits, and cell checks. And there are cases of extreme torture in some cases. Interrogations are conducted by the military representatives of the place of detention and the FSB. Usually, prisoners do not know which. They are all dressed in military uniforms. None of them wear any identifying marks, no chevrons or shoulder straps. At the moment when prisoners of war are allowed to sign any documents, the name of the interrogator is never added to the document. The topics of interest to investigators are limited. They ask all the time about the positions of the right sector and the Azov. How foreign mercenaries are prepared, the creation of the biological laboratories. That is, they ask us about all the fake news. They have no interest in being told that these things don't exist. So they, of course, ask for the possible involvement of prisoners in the commission of war crimes. However, while doing so, they're committing obvious war crimes because the interrogations are nearly always accompanied by torture, beating with batons, use of a stun gun, until it's completely discharged sometimes. The purpose of these interrogations is not to obtain any sort of objective information. It is to force the person to agree to take a blame that has been determined in advance by the person conducting the interrogation. If the prisoner breaks, then the so-called investigation begins properly and the trial begins. Basically, they make you admit to something and then they try you for it. And they don't really care whether you did it or not. They're just gonna, you know, they've already decided, but you have to admit to it and sign a document that makes it legal, you see. So they just beat you until you make the decision to agree to whatever they say. Nice. So there are several dozen cases where criminal cases were initiated and convicted against captured Ukrainian soldiers, most of which were a big pile of twaddle, let's put it that way. So what if a prisoner has injuries or a serious chronic illness? Well, they don't receive any medical attention. Almost anyone that's been in captivity documents claims that there's been a request for medical help that ends in a beating. So those who need it, in the end, remain silent, although they suffer from whatever. Some say that medical workers refuse to come to the request of the prisoner, and when they do, along with medicines that are issued, the guards prescribe an additional treatment of their own, which is several blows with a baton. Physical force is also applied by doctors themselves. In some cases, military personnel will refer to food in places of detention as torture. Very often, very short minutes are given for a meal. The dishes will be served extremely hot, so you will always burn your mouth. The extremely poor quality of nutrition is also evidenced by the fact that those released have critical weight loss. They claim that they felt hunger in captivity all the time, and the only thing that saved some was either bread or being able to find something to eat. Some prisoners are given the opportunity to speak to their relatives, but not the place of detention. They're not able to say where they are or describe their detention in any way, but they are at least able to make contact. Before they are allowed to phone, the prisoners are given a draft indicating exactly what is allowed to say and what is not allowed to say. And also, they usually tell them that they must speak to their relatives saying that they are alive and well, they're in good conditions, they receive good food and proper medicine. It is strictly forbidden to complain or name the place of stay. However, we know about deaths in captivity. So we know that, obviously those phone calls are a load of twaddle. That's the word I'm going with today. So one of the reasons why we don't know where people are and what's been happening is because they move them around a lot. But without proper nutrition and constant beating, it actually puts a real strain on people's hearts. And in some cases, the guards do not, let up and have ended up killing people. So in April 23, there was an exchange of 2 servicemen who were captured from Mariupol last year. The capture was officially confirmed by the Red Cross, so the family had been waiting for their release, but in return they only received bodies. Both men were held in the Ivanovo region, one in a pre-trial detention centre, number 2, and the second in a correctional colony, number 5. The men died in the fall of 22, and although the cause of death was not reported, well, let's just say when they were returned, it was quite obvious that the cause of death was just mistreatment. in one case, they could see that the guy just had so many injuries, they couldn't decide which one was the actual killing blow. Yeah, exactly. However, people go missing. Prisoners of war are often moved between different places of detention in the territory of Russia. Former prisoners believe this is how the Federation hides a person, confuses the search for them, and ensures that prisoners of war do not get used to a place of detention. They cannot make friends. They cannot subsequently identify the personnel involved in hurting them either. Because of this, the list and geography of places of detention in the Russian Federation is consistently expanding. It is extremely difficult to identify all of the locations, and some prisoners released do not even know where they were. This information is carefully hidden from them. One of the former prisoners could tell us he stayed in Stary Oskil in the Belgorod region, and then Donskoy in the Tula region, and was then transferred to a place which he can only tell you about. We were by train for 2 days. It was very cold, very harsh conditions. None of the prisoners there had the slightest idea of where they were located. Even on the tube of toothpaste, the information about its place of production had been erased. So these are the places where you go to disappear, basically. Based on detailed surveys of military personnel released from captivity, information about most of the known places of detention have been mapped and identified. However, there are many of them, and they only did a deep dive on 10. But these places, the 10 that they chose, were where the largest numbers of prisoners were held, and where, obviously, as a result, the largest amount of war crimes are committed. And they've now managed to find the exact addresses of these places of detention and located the managers who run them. So this is an ongoing investigation into the way they treat prisoners of war, yes, but also the way they move them around to keep them hidden, for whatever reason. I think it's just,
Marcus,
yeah.
what is that? The BBC report?
No, it's not. This is a report by, let me just go back to what they were originally called. It is a group of journalists who are, it only mentions them every so often.
Are you sure it's not the BBC report? Hey,
No, it's four letters, and it's like MIEL or something like that, or MIAL. And I'm looking for it in this text because he mentions them. MIPL. There we go. They have been interviewed by MIPL, whoever they are.
yes. But I have to look? I just pulled it up. Yeah, because this sounds really familiar. Really, I'll have to send you this article. Very much like the story that I read. Well, it's not a story. It's an investigation, basically, about. Well, I guess these actually. Okay, so there's the difference here. These are actually civilians who are being held by Russia. How Ukrainians disappear in Russian colonies, and the stories are very, very similar. And one of the things I remember from this very specifically is, and the fact that I remember this blows me away. But it, besides the treatment, which of course is horrid, the horrid happens, and that's just what you expect. But they are treated like prisoners of war, which is not how civilians are supposed to be treated. But they're trying to track down one of them who they know and have an idea of where they are. and they send like letters of inquiry to different places, and they get the same answer from every place. Eventually, they do get a yes, this person's here, and that's pretty much all they said. And they went to that place, and they said, "Oh, they're not here. They've been moved." Just that very, very typical pattern. Very typical pattern. Um, so yeah, yeah. Uh,
Well, like they were all saying there, you know, everywhere is different but the same. They all follow this same sort of
yeah,
standard
absolutely.
pattern of how they treat people, which is obviously horrendously. But it's the very fact that they sort of shuffle them from pillar to post for a number of reasons, so that they can't identify their torturers as easily. It keeps them sort of, you know, from being able to make any sort of ties with any other prisoners, or able to, you know, sorry, I'm just um, able to look for any weaknesses in that particular place's, you know, whatever. You can't get used to a place, you know, and like in prisons, if you keep somebody in a prison long enough and they really don't want to be there, you know, they'll be looking all the time for ways out. And of course, if they move you from one place to another, it's much more difficult to make any sorts of plans as well. So, you know,
Well, also if you beat the crap out of them constantly, so that they're constantly wounded, and that's exactly what happened. They're constantly in, you know, after being electrocuted for so many times, and we've talked about the systematic torture that was studied, um, the systematic torture of the Russian police, which seems to transfer exactly to the Russian military. And it's a really interesting study, and it's an older one, but it still totally applies. You can go and look through the methods of torture that were used by the police in this report, and look out for the methods of torture that are used against Ukrainians, um, in this illegal invasion, and you can see the parallels, and you know, in the descriptions of the results of some of that torture is absolutely horrid. Now, also keep in mind, yes, sometimes they torture people to death, and that happens. That definitely happens. There was a priest who um, couldn't take the torture anymore and committed suicide in jail. Yeah, well, in prison, and as a prisoner of war. He shouldn't have been a prisoner of war, but he was, and he ended up committing suicide. Um, there there are so many different examples that it just is overwhelming at times, between the civilians that they hold hostage and the POWs, and we see the POWs when they are returned, and in the condition that they are in. And I remember, you know, very, very specifically, I couldn't tell you who it was. I couldn't tell you exactly what it was, but I heard of a prisoner of war that was returned to Ukraine who had such bad heart damage, which I'm not sure that they looked at, but he ended up having like a heart attack and dying after he'd been returned. I think probably because he was in such bad shape, injured so poorly, his heart got damaged. This is my speculation, and trying to get back into a, you know, eating and more typical life. Um, his body couldn't handle it. He had a heart attack and died. So just because you're out of just because you're exchanged doesn't mean you're safe. You know, there have been instances of some awful things, and you know, people who have been held, um, even as civilians, been taken and held by the Russians, have done things like commit suicide later, after they're freed, after they're safe. but they cannot take the memory of what the Russians put them through, so they do commit suicide at times. So there's a lot of stuff that's there's so much stuff in that what you read. Would you please send that to me? I need to put it in my file.
Well, the problem is, right, it is a thread, but it's written in individual tweets, and there's 22 of them. So I will send you the person's what do you call it? I'll send you their profile so you can have a look through it. But yeah, it's one of those things that I was like, what can I do with this? Because it's in so many bits. Obviously, I'm not going to read through all 22. Some of them are horrendous, and I read you the sort of the general stuff. But
And
yeah,
I want, and this is awful, but I want to know the horrendous stuff, right?
yeah, I know you do. Yeah, well, that's it. But I've saved your gentle ears, folks, because some of it is awful. But the point is, they're beaten every day, every single day for anything and everything. I mean, in one place, they're told to ask if they need something, but every time they ask a question, they're beaten. You might get what you've asked for, but you have to receive a beating for it. So, that's just how it is. And the fact that the local prisoners who were in that facility are now the guards, and they're they're the ones responsible for serving them food and things like that. And that is, these people from prisoner to guard. Can you imagine the amount of new authority that would give you, and the fact that you're already used to being beaten daily in jail, probably, so it's just totally normal to beat these guys. Yeah.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, that was a few things that I didn't know, that the prisoners themselves are now the guards and so on. It's all just
Well,
horrible
there
stuff.
was a story not too long ago about a medic who had been prisoner like since the beginning, really close to the beginning, and I believe he had been a medic at Azovstal or in Mariupol, and he ended up, after he was taken prisoner, he ended up being in a position of he was given the responsibility of taking care of the prisoners that were injured after they had been tortured. That was his responsibility. That's what he did. And he did it without any medical supplies, because of course the Russians wouldn't give him that. He did what he could. It wasn't always enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Talia was in the same position, I believe, that pretty much.
I would die. I would like die and go to heaven to talk to her.
Yeah. Well, shall we talk about some booms? But first we'll speak to Chris, because I've been monitoring booms as well while we've been chatting. Chris, good morning.
Oh,
Oh,
oh.
oh.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Well, I'm on Android 10.23.0, I think it is, or something like that, and it all worked this morning. So, is it all working generally now?
What happened is I was listening to the space, and when it was so annoying, and I'm on an Android, I'm on an iPhone, but it happened like at the same time for everybody, and all of a sudden I like lost audio on the space, and so I closed out the app and I came back into the space, and everything was fine, and it's been fine since then.
Oh,
Knock on
well,
wood.
yeah, well, okay. So I was like getting myself geared up to, I don't know, like view through browsers or listen on the laptop or whatever, or try and come up to speaker because you can hear then and all that. But anyway, it just started perfectly this morning. So there you go. That's good. That's a good start to the day. And well, the not so good thing is I appear to have been Xified now. The latest release of Twitter for Android is all Xified, and it's either my eyes or all you people are getting smaller. I think you're getting. I think in the new app you're smaller or something. So, and I'm just going to say, in regard, I was listening to your story there, Mockers, and that, and I was just thinking, yes, well, Russians have had centuries, haven't they? Centuries to perfect these systems of imprisonment and genocide. And so the fact that there are clear systems there, they're not following a rule book. Sounds like they're following a rule book of some description, Mockers. It's probably not written down, is it? Because they don't like committing things to paper, do they? Yes, but anyway, yeah, they've had centuries to perfect this their genocidal invasion systems.
Well, and it was quite clever of them to use the prisoners, because the prisoners know the score. They know how the deal works, you know what I mean? And I bet you it feels better being on the opposite side of it, but still, so much violence has been dished out to them just arbitrarily that they find it perfectly fine to do that to others. It's how you train a bully to be a bully, really, isn't it? So, booms. Oh yeah. Last night, a drone attacked St. Petersburg for the first time since the beginning of the war. The Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation have stated. According to Russian telegram channels, a drone fell on the territory of the St. Petersburg oil terminal, oil and gas company. Pulkovo Airport is currently going through the carpet plan, not working. At the same time, Moscow has also been attacked. According to Russian authorities, there are no losses, but there are a couple of videos showing explosions somewhere. So you can hear a drone and you can see a light in the distance. So I'm assuming that people started recording because they could hear the drone going ahead. But you only see like a little flash of light, so it doesn't really confirm what it is. However, we'll be keeping our eyes on that, won't we, just? Well, I'm quite happy to report on anything that's broken. Oh no. I don't know exactly where this is, but I've just seen a video of a building in a building in Russia, and there's a massive like steam fountain and a stream of hot water which is flowing out of the middle of the street and directly onto the roof of this building, so water's pouring down the front of it. I'm sure that's going to do it a lot of good in the long run. I know they're out in the rain and stuff, but just boiling hot water, but we'll see how that goes. It's almost just above the main entrance as well, so getting in and out might just be a little bit dicey. Fun stuff. Now then, also, it's worth noting that Atesh agents in Sevastopol have discovered a sunken border patrol ship. This is the Tarantul. It is a 205p border patrol ship, Project 205p, and they give the coordinates. They say, looking at it, it was likely it was taken down during an attack by naval drones several weeks ago. Now, we keep hearing about attacks and, they clamp down on the results of them and we never know what happened apart from like some rumours of booms. But there you go. A patrol ship can be crossed off the list, basically. because Artesh have found one sunken. Oh my absolute goodness. Sorry, I'm just putting something else up into the nest, which is amazing. You know me, I love these little like drones that run on the floor, and this one looks like it's a doom buggy, and it's got a Fido friend. So you can enjoy that video too, because yeah, it's a crazy like drone go-kart, and well, the dog loves it. Oh, brilliant. Sorry, I love them drones so much. The ones that run across the ground. I don't know why. I think I just they remind me of Wall-E. That's what it is.
Hey, Mockers,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this. I'm just gonna put this in the nest here. How about we remember the fundraiser we're having?
Oh yes, yes, absolutely. You
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. I put that the first in the nest. Did you hear what happened last night?
No, I did not.
Oh, Heather did some picking of pockets. Heather picked
You're a
pockets.
terrible, terrible naughty girl.
I am
I do
naughty,
like it.
naughty. You like it though, don't you? I knew you would. Yes, still waiting on final numbers. Don't have our final numbers, but I am fairly confident in saying that with the matches included, we will raise over $5,000 in an hour.
Blimey, bloody Nora. That's some jamming equipment. That is.
we had several people involved. More than one co-host matched. We had 3 co-hosts who matched without limit, and we had 2 co-hosts that matched with the limit. Or no, 1 co-host and 1 listener who said that they would match up to a certain number. And so yeah, those kinds of things. It's very fun to pick pockets. And yeah, but you know, until we get the final say on the numbers, just I can say that I'm pretty sure it's over $5,000 once you include the matches that people put in. Pretty amazing, right? 1 hour muckers, and it was because of all the matches, really. But the number that we raised from our listeners and speakers was enough to make that happen, and that is what is amazing, because you know your $10 ended up being like $40, and yeah, so you know it's crazy. It ended up probably being more than that, but yeah, it's crazy, and it's absolutely wonderful, and they did a fabulous job. Listeners, everybody who donated, thank you. But you know what? Just because we raised that much money, there's more money that needs to be raised for this. And you are more than welcome to donate at any time. First tweet in the nest for the equipment fundraiser for electronic warfare for the 18th Brigade of the National Guard of Ukraine. And that is going to do amazing things. And to protect them, it will protect them. And EW does fantastic stuff. Go ahead, Mockers. Sorry. I started to ramble a little bit there.
No, you're all right. You gave me time to have a quick wee, so it's fine.
Yeah, well, you know.
So,
These
sorry,
things
you've got
happen.
to take these chances where you can. You've got to take these chances where you can.
Oh, trust. I know. Oh, I know. You know, it's the secret of being a co-host is knowing who's coming up to speak and the likelihood that they're going to speak long enough for you to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, there's a couple of people that I can count on for that.
Oh yeah. No, you get to know who those people are rather quickly. You get to know who those people are, and you breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, Will's great. I can go and make a cup of coffee, get myself all settled, put some like socks on, have a wee, and come back and catch him up. So yeah, It's all good. Like you will for that. Now then, the Novichokazk. Would you believe it's going to be raised from the bottom of the port in the near future, according to Russian sources? Now, relatives of the missing sailors have received this information because there are still 33 people unofficially missing. So they are trying to identify a further 33 people officially recognised as missing. However, the ship was sunk on December the 26th, and they're still missing these people. I have a feeling that some of those people were possibly vaporised. Just, thinking that that might have happened. Considering they found, pieces of people in the street, quite far away. So awesome. So yeah, hopefully they'll find those people, but I have a feeling that anybody who went down with that ship didn't get out. They didn't have a chance to get out in time, did they? Boom 1 minute, boom the next. Yeah, those people turned into vapor.
So, Mockers,
Yes.
as soon as it quit raining grandpa, but that's a whole nother story. The thing is with this then, you just got that? Really? Took you that long to get it? Oh,
No, I'm
Mockers,
just throwing emojis.
yeah. The thing is, would it be considered exhuming the bodies if you're raising to look for the bodies? Is that an exhumation, or is that just a oops, look what's in there?
I'm going to call it a recovery.
A recovery. Okay.
Got
I
me
can
doing
go.
it. They recover bodies.
Yes, I can live with that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just going to tell you that Russian propagandists were casually discussing on state TV last night whether or not Russia should bother to take all of Ukraine or just leave Western Ukraine out. However, one thing was worth noting, that none of these people looked very happy. In fact, Skabieva herself looked absolutely fuming the whole time. And these guys are talking about we need to make our goals realistic. Ukraine cannot be completely consumed, but we need to do everything so it ceases to be such a revanchist state. It will be saved because of the high level of opposition. There are, in fact, staunch opponents of Russia inside Ukraine. And they go by regions. So Western Ukraine, they are definitely against us. And I think we should be against including Western Ukraine in our plans in the future. Even in Tsarist Russia, they criticised this plan. Did they now? The Minister of Internal Affairs wrote to the Tsar, warning him against making certain claims, an equivalent of letting a Trojan horse into our empire. But due to his own reasons, Stalin made decisions, and we pushed our borders first to the west. But after the war, we were fighting with Western Ukraine until the mid-1950s. Well, there you go. It's Ukrainians for you. So, anyway, they're saying that peace was always wishful thinking because they've always been total enemies. I thought they were brothers, Prince. I don't know. They change their mind about these things all the time, don't they? Bonkers. Morning, Charlie. Welcome up.
Hey, good evening here in New York. As always, want to say thank you for everything you all do at MriyaReport. It's funny, I thought that my Twitter feed and everything would be all ablaze about the vote on removing Hungary's voting rights today, but I haven't seen a ton about it. And I'm just curious if you or anyone on the panel had an update. I saw he was trying to wiggle out of it and say, okay, well, we'll let this year's thing go, but would presumably be a problem every other thing. But I know Slovakia was threatening to veto it, but I was just curious if today was going to be a celebration day on that front. Cheers.
Well, fingers crossed, eh? So this Article 7.2 is a bit of a train hurtling down the tracks, because even if Orban was to make agreements on the money, now what's happened is, the Slovakian chap, can't Fico, whatever he wants to call himself these days, he has said, well, actually, I truly believe that Hungary's made a great idea here, and that we review it every year, so we've got chances to block it every year, you know, faff around and ask for more money for ourselves and so on. He thinks that's a great idea. Of course he does. However, it's not the point. Hungary could just agree right now. Oh, actually, right, we totally agree. We're totally on your side. No problem. It's not going to stop the Article 7 decision, because that is based purely on the fact that Hungary have, since joining the EU, taken some steps back in what you would consider to be values and requirements for being in the EU. So they've cracked down on like freedom of journalism, and so basically freedom of speech, and basically they put in this rule that I think it's pretty much the same as they've done in Georgia, that basically if you say things about the state that the state don't like, they can declare you somebody who's working against them. What do you call it? An enemy of the state or something like that. And so you know, it makes it very difficult then for journalists to actually report on any wrongdoings by their government, because they'll end up in prison for rubbish. So yeah, that they've actually taken some big steps back with their changes that they've made it within Hungary. And if they were to try and join the EU today, they wouldn't be able to, because they're nowhere near the standard that would be expected. I mean, look at all the things that Ukraine's doing, you know, putting in laws and, changing the way they do things in order to be more transparent, rooting out corruption, just making all sorts of changes to be eligible for the EU. Yet Hungary, well, Hungary's in a worse state, really. They've taken steps back. So the main point of it is they can't fix those problems right now. And that's why the Article 7 is being brought against them, mainly for effing around. But the finding out phase is purely because of their own actions at home, and nothing really to do with the decisions or the troubles that they're causing. But obviously it will have a knock-on effect. But yeah, they've shown themselves to be the black sheep, and they have these rules and regulations for this very reason. So yeah, there's nothing he can do, I don't think. Even if he was to throw his hands up and say, I surrender, it can go through. He's still got the same problem that Article 7 is not really about that. So I think he's a bit stuffed. Hopefully we'll hear about that today anyway. David, did you have something you wanted to add to this?
Yeah, I had 3 points. So the Fica is how you pronounce the Slovakian guy's name. It's like Fica too big. Fica. So the C in Slovak, Czech, Polish, it's a sound. Just a stupid point there. The main thing is Hungary being so there's a whole paper about this. So Ukraine is much better prepared to be a European Union member than a lot of the members that are already joined. And there's a paper called Outlier or Not. I'll send it to you, so maybe you can put it up in the desk in case anyone's interested. I'll put it in the purple pill. but there's a whole report about it and how well Ukraine is prepared, and indeed it's in a better state than Hungary was when it joined, and Hungary is now, arguably. Now, the other thing was exhumation. So exhumation, humus is, I don't know whether it's a Greek root or a Latin root, but it's one of the two. And the hum bit refers to soil. So I don't know what coming out of water is, but it would be, that's what it would be. But basically, you're right. It would be recovery, is what you'd say, right? I think there wouldn't be an X term, because they wouldn't be kind of buried, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, they were the three things that I had for the time being. And morning, everyone. Thanks for the space. And I'll be sitting here for a while now.
Cheers, my dear. Charlie.
Do you have any sense if so? I was trying to piece through kind of the process of how it would go today, and I gathered that it sounded like at one point in the process it required a unanimous vote, so that Slovakia could wrongfully block it. Is that your sense? It was a little bit confusing. I was well, so I could be wrong.
They only require a majority for this. I think it's like 4/5 or something like that. So one person could not block
That's
it.
amazing. All right, thank you. I'll drop down. Cheers.
No problem. Happy to help. Now then, I'm just having a little look at some other things which have been going boom overnight. So explosions rang out in Podolsk and Bryansk near Moscow. They are talking about an attack by drones and missiles on the night of January the 18th. They were extremely restless. There were explosions. Local authorities assured that air defense was working on a drone that was flying towards Moscow. In Bryansk, it was reported that anti-air equipment destroyed 2 Tochka-U missiles and 3 UAVs. Now, obviously, we don't know about the Tochka-U missiles. However, it is fun to know that they're having a really hard night. So the St. Petersburg oil terminal does look to have been hit. Yeah, big flash in the air there. There was also wreckage that fell on the seaport, and a fire appears to have broken out at that location. Oh no. So yeah, that looks like there's going to be fun. The all clear has been given about 30 minutes ago in Ukraine, by the way. So a school in Novosibirsk has suddenly burst into flames just as lessons got underway this morning, and has had to be evacuated. Oh dear, one person died in the fire at the school, a security guard. Journalists pictured weapons brought outside from the burning school, and it is said that there were guards conducting welding inside, although, well, weapons. Just looking. I don't know. I don't see any weapons personally. However, that seems interesting. Come on.
I wonder if Atesh was welding some stuff there.
You never know. David, go ahead.
Oh gosh, I think I've forgotten what I was going to say. I'll put my hand back up in a sec when I remember. Sorry.
Fair enough. That happens to the best of us. It happens to me quite a lot as well. Now, unfortunately, they were indeed attacking the Kharkiv region again last night. S-300 missiles have killed 1 woman, and the number injured has increased to 3. First photographs have been released of the attack site, and I'll be honest, this building is completely leveled apart from one little corner of it. So no wonder anybody in there was killed. Bloody typical of them. Again, S300s, you know, the kind of thing that you haven't got hardly any time to do anything about. So it's a bit of a shame. Now then, I have a few bits and bobs. Oh, my stomach started growling. That's nice. The last air raid only lasted about half an hour, by the way. So it does look as though there was it was just a flyby. So there's too many funny things in my feed today. Yes, this is something I wanted to mention.
Mockers.
Go on.
You have hands.
Oh, hello everyone. Hi. I got to Wardago first because he's Ukrainian. Hi, Wardago.
Hi, everybody. I think David been raising the hand first. Probably is going to contribute to the same topic because I was going to say something different.
Okie dokie. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, so sorry about that. We'll make it quick. It was just a comment on the Article 7 situation. So, you know, excluding, let's say, Slovakia and Hungary from the decision processes within the European Union, you know, it's quite a big deal because there isn't really a way of doing that. And we saw that Schultz kind of excluded Hungary by sending him out for a coffee. Apparently in the last meeting. So in a lot of ways we're seeing kind of the European Union making up the rules as it goes along here because it's a situation which no one has really faced, and we're lucky in a lot of ways that, you know, we've got this strong branch of the European Union now on the eastern flank, and we've also got Ursula von der Leyen, who I think is generally a representative of the general population in Germany, funnily enough. I mean, she's in a strong position now, and she's also been very, as Benjamin Tallis would call it, neo-idealistic. So she's definitely one of these people like Kaja Kallas and Zelensky himself, who see a European idea and the inclusion of Ukraine in the European Union and NATO as part of that way of looking at the world. And so having her at the helm of the European Union is a big strength here. So I think what we'll see is with the budget moving forward, you know, we've just seen some creative ways of getting around the issue. And I think, Mark, as you were saying yesterday, that there's this idea that the part of the financing that was going to be released directly from the European Union has basically been handed back to some of the member states for them to issue peer on peer, if you like. So from let's say Estonia, Lithuania, or Poland, basically what they've done is they've given them back some of the money that they've paid into the budget and allowed them then to transfer the money out. So we're seeing a lot of creative ways around these things, but you know, the direction of travel really is one where there'll be increasing sanction against countries like Hungary within the European Union. The formal mechanisms for that are things that are being worked out kind of as we speak and as we look. So it's pretty interesting from that perspective. You've got kind of history being made up as we watch it.
That is absolutely true. Kevin, do you want to come in on this before I go to Wardago?
Well, I was going to change the subject a little, if that's okay.
Okay, well, I'll go to Wardago first then, if that's all right. Wardago,
no problem.
Thank you so much. And I really, when I see the things that you've been mentioning, I really track that the mechanisms of democracy becoming how to call it, being capable of self-defense and being capable adapting being more survival through the challenge of autocracies. And that's important because I always said that, you know, where Russia have learned its tricks, somebody has been doing lectures, right? And I truly believe that through that challenge, the democracy will evolve, it will get stronger, same as with any disease. And there is even a proverb for that: what doesn't kill you make you stronger, right? We're still being afraid of that disease being capable to kill us. I mean, figuratively and literally. But there is a chance that it will bring the evolution that will make us stronger, survivable to such challenge are doing. And I'm really prepared through the example of Ukraine start really seeing what's happening wrong and what's happening right. I mean, to a certain extent, using Ukraine as a prism to understand, like, Hungary is behaving like a moron, right? Slovakia does something that probably deserves a certain reaction, and many things are being pursued through the attitude of different countries to a different problem. And I'm really glad that my country, unfortunately, under the existential threat, does a lot of what is considered to be right. There are still a lot of things to do, and like is not. It would be far from reality if I say that we are already there. There are a lot of things. Yesterday, for instance, I've been telling our dear listeners about the local firearm legislation for the local civil arms regulation. Like, and yesterday I did the long read about it just to sum up all my thoughts and all the history of that issue, or I would call it even a challenge, because if Ukraine manages that challenge wisely and in proper manner, that would be a very good example, not only for Ukraine but for many. Because, you know, when we speak about the firearms, many fellows are like, "Oh wow, arms are bad, and only criminals are owning the firearms." But in fact, criminals will always have the firearms, and that's why they are called outlaws, because every law that is designed is not concerning them. They are outlaws. They are outside the law that is designed. And you know, for a country like Ukraine that is at war, having here the different models I would be using as just an example, because you cannot just copy paste one country's experience, because it just simply being formulated through the course of different events happening and different life examples. But like saying, for instance, like Swiss model of firearms being not the right but being the duty, that is very determining factor with many countries who set firearms as a right, and that right sometimes is over exaggerated, and then the democracy has to put its hands on trying to monopolize the attitude to the firearms and so on. But what I'm saying, that armed society that Ukraine is unavoidable leading to is already there, but just a little bit in, how to call it, in undefined manner. Because since Ukraine has gotten independence for more than 25 years. In Constitution, there was always said that the right to own some certain right of ownership and right of uh, right of uh, right how to, I don't remember the right wording because I remember it in Ukrainian, but I don't remember it like by heart in English. But the main law is says that the that the rights to own certain things needs options are only possible uh, only by law, and that's an important thing because for the moment, for like 20 years, more than even 25 years, there was kind of the legislational transition from the Soviet Union that was like let being away for more than 25 years, being kind of the transition state. I've just retweeted my yesterday post about the civil firearms in Ukraine, and actually you can imagine that Ukraine is a country at war that has no civil firearms law that would regulate the Ukrainian firearms. I mean, you can imagine being like having some little bit of experience in legislation or just simply knowing your rights, that what is not limited, what is not prohibited means it is allowed. That's the golden rule, right? Mm, but in fact, Ukraine as a society, since many years, like uh, having the having this problem for a long time, that the issue of legal regulation of civil firearm in Ukraine, that it was not moving from that point. Ukraine just said, okay, we don't have a law that the constitution says that it needs to be regulated by the law, but we have the firearms. I mean, we have we had, as per the small arms survey in Ukraine, there was something like 3 million firearms. 2018 has been showing already 4.4 million firearms, and with the war breaking out, full-scale war 2022, I believe nobody can even measure, but you can easily multiply that number by 5. And Ukrainians said, well, we don't have the law, but we have the firearms. Let's stick at least to something that can be used as a rule to uh, to set some rules and to regulate the process. And Ukrainians have chosen to follow the internal police instruction that is designed for police, actually the Ministry of Internal Affairs, that's saying like how police should be behaving, like the firearms should be. And there is a small clause like what's foreseen, how the local how the citizens should be behaving based on the law with their firearms. And they said, oh wow, at least this here is mentioned how the citizens should be behaving with the firearms. Unless we have the law, and we will have one day, let's follow that police instruction, and let's imagine that's the law. You can imagine the level of Ukraine society just simply not being like, wild filled, doing whatever they want. But even in that situation, coming to a point like, okay, credit to our representatives who are not capable for 20 years to design the proper law that would be determining the rights, like limitations plus the process and procedure, and will boost that industry. Why? Because when everything is regulated by the police instruction, obviously is like has its own certain limitations for production, the farm production, to build the firing, to training range where people are trained to use the firearms. I mean, it has a lot of limitations, and for so many years there were a lot of discussions related to that point. And like Ukraine, through the course of its recent history of independence and young democracy, have proven so many times that despite millions of firearms that people own, like old grandpa shotguns, modern AR-15 rifles, AKs. In Ukraine, based on this police instruction, you can actually go to the firearm store and you can buy a Barrett 50 BMG rifle for hunting. 50 BMG rifle for hunting. Whom you are going to hunt? Ask you the storeman, and you're like, you know what? There are some bastards who call themselves Green Man. Most probably, I'm going to hunt them. And that's how the current regulation works. That was as a compromise agreed, like the society agreed to follow. And of course, every joke is a joke, but only a part of the joke is joking that joke. And that's an interesting thing, because having all of these firearms, including the 50 BMG rifles, Ukraine society went through two revolutions, peaceful revolutions from the protester side, having the Orange Revolution and people coming to the streets to protest the election fraud, and no shots were fired. Millions of firearms were in Ukrainian hands, no shots fired. The Revolution of Dignity of 2013, Maidan 2014, was the revolution where the first shots fired were fired by the Riot police, launching the grenades at the protesters. And I remember duct taping those grenades with a certain nuts and certain metal objects to do more harm to the protesters. That was still the peaceful protest that led to a mass shooting on the main streets of Kiev, where the mass shooting being conducted by a Riot police and the hired, paid bandits, criminals, paid by the government. We have since that time the term that is called Titushko, by the name of Vadim Titushko, who was a sportsman and whose service of a criminal bandit oppression was hired by the government in order to take part in the protests. And from that moment, we have Titushka as rather a name for someone who is like bandit or like sportsman hired for some paid job. Let's call it this way. So I see Chris have raised the hand. I propose we go for a question and then we follow on. Okay.
Sure. Chris, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, War Doggo. Hugs and love. Now, yes, actually, interesting, War Doggo. I'm very glad you came up and talked about this, right? Because I was just sorry, one of the Malamutes is messing around in the background, but because I put out the fundraiser to my LinkedIn and Substack, and I will do it to my email list as well soon, right? But I've also put out your long tweet about that you've just been discussing about the arms, as you know, with your permission, to my newsletter base as well. So that's already out, War Doggo, with the fundraiser attached to it as well. And so obviously I had to basically copy and paste all of your tweets into a one long story and that. So I hope it's all right. But I did find it very fascinating, right? Particularly because, as you all know by now, my brother-in-law is an international arms dealer. That's a slight exaggeration, but he does have many very interesting guns. He's not an international arms dealer. He's a very regulated arms stockist. But now, for me, War Doggo, for me, I think I would be saying that not that it's up to me to impose things on Ukrainians, right? But I would be saying every Ukrainian household ought to have a gun or something, at least, preferably a rocket launcher as well. So I remember Mock has brought that up. The guy with the rocket launcher in his RPG in his closet or whatever, right? But yeah, I personally think every Ukrainian family should have that. Every family, basically should be trained. And I'd say that for basically all of the border countries to the Russians, right? Because to me, actually, Mockers, you brought up the fact that the Swiss have basically are all armed, and I think probably trained as well, Mockers. So yeah, because to me that is like a massive deterrent to any aggressor like Russia, if they realise that the whole population is armed and trained. Well, that's going to make them think twice about invading, isn't it? Right. So that's just my opinion on that, War Doggo. I mean, obviously, particularly at the minute, I would say, well, at the minute, in these times, I would say every Ukrainian household should have arms and trained people in it. What's it? The other thing it's just escaping me that I did find quite fascinating about this. No, it's gone, and I see you've got your hand up, War Doggo, so it'll perhaps come back to me in a minute.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for helping to spread this info. Because why I'm sharing this info with everybody, because it's one of the hot discussion topics these days in Ukraine, and I will explain you why it is so in a moment. But starting here by saying that Ukraine with 2 revolutions have already proven, despite having millions of firearms in Ukrainian hands, even without a proper law regulating the relations with the firearms, are capable not to get in troubles related with the firearms. And 2 revolutions, peaceful revolutions from the protester side, peaceful protests, were already proving as has to the state where we can adultly, from the adult matter standpoint, discuss that and demand moreover certain things from our representatives. What is interesting here, because the criminal code says, like one of the articles of the criminal code says, that storing, using, carrying the firearm, except of the smoothbore shotguns, firearms, without a specifically designed law. And here it says the direct word law is a subject of criminal responsibility. And many people even accept the court decisions saying that they have violated the law, in fact, where the law does not exist. And that is why many people are highlighting, and me being part before the full scale, before the war that has broke out in 2014, being part of local Ukrainian and European IPSC, and being IPSC community, the International Practical Shooting Community, and highlighting that that's a little bit of a trouble that one day government can get with without having a proper law, as the constitution says, and even despite of all the positive things that the society have proven, first, to be grown enough not to get in trouble with the firearms. But the second thing is we are requiring and demanding a lot from our local representatives, the proper regulation, official regulation called law, that would be stimulating the duty to be armed. And that's the duty that not only Ukraine will benefit from, because we are asking a lot for Patriots, Javelins, F-16s, a lot, pretty much everything, because Ukraine is in need. But in fact, we have to do also something that would probably, I would not speculate on this, but this is my personal opinion and my personal belief, that back in 2013, having millions of firearms didn't stop Russia from making the aggression. Then if there would be hundreds of millions of firearms officially regulated and being part of the duty, would make an aggressor think twice, as Chris rightly mentioned. Not mentioning that the proper firearm regulation is also a great stimulation for the economy, because apart of only like weapon sales, weapon taxation, and like civil relations with the firearms that is licensed.
Apologies, that was me. I just muted everybody. Carry on, Wardago.
No worries, no worries, no worries. It's okay. Despite the fact that that is economically profitable for the country, it also stimulates the armed society plus industries that are immediately following this kind of the market in order to start producing the firearms, producing the ammunition, all of that related around the firearm community. And one day, being in Switzerland, by the way, and being on the festival where people are drinking the beer, and that festival was the firearm festival, and I was like, oh wow, guys, you're a little bit outside of my understanding of don't mix guns and alcohol. Like, how that works for you? They said, no worries, we are drinking and having the firearms. On the party, we just don't have ammo. That's it. And I was like, oh, that's easy, right? The next thing is just to say, hey, don't shoot each other. that's how it works in the society like Switzerland. They can drink and have the firearms, but they're smart enough not to have an ammo and that party, right? And that's the story. Someone would be saying, oh, now in MriyaReport they start advocating weapons. Come on, and I see already all of these screenshots going in the internet, and like MriyaReport become a drug dealer, become not drug dealer, the drug dealer, not the weapon dealer. Apologize, but it's
Hey,
somehow.
how do you know what I do at the weekend, Raw Doggo? Sorry,
Yeah?
just I said, how on earth do you know what I do at the weekend? Hey, I'm joking. Carry on.
Exactly. But it's, well, you know, and what is important? Why I'm telling you all of this story? Because when Ukraine for like more than 20 years been asking, hey, there is a trouble, and the war started, Ukraine being saying, hey, you know what? We can stimulate the local self-defense. We can build a Swiss model in Ukraine, Israel model in Ukraine, and all of that around. These days in Ukrainian committees, there is the law that is being designed. And guess what? They try to take the firearms rather not to bring the firearms. And the whole community, not even people who are related to firearms, but like regular people, bloggers, like opinion makers, they are like, what? are you are you okay? Let me touch your forehead. Is that okay? You're feeling good? Because like in a country that is at war, you're designing a law that is actually bringing in restrictions. That is like, but this is very adult discussion. Let's call it this way, because I was giving you this snapshot of Ukraine's history with the firearms and giving you an example of two revolutions that were peacefully held by the protesters despite millions of firearms in their hands, just to tell you how what kind of the boost have been uh, experiencing the Ukrainian society and how far the local representatives are in understanding what is the war reality, what Ukraine actually needs, and how not only Ukraine but many countries that are bordering Ukraine. By the way, some countries like Czech Republic, they have despite the certain manipulative opinion of different representatives. They even set in their main law the right and duty of citizen related to the firearms. And you know what? That was exactly the Ministry of Internal Affairs analogy in Ukraine, like the police saying, hey, we cannot put policemen in front of every citizen to protect him. That's simply manipulation to get the budget would be from our side. That's not how it works. That's why, dear citizens, you have right and you have duty to protect yourself, your dignity, your property, and that's the part of the civil rights. And that's something that Ukraine is still on the way to understand, and the society is bringing that to the representative heads. So far, they are not there, but we are like this locomotive uh, pulling these guys to a proper understanding of the reality and understanding that there is a war when they're happening. And like, even if such countries as Israel is not an example, that Israel is very weaponized society for very known reasons, and I believe I don't have to explain you why. And the recent example that even in some areas where there were some troubles with the firearms, and I've been like chatting with some friends from there, and they were explaining the whole like devil that is always in the details. The local, let's call them, like for the analogy, sheriffs, were responsible to hold the these uh, rifles or weapons in a certain storage areas available for civilians. There were some thefts uh, of weapons, and the government started taking out the weapons from some different locations where the weapons were previously stored for civilians access to that weapons. And as you know, Israel is a country where everybody serves in military and everybody has the military experience. And exactly in those areas, unfortunately, where firearms were not available for the civilians, the most horrible things of the terrorist attacks being happening. That's another example, unfortunately, that when good guy does not have the access to the firearm, the bad guy have the possibility to materialize his bad intentions. And unfortunately, the bad guy is capable to do the bad things during the time while the good guy is running for his rifle, and closer his rifle or his pistol or his civil register is responsible for every bullet that leaves the barrel of that firearm. The shorter that time is, the better it is. That's reality of Ukraine, and that's the history is giving us a horrible example to compare with, analyze, and to get to a very proper local legislation that would be stimulating local firearm industries. We've got, by the way, the producer that is called Zbroyar in Ukrainian. Those are the beautiful AR-15s that are produced in Ukraine, and they do a lot of production now for army, but like is rather an exception than a rule. But we are speaking about the legislation that would first be part of the main law that would say Ukraine has rights, but also the duty, because it's mainly to be balanced between rights and duties, in order to have the tool to defend themselves and using it as a preventive measure for an enemy anywhere in the future to have a thought to attack Ukraine and doing the genocide that they are doing these days. They are doing the genocide because for them was very attractive and weak. That is exactly what Ukraine should be considering in Ukraine's future, not to be the victim, but to be strong border between autocracy, Russia, horror, murder, violence, and the civilized part of the world, literally on the ground, figuratively in the mindset. That's the reality, and that is why there are a lot of hot topic discussions are now held in Ukraine with trying to bring our legislators back to mind, explaining that if we had properly regulated firearm that is stimulating the society to be weaponized, having this crazy neighbor on the east and the north, we could be totally in a different state. And analyzing own mistake and recognizing own mistake, that's a good way to get better. Thanks. Sorry for this very long monologue. I know that firearms are scary and not everybody likes the topic of the firearms. That's Ukraine reality, and try to protect yourself not having firearm in your hand when the Russian is knocking your door. That's the reality. Unfortunately, we were not asked. We didn't want to live in that reality. As soon as you hear that, I would like to remind about our fundraiser for Andriy. By the way, there is a Spotify already. I have where there is the equipment fundraiser. I put also the link to the Spotify. I believe MriyaReport will also publish. If not yet, maybe I didn't see. There is already a Spotify for our recent discussion with Andriy, where he explains why the jammers, why this electronic warfare equipment is very important for him, for his team, for the whole brigade, 18th brigade that are fighting on the front lines. Why it's the equipment that literally, as he said, is capable to save 15 Ukrainian soldiers' lives per day. That's simple and that's important. That's how it is important. I believe if all goes well this Sunday, somewhere in the evening again, when Andriy will have some time, he will also come up to the space telling his thoughts and explaining the things that are happening over there, because the things in reality are very tough. Maybe not many would be telling you this, but that's the reality, unfortunately, and that's where we are. Thanks. Please contribute to the fundraiser. If you cannot, no worries. Just help us to spread the word about it. Make other who can participate that in any manner, retweeting and sharing the word about Ukraine. Thank you so much. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Wardago. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, Mockers. Yeah, actually, Wardago, you did remind me when you were speaking there of the other thing that I was going to say, and that was the fact that, you know, I always talk about how Sean Penn, you know, suggested that we all watch Winter on Fire, and that would tell us all we needed to know about Ukrainians and about Russians' chances of success in subduing Ukraine, right? And indeed, Wardago, I often say when I'm talking about that, I say, well, you know, one of the things that surprised me the most was the fact that Ukrainians peacefully made that demonstration, as you pointed out, peacefully made that demonstration, even in the face of, you know, basically Russian-backed forces using sniper rifles and God knows what else. But then Wardago, when you add to that something that you might have guessed, but on the other hand, you might not have guessed, right? When you add to that the fact that the Ukrainian civilians that were in Maidan could easily have gone back to their houses and picked up loads of weapons and then turned up back on the Maidan Square. When you think about it like that, and you think about the restraint and the tolerance of the Ukrainian people, right? It is astounding to me, right? Absolutely astounding, Wardago, because I can tell you now that if I knew that I had a gun back in my house and I was on Maidan Square and somebody was shooting at me, I'd be back in my house. I'd be getting my gun and I'd be shooting back, right? Definitely, right? So I just think it's an extraordinary point that you're making there, if you like, that they could have easily had an armed revolution, but they didn't. They just had a peaceful revolution where I believe I'm right in saying, Wardago, the heavenly 100 were killed whilst being super brave, basically. So, yeah, absolutely incredible. And I do 100% think, you know, I mean, you know, when you're next to Russia, or as you pointed out, when Israel is next to Hamas and all the rest of it, you cannot afford to sleep, and you must have this level of resistance built into the society when you're on the Russian border. So I, you know, like, again, far be it for me to tell Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland what they should do. Well, Finland already do it, don't they, Wardago? But, you know, basically everybody needs to be armed when you've got a neighbor like Russia. And also, I think a point that you made as well was that each sort of like community needs its organized territorial army or territorial military or whatever, you know. And I note, Wardago, there was a story that I was reading about, you know, one of the kibbutzes that got invaded by Hamas, but there was a lady there who was the local organizer who organized her team if you like, to defend the kibbutz, and all of the terrorist Hamas were killed instead before they got anywhere near the kibbutz. So yes, so I truly think, Wardogo, that if Russians know that to advance any further from where they are, they're going to meet a fully armed and trained population, that is going to make them think again, alongside the other things, as you say, that we do as nations to support Ukraine and the stuff that we supply them. That in itself would be a big deterrent to go any further.
Another element to understand all the nonsense of the situation, trying to restrict the firearms and create like the law that is actually currently in the committees being like very hot discussed. Like imagine a situation that in a course of war, with all of the trophies that are available after the Russians, like as you rightly said, somebody has on his under his roof the RPG, somebody has the BTR, Russian BTR in his garage, just for sake of, you never know, and like scouting YouTube how to drive how to drive a tank for a friend, of course. There are the representatives who tell you that your right and duty for small firearms should be restricted. How close to reality is that would be, right? I mean, to a certain moment, you need to come to the society and buy out all of the Russian trophies that everybody has on his roofs, in his gardens, and watering with oil the 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 the, the place with flowers in front of your house, just for a reason, because you like to fire to water with oil the ground from time to time. uh, they would have to buy out all of that, because you cannot force by measure someone to bring you something that you already own, and the law does not regulate that. And that's the reality, just all of the nonsense of what's happening in legislators mind, in some sense, and how far they are from the war reality in Ukraine, in order to understand how advanced is the society versus the guys who pretend that they represent the society in certain subjects. And to correct that is very simple. Just listen to the experts. Just make the people voice heard, rather than blindly doing the stupid things that you cannot do the same that you already tried for a long time and expect that something different will come from that. Thanks.
Thank you, Wardogo. Basic, welcome up.
Thank you, and I'm really excited, Wardogo, that you actually have a question for you. This video of the Ukrainian Bradleys just destroying this Russian T-90M tank. I don't know if you've seen it or it's been going around on Twitter, but it's pretty big. I was wondering, what are Ukrainians like? We hear the West, and our media kind of going off on the Bradleys, but what do Ukrainian media say about Bradleys? Do they even talk about that? Like, do Ukrainians know that it's a thing, or what's their opinion inside the country? And my second question to you is, other than the Bradleys, what's another weapon system that Ukraine wishes to have? I mean, more of, or they love and they want more of it, or they just you know what I mean? If that makes any sense to you.
Yes, of course. If you imagine the voice of the dictator who is making the nature nature program, here you can observe the Bradleys that are going through their natural environment and doing something that they were actually created for, smashing the T90s, this little the boy in the trousers, in the underwear, like in the Russian propaganda, you remember the boy in the underwear, poor T90 boy in the underwear. Actually, we treated that was actually created for that, and that is actually doing that. That's why we need more of that and more of that, of those things that were created to smash the Russian technologies, tanks, rockets, Russians, and whatever, because they played the classical FAFO paradigm, and they have to know the second part of FO. Thank you. I hope I answer your question.
Seems so. Thank you very much. Decoding, welcome up.
Hi there. Hi there. Thank you to Mockers and Ming for being there, and War Doggo. In 2018, I met an assistant regional police, the regional police in Ukraine, who are organized in Oblast, and I met one of the assistant top guys, and I met him with my Russian colleague, who was probably from the FSB. And as some of you know, I worked for a diplomatic organization in which Russians worked in Ukraine. And the purpose of the meeting was to talk about a weapons amnesty that was then ongoing in Ukraine. There's periodic weapons amnesties. And this the police chief, deputy police chief, looked very straight at my Russian colleague's eyes when he was asked the question, so do you think you'll get many weapons in this weapons amnesty? And he looked straight at my Russian colleague's eyes and he said, no. And so then we asked, well, why is that? He said, well, if you knew your neighbor next door was going to invade you, would you give up your weapons? And so I love Chris's optimism that the Russians would be deterred, because I was in the room when the Russians security establishment was told, and that wasn't the only kind of equation. This is just very specifically about weapons amnesties. When they knew what kind of welcome they were going to get, and yet they still did it. And there's this English journalist called Mark Galeotti, who, like many Russia experts who have dined out and done, and Galeotti used to work for the English security services as well, and probably still does. Like many Russia experts, they have now rejigged themselves to run themselves as Ukraine experts. But Galeotti in particular, and there's many of them, but then there's other people like our friend Jonathan Fink, or like Jade McGlynn and Luke Harding, and there's many other Russia experts who now one doesn't doubt they see Ukraine as Ukraine and Ukrainians as Ukrainians, whereas Galeotti and others see Ukraine through their Russia spectacles, and in their minds there's still no difference between Ukrainians and Russians. They're just on the make and exploiting Ukraine to make money, and unfortunately they keep on being paid vast amounts of money by editors, but also by international organizations to give of their so-called expertise on Ukraine. And Galeotti and his wife wrote a report on gun ownership in Ukraine after the war, and it probably fed in to this legislation that War Doggo was mentioning, and it was hopelessly naive. And I tried to engage with them because I had significant experience of speaking, like not just on that occasion, to senior police officers and others about gun ownership and hunting clubs and what have you in Ukraine, in eastern Ukraine, between 2015 and 2022. And the sentiment expressed shared among them all. And Galliotti and his thesis of this report, after the war is over, there's going to be a problem with gun ownership in Ukraine because there's going to be loads of demobilized people and they're going to want to shoot. War dog is out. This war will never end. Ukraine will, the only guarantee that Ukraine needs and will have is that they are ready, like the Finns, like the Israelis, instantly to punish the Russians, and that will be done along the lines of things. So just this hopeless attempt, and who knows how much money he and his wife got paid to do this report, tens of thousands of pounds or whatever. And the refusal to engage on it and with an expert, which I am in this sense, because not very many people have the expertise I had and talked to these people. So it would surprise me if, in the end, legislators in the Verkhovna Rada would pass such legislation reflecting this unreality. Because, so for instance, with this deputy police chief, he also put in the meeting, and he said, you know, I was
Hold
at
on
the
real quick.
Maidan.
You're breaking a wee bit. Do you,
Oh,
do you
am I?
need to go
Can
and
you hear me now?
stand different location? Bit
Okay.
better.
I'm going on to Wi-Fi. Can you hear me better a bit now, maybe?
Much.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. So this in the same meeting, this deputy police chief said to us, me and my Russian colleague, but mainly to them, you know, I was on the Maidan in February 2014, and of course, my immediate assumption was that he was on the side of the police. And he said, you know, and I had how did he put it? Like a minivan, like a bus, like a minibus full of weapons at the Maidan in 2014. This is him speaking, and I was persuaded to give these up after the Maidan. And again, looking straight at my Russian colleague, he said, "You know, I'm not so sure that was the right idea." So I think this is like counterbalance to, in case people think that Ukrainians were naive or did not expect the full-scale invasion. They did. Elected leaders, police leaders, all expected it. Then, of course, there's a question of how much preparations they can do and the actual timing. I found out later that this particular police chief who had been who'd got their job after the Maidan, and as part of these great reforms which were done of the regional police as well as the patrol police after 2014. So he represented the perspective of the demonstrators, not the perspective of the Yanukovych regime. And as we know now, as a fact, snipers, actual Russian snipers, directed by Surkov and Gerasimov, who was in, as far as we know, he was in Kyiv in February 2014. They were shooting at both sides. So these Russian snipers were shooting at the Ukrainian traitors that they are and were and remain, at their security forces, and they were shooting at the demonstrators. So it was so that's the kind of the meta level of what was going on in the Maidan to try and cause chaos. Yeah, that's my my input out.
No, thank you very much for decoding. Yeah, well, I fully understand how the Ukrainian people would not want to give up firearms. Now, you know, people can have firearms regularly in society and not go around murdering one another for no good reason. You know, I think the Swiss have proved that to us quite clearly. You know, they go and they have weapons training every so often. I know a couple of guys who live in Switzerland and, you know, they are trained, they have guns in their homes. They're not just lying around, they have to be kept in a secure location. And most homes you will find already have a secure location for a weapon built in. And you know, the guy, while I was visiting one time, he took the gun out and he cleaned it, just to show that, you know, this is what we're trained to do. We have the firearms, we are responsible for them, so we must look after them and we must make sure they're continuously in good working order. We go down the range with them once every whatever, and you know, we have an instructor from the armed forces who makes sure that we're not treating them badly, checks them over, makes sure nothing's broken or anything like that. And then we get to bring them home again because it's our weapon and we should be familiar with it in case we ever need to use it. And he said, this is just something that we live with. It's, you know, I suppose a bit of a holdover, but it ensures that we never feel like we would be invaded because we're all armed, we're all ready, we're all trained. And, you know, a little bit of naivety there, I suppose, because, you know, there was an awful lot of, shall we say, ammunition and weapons wandering around Ukraine prior to being invaded. And it's a good thing there was, but not necessarily being done previously in the structured way, the very structured way that the Swiss deal with it. And so, you know, it's possible. It's possible to have firearms in your society and not have any major accidents. Don't hear about the Swiss having any crazy shootings recently. But yeah, they all have guns, and yet you talk to them, they're all totally mild-mannered. Very chilled out, the Swiss. I've noticed that. Decoding, go ahead.
There's another dimension to this, and you know, worries about paramilitary forces or whatever. And War Dog will probably know what I'm talking about here. Is basically each leader in each city council in Ukraine developed their own kind of paramilitary force called Municipal Varta. And I spent a lot of time meeting them, talking to them about it, and again, we're quite suspicious of this, and rightly so, because some of them were doing some dodgy things. And often, when I met a municipality, the leader in municipality, and I said, "Well, why do you need this kind of private security force?" They would explain, well, in a very diplomatic way, basically, we personally can't, from a professional point of view, can't rely on the local police. And then obviously there is another side to this, which is these were used as an enforcer. You know, they protected the municipality, the building when you went in and took your security badge, but they then also became embroiled. I mean, the whole thing is a bit of a mess. But what did happen in Kherson when the real police, because they were corrupted, disappeared after the full-scale invasion, you know, within hours of it, just left. The mayor of Kherson, who's been unlawfully held in Russia as we speak, and he only had this municipal Varta to rely on. And then another dimension to it, which again, Mordogo probably, and anyone who's been to Ukraine will recognize, in that that there are these kind of private security companies, many of whom were connected to many oligarchs in particular areas, and you would often see them at particular parts of a city. Basically, they'd be there all night, and individual householders and business people would pay a fee to these people, and they would protect their premises kind of remotely. You know, they'd be ready. They'd be located strategically on a hill in a quarter of a city, and then if anything happened within that quarter, they were on it, and you as a householder or they would pay. But then we found out afterwards that this guy Andrei Derkach, whose father was the head of the SBU, the Ukrainian KGB internal security service under under Yanukovych, sorry, not under Yanukovych, actually, in the late 80s, late 90s rather. But Derkach himself, who is an indicted and wanted under arrest in America, he was the former lawmaker, and in Ukraine, and he is the person who launched the entire Hunter Biden troll with an article in the Hill newspaper in DC, and is a Russian agent and indicted, and I think he's convicted of treason in Ukraine now. He, it turned out, ran one of these companies on behalf of Russia, and the model of the occupation was he would have these. I think the number is something like 5,000 of them around in different cities in Ukraine, and that they would rise up on the moment of the occupation. They'd secure certain properties, but they like everything else, they completely failed. As far as I know, they ran away. Maybe War Doggo knows something about this. Now, generally speaking, they weren't armed. But then there is this other law, which I, as a foreigner, found extremely strange in Ukraine. But I think it's from Soviet times, where basically any group of people could they would become designated as I can't remember the exact term. And so, for instance, there was an environmental organization in one city I worked in, and they had got this designation. And this meant that they could arrest people, they could detain people, and they had the right to use weapons on certain circumstances, and they could act on behalf of the authorities to exercise justice. And so this is part of, and as we know, actually, that the entire Euromaidan and Revolution of Dignity and the holding the Russians back for the first year was done by volunteer battalions who grew out of football clubs. Pravi sector and the Azov battalion grew out of football clubs in Kyiv, and I spoke to some of the people who started them and who noticed the Russian invasion, and who were very, good. They weren't students, but they were, great Ukrainian patriots. And of course, the Russians have targeted them ever since as part of their right-wing bogeyman troll to try and deter Western help and confuse matters. But this spirit of self-organization, self-discipline, and patriotism, and dealing with weapons and very complex weapon systems without shooting down passenger liners by mistake, for instance, is really intrinsic to Ukrainian society. And if there's any Western governments which are influenced by reports by this Galeotti, he's just a mercenary, actually. People like that, and any Western governments, and are the Swiss or the Swedes funding studies to make sure gun ownership after the war is proper. Hopefully Ukrainians will be strong enough to resist this kind of nonsense, because Ukrainians will need to be self-sufficiently defend their territory straight after the war. And that, from War Doggo's account, I'll look at it and try and look at the legislation. It just sounds like this is possibly a condition in some international organizations thing, and maybe some lawmakers are trying to please them or something. I don't know, but I have full confidence that the Verkhovna Rada will feed the monster by giving a good show of doing this, and then in the end, people with the opinions of War Doggo, practical people, will win over, and there'll be amendments, and it'll turn into a damp squib. I hope. Out.
War Doggo, what do you reckon?
Yeah, just a short comment because I need to go down now. You said when real police leave Kherson, when real police get back to Kherson, you saw all the videos of people meeting them, liberating this in the liberated cities when police got back, and people were cheering them and welcoming them with the tears and flags. being happy for Ukraine getting back to Kherson. That was the real police. Those guys with the bellies and all of that were leaving Kherson, running, and some of them choosing the Russian side. They were not actually the real police, despite they had the they had the badges of police. Ukrainian history has a lot of examples since 2000s and 2010, 2013 with the dirtiest elections that where Russians were toxifying to maximum, and with all of the disposition of Russian forces in those time in all of the positions in SBU, Ministry of Defense, weakening Ukraine. One would say, looking at all of the disposition of forces, would say, hey, Ukraine has no chance. And that was back in 2013. Society showed the middle finger, said, you know what, that's how it's going to be. European Union, NATO is our strategic direction that we are ready to secure, and Ukraine is doing that since 2014, fighting and defending its civilization choice. Back in 2022, the second time when you see all of the disposition of Russian forces all around Ukraine, someone and many were doing so because the analysis was showing, you know what, Ukraine's got not many chance. But again, the second time the society showed the middle finger, and after Kiev campaign, where Russians were living because of the gesture of the goodwill, as they say, you know, Ukraine has shown that Ukrainian society is advanced in being capable in defending their civilization choice, and that's what's going on here, and that's why Ukraine needs support in doing that. Thanks, Huxon Law from Ukraine.
Thank you very much, War Doggo, and lovely to talk to you this morning. Now, talking of more things being given to Ukraine, Macron, yes, that's right, Macron, announced yesterday more specific information. France will start supplying Ukraine with 50 AASM aerial bombs per month throughout 2024, starting in January. Operating range of up to 200 kilometers, depending on the modification. Also, France will be producing 78 self-propelled Caesars for Ukraine over this year, it would appear. So that's all sounding like good stuff. I know Caesars are very useful. So good stuff. Now then, I don't know what's going on in Russia at the moment, but guys, there's an awful lot of censorship going on. Ming, I don't know. Hi, how are you, by the way? Not even spoken to you yet.
Morning, Mockers. I'm well. How are you?
Hungry as usual, but I'll get over it. So I was hello. Oh, right. I was just looking at something that is coming from the Russian wives. Now, the Russian wives appear that they're being attacked at the moment. I don't know if you'd spotted that. So they've written something out to the people. Lately, everything of ours is hid behind false values. Same with our channel. First, Kremlin propagandists threw mud at us. Then, imitators and liars have spread up like mushrooms after rain. In Telegram, there are several duplicate channels copying our name, avatar, and materials. We expressly declare these other channels have nothing to do with us. We remind you that our movement is organised exclusively by family of the mobilised. No scary gnats or sips finance or control us. Once again, on behalf of the relatives and friends of the Russian mobilised, we appeal to Pavel Durov to continue to fight openly the fake channels that are trying to mislead our audience and assign us the status of verified. Dear journalists, a huge request when publishing us, please indicate the correct link of our channel. So it would seem that the Russian wives are now being, well, not just censored, but, you know, they're trying to confuse the situation.
Yeah,
So
so this is Put d'Amoy, right? Mockers, The Way Home. It's that group, is it? Because I've actually gone looking for them on Telegram, and I can't find them. I have seen reports that the actual one is marked as being fake, right, by Telegram. So, but I still haven't found it. And there is one I found, but it looked possibly not to be it because it only had 35,000 subscribers. So I don't know. I'll go and have another look, see if I can find it.
yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? But yesterday, they were shutting down Telegram channels all over the place. Anything reporting on Bashkortostan was shut down quite quickly. So it would appear they really, they have quite a lot of control over what shows and what doesn't. Karen, welcome up.
Well, hi there. Good morning. It's 12:05 a.m. here in Alaska. I was wondering if you had heard anything new about a ship that has been sunk, another ship, another one, a Russian Tarantul class patrol ship sank in Sebastopol. And this was reported by the agents of the ATES partisan movement. The ship was found during the ship reconnaissance in Sebastopol. It likely was shot during an attack by Ukrainian Navy drones. I tagged a lot of people. I also stuck the tweet in your DMs, Smucker. So I would love to see that verified if it's true, if anybody else has heard anything about it.
Yeah, we've only had the reports from ATES directly at the moment. We're not seeing any images that would confirm it, but they have said that they found this thing sunk. So very likely it's one of these things that Russia have been sort of like, just not telling us about. So yeah, I did mention that first thing actually, just because it's it's one of the things that I tend to check regularly is ATES. Now they say that this ship was actually stolen by Russia in 2014 and has been actively used by them for combat purposes. However, it is now completely flooded. There is a photograph from 2012 from Ukrainian Sevastopol, where it is quite clearly a Ukrainian ship with a big yellow and blue stripe on the side. So it does appear to have been pinched in the first place. So yeah, that's
Well, I do wish Ukraine could have pinched it back, but I'd rather see it sunk than in Russian hands. So I do hope it can be verified with a photograph. That would be nice.
We'll get there eventually, I'm sure. When Ukraine turns up there, they'll take plenty of photographs. Now then, I don't know if we saw the Zolkin interviews. Ming, have you been watching those recently?
I haven't, Mockers. No, they said that's the guy who does the interviews with the prisoners of war, right?
Yes. Yeah, well, he's been given the opportunity to speak to the Nepalese POW. And it turns out that, well, he did sign a contract. However, he wasn't told that he was really going into war. He was told he was going to just be defending something. And he goes on to explain that he personally was a student in Russia. However, also another Nepalese chap that he knew in Russia was just a tourist, and he also was picked up and conscripted. Zolkin comments that there was a Belarusian that he spoke to who was a bridge builder. And he says basically anybody who's caught is sent our way, you know. So he's the Nepalese chap speaks Russian, but very poorly, by the way. And he says, you know, second army in the world, and they're dragging these poor people out of education, or literally a tourist was picked up on the street, accused of something, and whisked off to the army. And apparently he's a very nice chap and wouldn't have done that. So yeah, they're literally like anybody who just happens to be there who doesn't look like your typical white Russian. Well, there we go. And Zolkin just turns to the camera and goes, "There we are, folks, the second army in the world." Because they're just dragging these poor people from everywhere now. And if that isn't a sign of desperation, I don't know what is. So yeah,
Mockers
just
say
something
the
to point
Institute for the
out.
Study of War have quite a good word for it. They call it the Russian crypto mobilization.
Crypto, what, as in a place where you can't see it, all hidden and stuff?
Yeah, yeah, it's all totally cryptic in the background somewhere.
Well, this is true, but yeah, these poor guys don't seem very happy. In fact, he looks like a scared kid. He's a student, you know. He didn't have any illusions about going to war. Now then, you remember the video that's probably still up in the nest, actually. I'm pretty sure Will put this up in the nest earlier. Let's just go back to the one before last. So the MT Bradley kept plugging away and plugging away, and eventually the T90 breakthrough exploded, yeah, in spectacular fashion. However, according to the Russian news website Tsargrad, the T90 came out victorious in that combat. Here's their headline: "The Leopards never dreamed of this. A Bradley beat a Russian tank for 10 minutes and still lost." So the T90M tank showed miracles of survivability in the area of the special operation. The American-made Bradley hit him for 10 full minutes, but still lost the battle. I don't know. I just, that thing blowing up at the end wasn't the Bradley, that's for sure. So I'd just like to point that out, that the Russians...
Yeah, Mocker, so that video that came out yesterday, that's a detail from the longer video, isn't it? The same video, the same encounter, where you see it from a much sort of higher altitude, and that one ends with the T90 crashing backward into a tree, and right before that, its turret was like rotating and they couldn't control it, and it just looked like it was totally out of control. So yeah, but and then of course the other thing is, you know, a T90 shouldn't be anywhere near a Bradley. So conceptually, shouldn't the sort of T90 be able to take out the Bradley from like 2 kilometers away, right? It shouldn't be like 50 meters from a Bradley. It's just total incompetence.
Oh, absolutely. What I like the most is at the beginning of that video, where the Bradley is just sort of tootling around. I think they see the tank and they're just sort of like maneuvering a bit towards it. And then the tank gets off the first shot, completely misses, and then gets absolutely hammered for its troubles. And it's a thing of beauty. It really is. Now then, how is commercial traffic doing this morning? Ming, because yesterday they were having a terrible day.
Yeah, they had a bit of a rough day yesterday. I haven't seen anything today, to be fair. No reports of anything specific today, but I'll keep an eye on it, and if anything shows up, I'll let you know.
Yeah, it would seem that there's a lot of information being clamped down on at the moment throughout Russia, and well, I'm going to say that there's probably good reason. So, what are we on today? We're in the 100th week of war. Yes, we are. Day 694. So there was a nationwide alert, but it was only short-lived this morning. Now then, we are seeing air defence manage to down 22 of 33 drones fired. Of the other 11, some of them did fail to reach their targets, according to the MOD. Success was reported by air defence in Sumy, Mykolaiv, Kherson, Dnipropetrovsk, Kivrograd, and Klemensky regions. But not to be outdone, Ukraine also launched a drone attack on Russia last night. There certainly appears to have been some hits. One in particular noted at the St. Petersburg oil terminal, and also at the seaport where a fire broke out. So we'll be keeping our eyes peeled for whatever happens there. There was a fire as well in a school in Novosibirsk, just so as you know, broke out just as lessons got underway. And one person, a security guard, is said to have died. But that's a good way to get out of school, isn't it? One of the interesting things is journalists pictured weapons being brought outside from the burning school. So last night there was attacks on Jehuiv, in Kharkiv, basically. It was in Kharkiv. S-300 attacks again, destroyed properties, and one person has been killed. So that's the crap. It was an apartment building in Kupiansk as well. That has also killed another middle-aged woman, as well as the death of 57-year-old. Two men aged 57 and 61 were also injured. So, yeah. Oh, hello. Ukraine have hit the oil refinery near St. Petersburg. Intel sources have confirmed a successful operation on a previously untouched part of Russia's federation. Oh, that's nice. I'm hoping to hear some more about that later. Karen, go ahead.
Well, you might have already got this, but I've been asleep. So, did you get the helicopter that went down in Bryansk? Not Bryansk, Bryansk region. It was an
there were two
MIA. Oh, there were. Okay. All right. Okay, the article only talked about one, but there were two. Okay, that's very good news.
So one MI8 crash landed somewhere a bit further away, but yeah, then there was another crash in Bryansk, and it took me a minute to realise that they were different. But yeah, one of them had all like proper. It was on its side and it had all like properly bent pieces on it. And the other one appeared to just be missing a tail mostly, as it had taken down a power line on coming down. Now, the fact that these were, just suddenly having to make an emergency landing makes me wonder if they've got some particular problems.
That sounds like it might be a strong possibility. Well, the picture of the one I'm looking at is the one that didn't suffer too much damage, but the publication Militariani shows a picture of a helicopter with its tail like just hanging by a tiny piece of metal. So it'll take a while to get that back in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, they might be able to replace the tail of it, but you know, there's obviously other problems as to why it landed. So yeah, I'm thinking that it's possible that there's a real, yeah, a real problem there. Sorry, with those particular aircraft. Oh, now then, Andrei Yermak has posted this morning. There will be good sanctions news and a little flame. I'm liking the sounds of that. Good sanctions news. I would like sanctions to start really biting, using the teeth that they've got. So, excellent. Thanks very much, Prince, for that moral support. So, yeah, I'm getting Pulkovo airport work is also suspended. Nice. So they're a bit worried at the moment. Now then, let me just see. There's a blogger from Melitopol who's been shooting a tutorial as to how to collect signatures properly on behalf of the whatever. And she's basically just, she's got an empty form. She hasn't collected any signatures, basically. But she's going around collecting signatures. But you can see it's a complete sham because her form is empty all the way through it. So that just another indication of lies, and damned lies. And taxes. Oh dear. So I did mention that there was another large pipe break last night in Novosibirsk. You may be able to see I popped a little, yeah, it's somewhere in the middle. So the view of Novosibirsk this morning was, yeah, it looked like the place had been bombed, but it wasn't. It was just steam, I believe, hot mains bursting. So as a result, a big hole opened in the road and a car fell underground after a major accident in the heating network. Now, new pipe breaks continue to occur in the city since the first one on January the 11th. According to the owner of the car, the house in which his so in his yard was where the big hole appeared, and that's how his car fell into it. He said that this particular set of pipework was only put into operation 7 years ago. Latest work on the heating network was carried out in the summer of 2023. Now, heating has resumed in some buildings, but at much reduced settings. And the air temperature outside, just to make it nicer, is minus 30 degrees. The temperature in the apartments does not rise above between 10 and 15 degrees. It's a bit chilly. And at least 100 homes still remain without heating. At the same time, residents of several dozen houses are still freezing even after a major utility accident that was supposedly fixed, which happened on January the 11th, which means that, well, if they're frozen now, their heating went off on January the 11th. What are we on? It's a week later. In that week, well, yeah, even if they turn the heat on now, everything's broken. It really is. So, I'm just having a little look at what's been going on with this drone attack and explosions in St. Petersburg. Approximately 900 kilometers from Ukraine, by the way. You remember they had them drones that would be able to travel up to 1,000 kilometers. Well, there you go. So it was allegedly at the Kontinuerny, whatever, oil terminal. And this is the first time that St. Petersburg has been attacked directly. Oh, hello. There is a new carpet plan just been introduced at Vnukovo Airport, suggesting there may be still some UAVs up in the air. Sorry, just it made me chuckle, that. Nice. Now then, oh yeah, no, that's all right. I've told you that. Sorry, I'm just laughing. T-90 tanks getting bullied by infantry fighting vehicles just shows you how bad Russian military technology is. Absolutely does. Especially when it's like one-on-one. It should have never been like that. On paper, the Bradley should have been running away. Obviously, Ukrainians don't believe in running away. So there has been apparently some drones shot down on the way to Moscow. But we know what happens when they say that drones have been shot down. There's possibly something still in progress. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. Now then, is there anything interesting in the Russian news today, Ming? I know you like to check it out.
Yes, I was just reading about, let's see. Oh yeah, there's a couple of funny little things in Zagreb TV. So they haven't, well, they've kind of admitted that the A50 got shot down, but the way they do it is they just do a kind of discussion of, you know, all the alternative theories out there about what actually happened. But their kind of main article on the topic says basically they seem to point out that both aircraft were damaged, but the heroic crews managed to get them back to base, right? But anyway, that same article does admit that, yeah, some people are saying the A50 was shot down. But now, to compensate for this, they've got a big article about how the A50 is beyond the capabilities of NATO. And the US is shocked by the capabilities of this Russian aircraft. So, you know, apparently in combination with the S-400s, it's completely unbeatable. So I don't really know the purpose of this article if they manage to shoot it down themselves, as they claim. So it just seems totally redundant in terms of what's going on. Separately, I am reading about a long-range plan for basically a pan-Slavic movement in which they quote all sorts of Russian nationalists, and they stress that this is a long-term plan because right now, you know, there's some trouble in the Slavic world with some Slavs bent on killing each other. But that ultimately the Slavic world will emerge triumphant from these trials and tribulations to take on the Anglo-Saxons, and that's the way God intended things to be. So, there you go. We can rest assured. Sorry, Marcus, I had a problem hearing you there.
I said those damn Anglo-Saxons.
Yes. So the main boss of the Anglo-Saxons are currently the problem behind the creation of a pan-Slavic world. Now, pan-Slavism is a sort of old thing. It goes back to the 19th century. And, you know, it was quite a big thing back then. But mostly back then, it was all about, you know, liberating brother Slavs from the Ottomans. And, you know, in keeping with sort of normal 19th century romantic nationalism, you know, was it Count Vronsky at the end of is it Anna Karenina goes off to help the Serbs, that kind of thing, shake off the Ottoman yoke. But this new pan-Slavism orientated towards defeating the Anglo-Saxons is a bit of a novel thing.
Well, amazing. I just need to announce that there is more airfields now that are closing. The carpet plan has also been introduced at airfields in Kubinka and Ermolina, closed for all departures and arrivals. Planes are now advised to use other airports. Interesting. Karen, go ahead.
Well, that does sound interesting. I was, let me find where I was, what I wanted to mention. This is from the 17th. Okay. So, I don't know if you've covered it, but Ukraine's military intelligence reports that resistance forces inside Russia have once again set fire to several relay boxes, disrupting train transport. Did you see that? This one is in the Euromaidan. Partisan operation.
There were
Huh?
three. There were three particular areas that were attacked.
Oh,
and
cool.
reported on. Yeah.
Really? Okay. What was the other source besides I'd love to read that one too. This one was in Euromaidan.
I think this was it was the HUR who released it, but I couldn't tell you which account it was. But yeah,
Okay.
it was the
Yeah.
intelligence services of Ukraine.
Okay. Yes, and it said unknown opponents of Putin's regime have burned down several relay boxes and other logistical facilities. I hope those guys can stay alive and keep doing more damage because you know they're probably trying to hunt them down. And I hope they stay alive because they're doing a good job and they're helping Ukraine.
Well, one of the things I've noticed is that they tend to always pick somebody up for these, and it's always like some poor guy from Uzbekistan or something like that they just find in the community. So it's very possible they're not picking up most of these guys because they just find someone to blame, and it's likely not them. So yeah, it is quite funny. That's the way they do things, though, isn't it, Ming?
That sounds like Russia.
Absolutely. So yeah, if you don't have anyone to blame, you find someone to blame, and that's that. Oh, hello. The purges are continuing. The investigative committee of the Russian Federation is conducting searches of participants in the Congress of People's Deputies in the case of former State Duma deputy Ilya Ponomarev. Investigative actions are taking place in Moscow and other regions. Gadgets, computers, documents, and other items considered relevant to the case are being seized. So the plot thickens, or the thick plottens. Yeah, things are not going well in Russia, you know. They really aren't. Like this morning, I've just had a quick word with the Genesis man in the background here. So I reported, the fire was possibly a gas explosion near Chelyabinsk, in Krasnodar. For some reason, a private clinic was set on fire at the roof of it. Wonder what happened there. So a fire engulfed the roof of a building which had been used to house a private dental clinic. Traditionally, there were no injuries and the cause was completely unknown. And then Vladivostok in Russia, a fire occurred again at a construction site, but this one's particularly sweet. A multi-million-dollar theatre and museum complex. When firefighters arrived, the insulation of the walls were burning. Apparently, open burning has now been eliminated. However, the cause of the fire? It was a smoking accident, folks. Well, kind of. They were violating fire safety rules during welding or something like that. So, welding and setting fire to things around the welding site. Now, surely that would be something that you would try your best not to do when welding. But apparently, that's what happened. So, I'm just thinking, that's probably issues. Probably issues with that. If somebody isn't trained well enough to not set things on fire. Anyway, I will go back to something here. There we go. In the Moscow region, yes, that's right. Another fire. I know. It's the whole place. It's extremely flammable. And let me see. This is a famous Usachevsky Baths in Moscow. So fire and rescue units discovered a fire. 10 employees were able to evacuate. Traditionally, there is no information about casualties. Now, I know fires happen all the time, but they really do happen all the time in Russia. It's just bonkers. I don't know how they managed to do it. Decoding, welcome back.
Thank you for this, your continued kind of description of what is really sounding like an insurgent war in Russia. I don't think many or any of us thought or predicted that while a full-scale war, like a World War II-esque, World War I-esque war would go on in Ukraine, that at the same time an insurgent war would be fought in Russia. I mean, as we've heard from Malcolm Nance, and many of us, we expected an insurgent war in Ukraine after the full-scale invasion, because if they managed to decapitate it. But now we're getting kind of like a 2-for-1, basically. I liked Ming's quick précis of pan-Slavism. I mean, my official policy on pan-Slavism is, if during 70 years of the Soviet Union, they couldn't unite, the Russians couldn't unite all of Slavic brotherly nations, including Yugoslavia, which I think basically was as far away from Soviet Union as it was from the Western world and vice versa, then they have no hope. But they clearly have their pan-Slavism on their propaganda calendar. It pops up every 30 years, and now we're being treated to it. It's just absolute nonsense, all of it. But anyway, yeah, there was something else. I can't think of it now, but thank you for these great. I mean, there's nothing more cheering than hearing about all these accidents and fires. I mean, obviously, I hope nobody died in any of them and that they only affect the war machine. But this is literally the best kind of entertainment on offer. It undermines this entire view that Russia is a competent, well-run place with facts and things happening. And mockers, you should be doing this. Well, you are doing this full time, as well as doing your proper job. But you should be doing this on this is like balm for the soul. It's like meditation, basically. Out.
I've got another amazing thing to tell you, which I think you'll love as well. Russia have figured out how to solve the problem of having lots of accidents on some of their roads. Now, obviously, they can't do anything to clean up the road surface, which is very icy and full of potholes and things like that. But in the Surgut region, they've decided the best thing to do would be to turn to the local priest. So the local priest came out and consecrated some areas of road in some of the worst areas to ensure that there would be fewer accidents. I'm sure that's going to work really well. So
yeah,
yeah,
Mockers on that one.
across the road.
He's in the video on that one. He's sprinkling holy water on these stretches of road, which I'm sure won't freeze at all.
Well, I can only suggest that it must be God's will if people skid on that and die. Crikey. It's yeah, it's just so funny. I just find it really amusing that this situation continues. That that we don't have any money to repair the road, but I tell you what, we'll get a priest in. Okay, that'll really help. Really help. Oh, I've just seen something about Argentina here, and it's reminded me of something I was doing for work. Now then, according to Lavrov, would you believe more than 30 countries now want to join BRICS? They're approaching them with interest. However, Argentina have turned them down. Just so you know. How ungrateful. Will, welcome up.
Hey, thanks. While we're doing This Week in Absurdistan, the most bizarre thing I saw today is that the Russians have also figured out how to make sure that they solve the economic problems, much like Putin make everyone millionaire by raising price of eggs dramatically, right? So they've come up with a new one, mockers. The Duma is preparing legislation that will pass almost certainly that outlaws the collecting and reporting of economic statistics in Russia to anything but Russian entities. Any entity that's going to report on statistics only can report on them with approval of the government. The entity, a research entity, has to be at least 80% Russian owned. All data produced and provided to them by them needs to be stored inside the physical locale of Russia. And it is illegal to report. We're now breaking Russian law by reporting on economic statistics like the one I'd like to share with you now, because it's not just, it's Absurdistan. There's so much absurd. You can do This Week in Absurdistan every day and you don't run out of content, honestly, folks. So the thing I put up in the nest ages ago, let's see if that's still up there. No, I put up a post that Beefeater will almost certainly do in-depth analysis on this, but the thing I found earlier this morning that there was a news flash about that I went and looked closely at because we talked about it before is the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Russia. And the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Russia is all the money that they made while people like me were over there showing them how to do things better in the oil and gas development area. And they had at the beginning of the war, you might remember, mockers, $148 billion in their sovereign wealth fund. Just basically cash in the bank. So that was so. What Bloomberg reported today? It's in my timeline. Bloomberg reported that the amount of their sovereign wealth fund has actually dropped 50% in the last year. But what they actually should have said is, since the beginning of the entire invasion in 24th of February 22, the 148 has gone down to 56, where it's at now. That's a full 62% drop in the value of that sovereign wealth fund. And I said before, and I will reiterate it again, that means at this rate, they're out of money by the end of 2025. And so they won't be able to support the ruble anymore the way they're doing. So it will fall below a penny, a US penny, a ruble, perhaps. And they won't be able to bring it back up because they'll be out of money to buy up all the currency. They're also funding their entire war effort. Obviously, the 62% that's gone down, the vast majority of that has been to stock up the fiscal budget, because the fiscal budget deficit that they will run, as you'll remember from economic statistics reported before, they intend to spend a full 6% of their GDP on military things this year. 63, so 6% of their GDP, and a full 30% of the Russian fiscal budget for the government will be building arms and armaments to throw into this war. So 30% of that budget, and there just isn't enough money to cover it all. So they keep bleeding their sovereign wealth fund. This would be like taking all of the money for all the retirement for everybody in the country. They have a mandatory retirement scheme in Britain. I'm sure they do, like in America, 401ks and all that sort of stuff. Superannuation here in Australia. It'd be like taking the superannuation of everybody in the country and throwing it away on gambling. Well, essentially, this war is a big, massive gamble for them. So Russia is headed for ruination, regardless of how things go in this war. But they're only going to drive it much faster and much deeper if they don't figure out what they're doing and pull out now. Because, as I say, sovereign wealth funds going to be gone by the end of 2025. They will start to see things that they won't be able to control because they won't have cash in the bank. They could get runaway inflation or hyperinflation. The ruble could become basically untradeable in full. They'll run out of cash to pay government employees and soldiers and things, and that's when they could get a real crisis. They won't be able to fund all the social welfare things that they said they were going to do, or that Putin has been proposing to sop up or to back up support so that his coronation can be successful in March either. So things are going worse and worse and worse, which sort of makes sense then why the Duma would pass legislation to say it would be illegal. It would be illegal in Russia for me to tell you what I just told you, all of which can be proven as factually correct.
Indeed, yes. You're not allowed to say anything which would, make it look as though you were saying bad things about the country, the economy, or the army. My goodness me, no. You'll be glad to know there's a new air raid alert been issued for the whole of Ukraine. We have a MiG-31K launching from the Savaslica location. Obviously, they can carry Kinzhal supersonic missiles, which pose a threat to all regions. So there has to be a full countrywide air alert. Second time today, just to point that out, second time since I've got out of bed. Anyway. So bear with me one sec. Sorry, I'm trying to do 6 things at once. See? I wanted to put something in the nest and also talk about it, so I'll do that now. So I did notice that there was a logo behind the Ukrainian delegation and at the back of the stage here at the Ukrainian breakfast in Davos today. And it's a painting by a Ukrainian artist, Nikita Kadan. We're having a bit of culture, folks, but I think this is really important. The phrase "stand with Ukraine" is written so often that it is almost indecipherable, and it symbolizes the countless statements of support voiced so many times that they long ago lost meaning. And, you know, this is the, I mean, it was chosen specifically for the message that it's bringing, wasn't it? Ukrainians don't just choose these things without extreme care, I would say. And Zelensky, you know, he takes a lot of care with his messaging. And so obviously this in itself is, well, it's a big in-your-face message that you say you're standing with us, but you know, words lose meaning without action, basically. So you know, I think that that's a subliminal message, and of course, because it's barely readable, people might ask about it, and there you go. It's a nice conversational point. But I did particularly like that message, the way it was sort of right there in your face, basically. And one of the things that it's, I suppose, symbolizing is that Ukraine doesn't need more words, that, you know, actions need to come. So, yeah, I just found that quite interesting. You know what? I actually like art. I'm a bit of an arty farty person, so I like a bit of art, and that spoke to me in particular. Now then, let's just have a wee look. The carpet plan is now declared throughout Moscow, and I'm just going to retweet the circuit that you can see that aircraft are now making around Moscow to redirect to other places. So the carpet plan would clear the airspace to allow air defense in the central part of Moscow to prevent any collateral damage of aircraft. But they're going to shoot down a civilian aircraft at some point, aren't they? I can see this coming from miles away. Either that or one will just drop out of the sky unpredictably. Will?
More from Kurdistan. After I've taken a breath, I'll give you there is, maybe I should try to present these as good news. Let me try that. Okay, so you know how too much household debt can be a real problem, mockers. You know how that can be a problem. Some
Oh,
places, if
indeed,
you get
yeah.
yeah, too much household debt. It's a bad thing. They've solved that in Russia too, because every second Russian who went to go take out a mortgage on a new building in the last quarter of 2023, half of them were refused because of the new National Credit History Bureau that they have to evaluate people, and they're not allowed to overextend people any further than they're already overextended. So half of if you wanted to buy a new building in a new property in the last quarter of the year, even if you had the money, they're going to take care of you that way and make sure you have plenty of household savings for them to raid later, because they've denied mortgages to people. And I'll remind you that mortgage rates in Russia are now at a comfortable 16% per annum. So real good news there. And you know how they're trying to go back to the USSR, you know, back to the USSR. It's where Putin wants to go. Well, they've returned Russia back to the USSR in a couple of ways that probably aren't as attractive as you'd think they would be. Whooping cough used to be a big deal in the world, for especially like little kids would get whooping cough. But because anti-vaxxers has taken off well in Russia as well, because no bad idea doesn't find a home in Russia. because of they have a lot of immigrants from countries where vaccinations haven't been prevalent, and where whooping cough still exists, and it is now creeped up in Russia because of that and anti-vaxxers that are there now. So in October 2023, the number of whooping cough cases increased 1,602% to 7,200 people per year, or year on year. 7,200 people in October were diagnosed with whooping coughs. So in just 10 months, the number of cases is up 6,473% to 27,800 people. So in a population of 144 million, that's that would be considered a massive outbreak in the UK, America, Australia, places like that. So they really are taking it back to Soviet times with everything, including currency exchange rates. Oh, and currency exchange rates this year by some folks are predicted to go to potentially 200 rubles per the US dollar this year. And because of that, people are now hoarding dollars again, or euros. They're and this is also a problem for Russia, with people holding foreign currency as time goes by, because they can't spend that currency inside their own economy, but they're hoarding it because they're afraid of losing the value in the ruble. And I'd say they're probably right, but I'm not sure it'll go to 200 rubles per dollar this year. But most people are hoarding euros and US dollars. And the amount that they're holding now is the December 2023 figures are close to those in June 2022 in purchase volume, and almost the entire volume is in toxic dollars and euros. So I don't know the total value. It doesn't say here of how much they own in total, but taking that money out of your economy and putting it in savings that isn't liquid savings. You can't sell it and buy a property, for instance, even if you can get a loan. But it's further stifling of their economy when they might need that spending, because your spending is somebody else's income, right? So if they totally stifle their economy by taking money out of it for hoarding of foreign currency at the same time that the government is taking away all the fiscal stimulus and putting it into military things, this just more troubling problems for the economy. And then I think you already covered the BRICS thing, that Argentina said yeah, no, and Saudi Arabia has also denied that they've been going to join BRICS, and I mean it's going to become the world's big losers club. Besides its fantasy. So anyway, more interesting news from Absurdistan, in that they're all for returning everything back to the good old days, or bad old days as they call it in Russia, and snuggling up to people like Iran and North Korea, because the North Korean Minister Choi Song-hee was in Russia the other day, and they were outlining their country's intentions to develop and cooperate together. They gave some pat statement that didn't have virtually anything in it, but they want to develop and cooperate in order to ensure peace and stability on the planet. Can you imagine peace and stability on the planet being in the hands of a partnership like North Korea and Russia? I'll sleep well just thinking about that. Anyway, Marcus, that's what's going on inside Russia today that I've caught up with and didn't share earlier.
So meanwhile, Mockers, the Avia incident Telegram channel has woken up, and we now have, and this is just today, right? So very often when they go and post their incidents in civil aviation, you'll get like 2 to 3 that happened yesterday, and the rest will be today. But so they've woken up, and they have posted 6 incidents, all today, with Russian aircraft. Now, I've got to be fair, one of them isn't a technical incident. It's the old inappropriate passenger problem, where a passenger created a scene on the aircraft and forced the aircraft to force the captain to make a decision to land at an alternative airfield because he was so badly behaved. But the others are all straightforward technical issues. Ural Airlines, what is this? An Airbus A321 failure to close the landing gear doors. So had to return to Moscow Domodedovo. Russia on an Airbus A319 lost GPS signal. So they've decided to go ahead and proceed to the destination of Pulkovo and St. Petersburg. Russia again on a superjet, our old favorite, aborted takeoff due to engine vibration. Russia, another Russia one. What aircraft type is this? Oh, a 737, Boeing 737-800, aborted takeoff for an unknown reason. And then we have a UVT Aero, Bombardier CRJ-200, pressure drop in the hydraulic system, and landed safely, however. Oh, and then we've got one Turkish Airlines at Moscow Vnukovo. But other than that, 6 incidents, one of which was an inappropriate passenger, and 5 of which were technical problems.
Bit of a list first thing in the morning there, isn't it? And I can only imagine that day by day, these lists are going to keep growing, Ming. All of them seem quite troublesome, especially the passenger there.
So Avia Incident have now done something which I've not noticed them do before. I'm going to see if I can add subtitles to this, but they put a YouTube video out. And they have been tracking their own incidents as opposed to official Russian data. And they say that in 2021, there were 101 incidents. That dropped in 22 to 93 and jumped up to a 49% increase in 2023 to 145. And then they break it out by aircraft type. So it's like, again, the Sukhoi Superjet is top of the list with a 67% increase in incidents compared to 44% for Airbus aircraft and 49% for Boeing. So kind of interesting that they're putting these YouTube videos out. As I say, they've also got a couple of interviews with Russian pilots in the same video. I'll see if I can put subtitles on it and post it.
Oh, awesome. I imagine the pilots are full of confidence. Now then, talking of pilots and, wow, there's been a report of the Russian losses from the attack on the A-50 and the IL-22. And if accurate, these are particularly heavy losses. So, hello. Right, so the dead on board. I had the opportunity to chat with my friends from the VKS. The story about the defeat of our own air defence continues to spread actively. Moreover, it has already been determined who exactly will take responsibility for the destroyed A-50. They're saying here the AWACS was said to be shot down from the territory of Krasnodar. New instructions have been issued according to which defence units will be individually informed on the case of their operations of AWACS aircraft and their areas of responsibility. As you know, no one believed in the accident, and an unfortunate combination of circumstances I publish a list of the servicemen who were on board the AWACS A50 who are currently considered to be missing. So we have Levchenko VV, Lieutenant Colonel and Commander, Kvasov MA, a Major and Navigator, Shadrov AS, a Major, Kutsuzov, D, Captain, Bolikasinkov, MS, Captain, Ismailyov, A, Senior Lieutenant. This list is incomplete. Also, sources report that Colonel Burmistrov was killed on board the IL-22. Regarding the rumours of the presence of General Pachela, OV, on board the AWACS, there is no further information at this time. So, it seems like they lost quite a few important people there, Ming.
Yeah, wasn't there a report that there was an overall commander also potentially on board? Is that confirmed by this list or not?
No, it's not confirmed by that list, but it does say the list is incomplete. Sorry, I'm going to sneeze. I spared you that. Yeah. I'm just looking here at how many times has a furniture workshop been on fire in Russia just recently? Will, yeah, you're still with us. Furniture workshop, Will.
At least
like
two a week. I'd say at least 2 a week for a month.
Yeah, I was going to say, does that seem like the excuse of the month? It certainly does. But apparently a new furniture workshop is on fire. It's 1,750 square meters. Dark smoke rises and there is a threat of the fire spreading. Extinguishing is complicated, reports the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations. Employees are at the site. It is not yet known whether there are any casualties. And of course, the cause is unknown. Now, I'm just going to retweet that so you can have a look at that blaze. I would say that does look pretty complicated because that's, that's raging.
I was just looking at that, Mockers. I'm looking at the video from Alex Summer. And only in Absurdistan would you have a video of a major fire framed by icicles.
Oh God, that's so true. Yes. So yeah, there's this massive, super hot fire, and then all along the front of the building, so these icicles. Very strange indeed. But yeah, it is very much a song of fire and ice throughout Russia at the moment. I have noticed. And very Game of Thrones indeed, that they're, people of any importance who've outlived their usefulness are suddenly just dying. It's amazing, isn't it? Will?
Yeah, I was reflecting earlier today that the number of fires in all sorts of places and power outages and steam plants blowing up and lines bursting and poo fountains and everything. I was thinking, maybe we don't need Blackout Sunday this year because this coincidence of maintenance failures and breakdown 30, 40 years after the Soviet Union, 30 years after the Soviet Union broke up, is all coming to a head. And maybe we don't need Blackout Sunday to get the message across to Russia. But then I thought, what are you kidding me? Of course, we still need blackout. I'm just going to double down and make my commitment that I really still think we ought to see Blackout Sunday every place that they can reach with a drone on some dark Sunday morning at about 4:20 in the a.m. So that they have lose power and heating lots and lots more places all over Western Russia, so that everybody gets the message at the same time that there's a war on, and that their government isn't prepared to help them. Because the reason I was all for Blackout Sunday, Mockers, you might remember, is the Ukrainians, when they had a massive missile attack back in March 3rd, I believe, last year, the power went out in 7 different cities, and they had the power back on everywhere 13 hours later in Ukraine. And we're a week in, and some of these houses haven't been without heat now for a week. Can you imagine how long it's going to take them to recover from Blackout Sunday?
Well, they're sort of doing it themselves, aren't they, region by region? So, yeah, I don't know. If Ukraine was to hit some of these areas, I'm not sure anyone would even notice because they're in such a terrible way. Also, just noting, while an oil facility is currently having an emotional time, Russia's oil export revenue has fallen to a 6-month low as prices fall. Oh dear. It's a shame, isn't it?
But there is
like
good news, Mockers. So I read yesterday in Kommersant that the price of eggs in Russia has actually fallen for the first time in 6 months. Will, sorry to disappoint you about that.
Yeah, probably is not as much as it went up though. I've also
well, that's true, and the other thing is, of course, that demand has probably dropped because of all the reports of bird flu in Turkish eggs.
Well, yeah, I've also seen some other complaints with Turkish eggs that some of them appear to be not fit for human consumption, as in when they start to boil the egg and peel it after they've boiled it, the egg is like grey underneath. And in one of them, they found a half-formed chick, which was also a bit of a surprise. They took some pictures. It's pretty grim. So, yeah, apparently Turkey got rid of all their rubbish. Prince?
It's not pretty grim, it's downright gross.
Yeah, I sent it to Prince just to prove to her that it existed. Karen, you got your hand up.
Well, there is a target that I would love to see, since we were talking about insurgents and saboteurs earlier, that I would love to see them take down. Every now and then I read about the Baltic Jammer, the OSINT tracker, Marcus Johnson. Does anybody follow him? He
quite closely as well. Yeah, go on.
Yes. He located them in Kaliningrad, Russia. And it isn't enough that it's caused major trouble, but it causes navigation errors at times, which could be real trouble, and it also causes drones that are aimed at St. Petersburg to crash from time to time. Not always, but sometimes. And I'll tell you, if there is one area that would be nice, if some saboteur or partisan decided to take out that Baltic Jammer. That would be very nice, because they could cause some problems,
Well, yeah, they have been noted as causing, shall we say, errors. They're not causing flights to be diverted or anything like that, but they are causing errors in navigation, as in it looks like ships are visiting airports and things like that, which is very strange. Iwana's noticed some of this, especially around Crimea. In fact, go ahead, Iwana.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. I didn't raise my hand for this, but yes, the GPS jamming is a fact since early last year. I think maybe even before. I remember that I checked in the spring, and there was a lot of jamming over the Baltic Sea and also over the Black Sea, actually. So yes, this poses a problem for some planes. This may pose a problem for drones if they are GPS oriented. But you know that happens. It's a war, and it's part of Russian hybrid warfare. They are doing this, and indeed, Marcus Johnson identified the place in Kaliningrad. I don't know if there is a partisan movement or something, in Kaliningrad. It's kind of a very isolated thing. It's kind of difficult to get in there, so I don't know about that. But the fact that this is known allows people to take the necessary measures, because GPS is not the only way in which you can navigate. There are some other ways, especially for planes. They are not relying on GPS all the time. Also, the ships. So indeed, there were other proofs of jamming and spooky actions in Black Sea, in northwestern Black Sea. Some ships appear to be teleported somewhere on land, north of Sevastopol, on the airfield actually, and also near the airfield in Simferopol. At first, I thought maybe this is kind of, trolling the Russians, putting the Ukrainian ships somewhere in Crimea. I don't have an explanation yet. I have this documented. I have a lot of tracks like this, a collection of those. But indeed, I don't know exactly what it is. Is it jamming or is it spoofing? It's kind of complicated. So yeah, that's what I can say for now. Indeed, there is GPS jamming, not only on the Baltic Sea, it's also southeast Romania and southwestern Ukraine. And I wanted to comment about the eggs.
Oh, go ahead.
So it's kind of curious, because the first report about the eggs imported from Turkey or exported by Turkey, in the Turkish papers they were saying hatching eggs, not eggs for the consumption. So I assumed that the Russians are importing those eggs in order to have more chicken, hens, whatever, and thus solve the problem with chicken meat and with the eggs, because in a few weeks you will have hens that are able to lay eggs, and you will have eggs. So the first report from Turkey was about hatching eggs. Now I don't know, maybe Russians were desperate and they saw the eggs and they sold them for human consumption, but you have to be very careful, because those are not really something that you would like to consume. And also that explain maybe the presence of so many contaminants on the eggs, because the hatching eggs are not transported at cold temperature. Of course, you cannot make them cold, because otherwise the chickens will not hatch from the eggs. You have to transport them at a normal temperature or even a higher temperature, in order to preserve their ability for the embryos to develop. So this may explain also the contaminants, because in higher temperatures there are a lot of contaminants that can, the rate of their, I don't know, they will increase, whatever it is, salmonella or something else. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. I wanted to have your opinion on this, because the Turkish newspapers said very clearly that it's hatching eggs, not eggs for the consumption.
Well, that would certainly explain a few things. And yeah, Germany are supposed to have also been supplying them with some hatching eggs. So yeah, you're absolutely right. There's very likely some of those have got into the food chain for whatever reason. Seems a bit silly. Flock Tyrants, you had your hand up. You've taken it down, but you can't do that to me. So are you still there?
Yeah. I didn't want to change the subject. That's why I put the hand down. I had a question for the people, the speakers. Perhaps. Okay, so here is the idea. I've got this phobia about the Russian characters, or the alphabet, if you like. So every time I see it in a website or an email, I automatically put my guards up I assume it's a scammer at first, or someone who's trying to do something bad, hacking or something of that nature. So I take extra caution when I see those characters. I've got the same thing about Chinese characters, but not any other characters. For example, Japanese, I'm fine with, or Arabic or Israeli. So my question was: is this fear that I've got? Is it just me, or are other people out there that have this kind of fear, especially with the Russian characters or the alphabet? And the reason I ask this is because I'm trying to push an idea where Ukraine should change its alphabet for two reasons. If the kind of fear I've got is more widespread, then it makes sense for Ukraine to change it to allow it to break away from Russia, both symbolically and for business purposes. Because if I was to go to a Ukrainian website and it's got, let's say, Latin characters, I would be more inclined to read it or translate it and be like, okay, well, this is Ukrainian, it's not Russian. So I'd be more willing to buy a product from there, for example. And I'm pretty sure most other people might have similar thoughts. And the second reason would be it would be a big FU to Russia to say, we don't want nothing to do with you, if they were to change the alphabet from the Russian characters to Latin-based characters.
I think a few countries have talked about this, but the Cyrillic alphabet in Ukrainian is actually different to the Russian alphabet. Not in all ways, but in some ways. They have different letters, number of different letters. So I don't know. It's part of the heritage. I'm gonna say. Leo, welcome up.
Thank you so much. Thanks for everything you do for Ukraine. Regarding the Cyrillic letters, so I grew up learning both the Latin alphabet and Cyrillic because I learned Ukrainian, and Russian and Ukrainian have very similar alphabets. I think there's two characters that are different in each alphabet. I've also dealt a lot with transliteration into Latin letters of Ukrainian words. It's one of the ways that, like Poland, for example, uses a very similar language to Ukrainian, but it uses Latin letters. And so there's a lot of substitutions that you can make of a Ukrainian letter for a Polish letter. I wouldn't recommend it. Obviously, the real solution, and Ukraine is moving very quickly on this, of leaning toward the West, is to just use English as a second language, and Ukraine is offering English as the number one second language throughout the country now, and many young Ukrainians speak English quite well. So I don't think that there's much to be gained by that. It would be very laborious to relearn your language with using Latin letters, but using the thought process that you use when you're thinking in Ukrainian. I do think that it's an admirable goal to try to separate yourself from Russia in as many ways as possible. But I think that the Cyrillic step would probably not be efficient in that regard, because it would really be awkward and would make people very inefficient in their daily tasks and so forth. And they could just learn English instead, and then you'll be way ahead of the game, because you'll be able to speak to English-speaking countries and so forth. Anyway, thank you for the very good idea, and Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Karen, go ahead.
Well, I think it might help to maybe go through Timothy Schneider's online course that he has about the development of Ukrainian, all the Slavic languages, and where the Slavic languages came from. There was a root language called Old Church Slavonic. I remember him teaching it in this course that was brought by 9th century Byzantine missionaries to Ukraine and to Greece. You know, it was standard throughout Greece too. And any area that was dominated by the Byzantine Empire. And you know, this is a pretty deep cultural root. You know, you have a language that predates the Russian Empire. Moscow was probably a Stone Age village when these languages were being developed. You know, Ukraine and Byzantine Greece were so much farther advanced than further east into Russia. And so, no, I wouldn't discard that. What I would do is Timothy Schneider had a series of classes that he offered last year on YouTube. This is a chance to take audit a Yale class for free. Okay, this is the same class he taught his students, and he went through the various earliest history in Ukraine. And there's his reading list is lengthy, and I'm still working my way through it. It's very lengthy, but even if you just read some of it, you're going to get a lot out of it and out of the lectures. But go to YouTube and type in Dr. Timothy Schneider from Yale and look for his course on Ukraine. And I think if you learn about the roots of the Cyrillic alphabet and the importance it played, you know, in that whole region, you know, you're going to associate it less with Russia. At least I would hope so. That would be my suggestion.
Block.
Yeah, thank you both of you. Very insightful. I was just going to ask Leo. I don't know if he's still available. Some of the tools that are missing that I've noticed, especially now that trying to help Ukrainians, is that it's quite difficult to translate unless you go to Google, for example, and you go out of your way. But there are some features on say iPad or iPhone where you just click and then you translate, and there needs to be a little bit of a push to ask, for example, Apple to include Ukrainian as one of the languages, and that would go a long way to help people translate a bit faster rather than relying on convoluted ways of translating. Yeah.
So I think you're saying it would be helpful for Apple to have a keyboard or some faster translation system. I think you're right that it's good to have as many as possible. I do have Cyrillic Ukrainian on my keyboard. I just press a button and it switches from Latin letters to Cyrillic. So I know that that's available. As far as translating, what I usually do is I will go to Google Translator and I'll translate phrase by phrase. But I think you're right that there probably are really good tools for more expeditious translation. I think that travel agencies have had incentive to be creating things like that, so that people can just go traveling and punch in the word that they want to say, or speak to their iPhone, and a different phrase comes out in the language of the country that they're visiting. Anyway, great discussions. Slava Kurini.
Yeah. What I usually do is I select the text, for example, whatever language it is, and a menu pops up and it says look up or translate. So that is the fastest way for myself to translate it. And when that is missing for a particular language, then I have to like copy, paste it, then go to Google to translate it, or other dictionaries. So that part is missing from Apple itself, because they have not included Ukrainian as a language. So there might be a need for a push to ask Apple to add that into the language list.
Good idea. Yeah, they're always optimizing things. I for one try to not capitalize the word Russia in my posts, and Apple automatically capitalizes it no matter what I do, no matter how many times I've tried to teach it that I don't give Russia the respect to use a capital R when I refer to it. But they could always make improvements. Anyway, thanks a lot, Slava.
Likewise, I do the same thing. It's infuriating.
Karen, you've got your hand up.
Well, I just thought I'd add this little detail. I was looking back over some of the notes I had, and the Old Church Slavonic, that is the root language of like Ukrainian and Russian and all that. That language was, when it was brought by the ninth century missionaries, was the day-to-day, based on the day-to-day language of the people living in the Greek province of Thessalonica. So if you want to, as far as getting rid of the dread and the ugliness, instead of picturing Russia, picture the Greek province of Thessalonica and these Byzantine missionaries, Saint Cyril and Saint Methodist. They were the ones who standardized this language and translated the Gospels, and the liturgical books into it. But just get a mental picture of those, and that'll help, I think.
Right. Oh, thanks very much. History lesson for all. Now then, I have a few bits. Now then, somebody suggested yesterday, and I'm not sure who it was, but said that maybe Moscow should move their capital to further east. And amusing as this was as an idea, it's absolutely impossible. And Russian Telegram has revealed something to Beefeater Fella here, that almost 70% of the modern offices of the total area in the country are located in Moscow. Not only government, but also business management of the country is all concentrated in Moscow. Locally, in the country, in a small number of cities, there are only point management factories for the metropolis. And more than half of the country's warehouses are in the Moscow region. Those also form the main distribution centre of the entire country. It is a very clear illustration of a thesis American economic historian Thomas Puyo, maybe, who recently cited that Russia is a country created specifically to protect Moscow directly. And now, a deceased economic geographer and landscape scientist, Boris Rodman, was right when he said that it is impossible to move the capital from Moscow, with all its functions being so full. In the capital, you can only create, in a new capital, you could only create metropolitan branches. Moscow would always remain the real centre of government and that is why it will never be as easy to police and control regions. So, you know, it's certainly possible that the regions could break away because they're only controlled by very far away. Barney, morning.
Morning, Marcus. How are you? Just going back to the translation thing. If you want a really good app on your phone for translating, which can do either picture, so you can use your camera, you can speak to it, or you can type in, is actually, and I think it's available both iPhone and Android, is the Microsoft Translator app. I think that's one of my favorite. I've used it in Spain to like scan a menu and just actually see what that translation is. And I've just double checked, and it does have Ukrainian in there as well. So that's a good thing to keep it on point. But yeah, and Rusky Mir will never allow a change of capital from being Moscow because it's Muscovy, you know. That's what and who they are. So yeah, just to keep it on 2 points actually. But yeah, I just thought I'd raise that.
Thanks very much, Barney. Flock Tyrant, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention I'm quite proficient in trying to translate things and figuring things out, given that I work in IT anyways. But it was more of a general public sort of thing I'm trying to think like, what would my aunt do, you know, who doesn't know how to use a computer very much or the iPhone very much. Is little things like that, they go a long way. So it helps the people who are less knowledgeable or less savvy to find their way, or to help them with very little but very powerful things. So if as we say in our user experience, is that if your mom can do it or your granny can do it, then you've got a good product. So that's where this whole thing sprung about as an idea. I think one of the easiest things they can do is they can change the alphabet slightly by putting underlines, for example, under each character to make it quite different from Russian, to set it apart. Or they can put overlines or something that sets each character sets it apart, to say, well, this is definitely Ukrainian rather than Cyrillic Russian. I think it might be more widespread. So I think the question that I initially had was, is this more widespread that people see Cyrillic characters and automatically see as you know, hackers and, you know, scammers and things of that nature? Do people take caution as soon as they see it, or do they think like, oh, that sounds interesting, should I should I open this email or should I keep exploring this website? So that's where my question was more leaning into.
I don't particularly see any language written as specifically being a language used by hackers. I'll be honest. They use English very badly in my personal experience. That's usually how it comes about. English very badly.
Actually, that's done on purpose, Marcus. It's done on purpose. There is this method in scamming world where they deliberately make mistakes. So savvy people like yourself and the rest of us, we will just see it and then we'll filter it out. So they're relying on people who are less savvy to overlook it, and they are the actual target from these scammers or hackers. So it's done quite deliberately.
So that people that know how to spell are filtered out. Indeed. Leo, welcome back.
Thanks. So in response to that very good question about being scammed when they, and being suspicious of being scammed when you see Cyrillic letters, one solution would be just to learn the few characters that are different in Russian Cyrillic versus Ukrainian Cyrillic. Like whenever I see an email in Cyrillic or some other kind of message in Cyrillic, it will often take me a few seconds till I figure out that it's Ukrainian versus Russian, because I have to come across one of those characters that is different, or the grammars are different and some of the vocabulary is different, but a lot of times it's those unique defining characters. Like, for example, Russian has the yaw sound. The yaw is like an English language E with two dots over it. There is no such letter in Ukrainian, even though Ukrainian has so many diphthongs like that one. And then the other one is the sound, which is sort of like the I in the word pig or something like that. In Russian has a very unusual appearance. It looks like a little tiny B and a little vertical line next to it. So as soon as you spot those characters, you'll say, "Oh, this is Russian." I'm not gonna open this message if that's your inclination. And as soon as you see the Ukrainian letters, which include the letter G, Ukrainian has a letter H, H, and a letter G. Russian only has the G. So that's one of the reasons why Russians who learn English usually will say Henry Hudson Parkway, like that, because they can't pronounce the H sound. But in Ukraine, you have both an H and a G. So those are some of the things that you could use to say, "Oh, this is Ukrainian. I trust it." If that's going to be your algorithm, this is Russian. I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to open that attachment or whatnot. So that's just a tip. And we could maybe, because you're probably not alone in feeling that way. We could, try to point that out to people. It might be a good public service program to sort of say, "Hey, this is Russian, this is Ukrainian. If you get a message, just be sure you know what language you're receiving that letter in." And I don't know the details of the couple of other languages, Bulgarian and Serbian, which also use Cyrillic, so I can't talk to that. Anyway, very, very good points. Thanks a lot. Slava Ukraini.
Slava. Oh, Ukraine war update. Welcome up.
Hey, Marcus, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, good. Thanks for hosting this space. Thank you for bringing me up to the speaker panel. Interesting discussion. So I just wanted to come up. I was just listening and wanted to come up and share my thoughts about the whole language thing. I think it was Fuck Tyrants that brought up. The short answer is no. So I'm gonna speak as a Ukrainian heritage person, right? So I was born in Ukraine. I live in the States. I would probably say hell no. to changing anything with language related, because to Ukraine, this fight that they're in right now, right, it's existential fight. It's really deeply rooted into its culture, into its identity. They're very proud of their language. They're very proud of their heritage. And if anybody should be changing any language, obviously it would be Russian. But I understand where you're coming from, right? Because I'm also very wary about messages that I would receive, this kind of stuff. But let's be honest, right? Ukrainians also have scammers, right? Americans have scammers. Wherever you live, you have people who can scam you, right? So let's not just think this to a language thing, because it's a slightly different problem. And the way you frame it, I'm not sure if I really understand, what you're really trying to avoid here. As far as like websites, for example, that kind of stuff. I don't know if this is what you guys were talking about, because I apologize, I was in and out, listening in. There was, websites, you can translate them into whatever language you want, basically. And typically on the right hand side, somewhere on top, there's like a switch this website to whatever language. 9 times out of 10, that's my experience. May not be a universal thing, but 9 times out of 10, Ukrainian websites, you can translate, or you can have the website presented to you basically, right, automatically. Either in Ukrainian, English, or Russian. And Russian websites, you will only be able to see basically either in Russian or English, or maybe some other languages, not so much in Ukrainian, I would say. For them, it's kind of one of those matter of principle things for the Russians, right? Because they're really trying to avoid the whole Ukrainian language, Ukrainian culture. But yeah, no, there's no way. Ukrainians are, they're fighting the Russians because, for them, it's their cultural identity. This is something they hold very dear, and many times, that's the motivation for the soldiers in the front line, right? Because they have this really spiritual, I would even argue, connection to their identities, to their historical, roots. And this struggle, right, this war that we see today in Ukraine, um, it's generational, it's multi-generational, right? That's something they just started today. It's not in 2014. The Russians have been trying to get rid of Ukrainians for many centuries, right? And a lot of Ukrainians believe that one of the reasons why they didn't succeed, and one of the reasons why Ukrainian nations continue to fight back and thrive, and every time after these setbacks, when somebody's trying to destroy them, they come back even stronger because of their language, because of their culture. So I just wanted to kind of share some of my thoughts. Thanks.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was thinking, that they're going to hold on to everything which is theirs, aren't they? And the Cyrillic alphabet, which is different to the Russian alphabet, is indeed theirs. So that would be something that I think would also be protected, along with a lot of aspects of their culture.
Yeah, I do it the other way around, because if I was Ukrainian, I'd demand that the Russians switch to the Latin alphabet, because they are, after all, the third Rome. But it's, Ukraine is the origin country of the language. So asking Ukraine to switch strikes me as a bit, a bit off.
Yeah, and if they want to make things more difficult for themselves and learn 2 alphabets, well, they're generally very clever people, so that's fine by me. As long as I don't have to be totally fluent in Ukrainian, I'm okay. Because I know a few words, but let's just say I have enough trouble pronouncing the street names. So yeah, it might take me a while to learn. Flock Tyrants, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Ukrainian War. I think it was just an idea. Anyways, I didn't realize I was gonna touch sensitive areas. The reason I did mention it is because Russia has this thing that sets it apart from Ukraine, where if there was a scammer in Ukraine, I'll bet you any money that you can report it very easily. You can find a website that you can report it, and someone will do something about it. So it could be a police department or a fraud prevention. So if not, then EU will make sure that sort of legislation is there, or the right authorities are there to protect people there, or to help business and to help Ukraine thrive. So I'm not fearful of that. So if we was to go on a website and you say, I want to buy XYZ, then you know that if you get scammed, at least you've got that kind of certainty where you can say, well, I can always go and complain to X department or whatever it might be. Whereas in Russia, it's different. You can't go to a Russian website and say, hey, this person did me wrong. Can you get me some help? Or this person scammed me. Can you get me some help? And in Russia, they kind of encourage that anyways. They say, it's not my problem, it's your problem, sort of thing. Or they encourage people to go out there and scam. So that's the difference that I was trying to highlight, or perhaps where my phobia comes from Cyrillic's alphabet. So that's why I've mentioned it so far.
Yeah, I think you just associate it too strongly with Russians. And, well, it was never theirs. Remember, everything Russia has, they stole or bought from outside. Ukraine war update. Do you want to just come back on that before I go to David?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm just going to try to be really quick. Yeah, no, I really apologize. Apologize. I really appreciate the sentiment, Flock Tyrants, because I totally understand it, and I am also very cautious anytime I I have something in my email box that has Cyrillic language or otherwise. So yeah, unfortunately, that's the uh, you know uh, stigma, I guess, right? The Russia created with that type of with Cyrillic letters, right? I think this is something we can overcome. And yeah, I definitely agree about the fact that Russia probably they definitely don't have any concrete rules, and 9 times out of 10 the government's probably going to be encouraging some kind of fraud activity, especially against Western countries. Having said that, I mean it's kind of the idea of the free market thing, right? Like if you do business with somebody and they do wrong, and anything you do on the internet, you have to be obviously careful, right? No matter what language you're probably visiting, as far as the website. But yeah, no, I get it, and I really appreciate you bringing this up. I just wanted to kind of share some of my thoughts, because I do have also very strong cultural connection that I share, and I understand how this idea would be perceived by many Ukrainians, by most Ukrainians, right? This is just not going to happen. But I totally get it. Thanks.
Is there any research done that does this impact business in Ukraine? So, I mean, the whole idea behind this was to help Ukraine thrive economically. So, if that is some kind of like barrier, then it can be addressed, right? So, whatever the solution might be, it's obviously a Ukrainian who has to solve it, because they understand it far better than whatever I can suggest. But first step would be to do some research if this is impacting business there or not. And this might be a mute point.
I can point out that every single business website that I've visited from Ukraine always have an easy option to translate. No worries there. And also, they have taken on English as one of the recognized languages in the country as well, which I think will also open a lot of doors. There is an awful lot of people who are learning English now in Ukraine as well. who maybe never had the opportunity before. So there's a lot more opportunity to do so as well. So I think that can only help to open doors in the future. Certainly. David, go ahead.
Yeah, great subject. So this is a kind of my specialised subject. So there's a couple of things that I wanted to jump in on, but to kind of take the last thing first. So we're talking about changing the language to suit the outside world, and I think I understand the first of all I understand the desire to make it separate from Russian, and also easier for Westerners to learn, but really kind of wanted to push back against that. So the first thing is that as I think Ukraine War Update was saying, that this is a very important part of Ukrainian identity, and it's up to them how they deal with it moving forward. And also, I would say that it's a big deal. Japanese is a much more bigger deal, and there aren't any suggestions that Japanese should ditch their script and adopt Latin script. So I think the same thing is true of anything else. And if you think about also the differentiating between, let's say, Ukrainian, Bulgarian, and Russian, this is a thing that I think our cultures in Western Europe are largely kind of getting to grips with. So since the Cold War, all of these other languages which use Cyrillic have become apparent to us, and Serbian actually today uses both Latin and Cyrillic script. But my message there is learn Cyrillic, and it will become abundantly clear very quickly what's Ukrainian, what's Bulgarian, and what's Russian, for the reasons that people have already said. So there are kind of small but significant differences in alphabet, and so Serbian's got unique letters in it, as has Ukrainian, and so if you know Cyrillic, then differentiating between Cyrillic transliterations of a language is very much similar to being able to differentiate between Japanese, Korean, and Chinese by looking at it. I guess a significant number of people can't do that very readily, but with just a little bit of familiarity with those cultures, you can very quickly differentiate between those things, even though you've got no idea what the words say. So yeah, I would say no need to change anything really on the alphabet side. On the subject of the root language, so Karen was mentioning that Church Slavonic was the root language for all of the Slavic languages. I think that's what basically the message was there. I'd like to again point out a little bit of detail here. So it's not a criticism. It's not me saying I'm clever than anyone else, but just on a point of accuracy. So Church Slavonic had very much the role in the Orthodox world that Latin had in the Roman Catholic world. So it was the language used by monks to write in. So it was used in that sense in most cases as the first kind of written language, but it wasn't the root of the vernacular. So the spoken language in, for example, Ukraine and Belarus before the rise of Muscovy was Ruthenian. So Ruthenian is the root language for both Belarusian and Ukrainian, and that's why those two languages are so similar, and Muscovian Russian is so different, because Muscovian Russian was isolated from Ruthenian for a period between about 1100 and 1700. So there was just a significant divergence in that point. That's that's why there's a big difference between spoken and written Belarusian and spoken and written Ukrainian and Muscovian Russian. Yeah, so just a few points there.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in one of the peculiarities of the Ukrainian language, which has also been used as a sign of resistance, which is the I with the two dots. So I would say that language is definitely important, and their language is really important to them. Robin.
Good morning. This issue keeps on coming up of the alphabet. I just wanted to add a couple as a long-suffering student of Ukrainian. I think a lot of people who haven't dealt with other scripts have a phobia of a different alphabet, and I just wanted to point out that the alphabet in Ukrainian is about the easiest thing about the language. It's not. It's one-to-one correspondence. It's a phonetic alphabet. It's very easy to learn. It's something that I think it would behoove a lot of people just to give it a month or so and learn it, because it really is not that hard. It's by far the simplest part about learning Ukrainian. If Ukrainian were written in Latin letters, it wouldn't help you one damn bit, believe me. It's the language that's the issue. It's not the alphabet. And the other thing is, in Ukrainian, written in Ukrainian Cyrillic, is almost 100% phonetic. It's a very simple. If you hear a word, you might have a few questions, but it's pretty easy to suss out how to write it. It's not a problem. If it were written in English, look at Zaporizhia. Look, or take any place name. The struggles that we have trying to figure out how the heck to pronounce it, and the issue is not the original word. The issue is once it's translated, once it's romanized into Latin letters, letters in English and probably in other uh, Latin written languages, the letters have a bunch of different sounds they could possibly represent. So it becomes much more complicated to figure out how to pronounce it, especially if you're translating it from a language that has different sounds to start with. Ukrainian has unique sounds that we have to use multiple letters in the Latin alphabet in order to represent them. It introduces another level of complexity that really is not helpful. So, and the alphabet's a beautiful thing. It's a very important part of the language, and if you don't understand it, it's not going to help you to have it written in Latin letters. Run the thing through Chat GPT and put it into English, or as Marco has been saying, click that nice little button up on the top right, and just have the Ukrainian website will give you the English version of it, and you're fine. Anyway, I'm going down a little bit. I just woke up, but my 2 cents. Thanks so much, guys. Slava Ukraini.
Heroem Slava. And thank you very much, Robin. Yeah, I feel, the differences that they point out that they actually use for, the symbol of resistance. It just shows that Ukraine will continue to use that. Absolutely. Now then, there was something that I saw this morning that I found quite interesting. And this is, I don't know if it's a propaganda effort by people who are no longer in Russia, but it's a nice video. And it goes on about how Russia is a prison of nations. And this is all sorts of different people from different ethnic minorities. And they go on to say, we representatives of the colonized peoples of Russia appeal to the world community. Russia authorities take hostages, our families and friends, for our active disagreement with the criminal war, for our unwillingness to remain silent, for our civic position. Today, the brother of the leader is taken hostage, the leader of Bashkir National Movement. Tomorrow, they could come for anyone. Indeed. Let's stop this chaos and violence together. For only together we are strong. Oh, yes. And they repeat that, only together we are strong. Russia is a prison of nations. And they repeat that in all different, types of faces. all the way to the end of the video. And well, I'm wondering if some of these people might consider gathering together. That would be interesting. Interesting to find out. Anyway, so like I say, I'm not sure if it's just a propaganda effort aimed towards these communities, but if it is, I like it. Welcome, Peter.
Good morning. How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. My computer system at work is not working, so neither am I. So that's quite handy.
Oh dear, what a shame.
I know. I know. I just keep like wiggling my mouse and just looking at it. Yep, still down. Okay. So, I just want to go to a fire in a furniture workshop in Saransk. Back to this. This is the place which is both full of icicles and also burning so hot. Now then, it has apparently been localized to 1,400 square meters. However, that does appear to be most of the building. I'll be absolutely honest. It is a bit like that Wildberries fire where they just said 75,000 square meters of a basically 75,000 square meter building. So 2 people have been injured, and the cause is unknown, but it is a very nice fire. However, furniture factory, I'm beginning to want to scratch my chin at this furniture factory situation. How many furniture factories do Russia have? Really? Far too many, obviously. So, I don't know about you, but I get up every morning, make coffee, and just check to see what's burning in Russia. And there's always something. There's always something. So yeah, just one thing after another. If it's not a bus, it's a building. So just checking that Vnukovo Airport still appears to be closed, or at least performing a carpet plan, whatever. Oh, now then. I just yeah, still ongoing. Carpet plan as of 4 minutes ago. Local airports in Moscow are apparently all closed at this point. They've not admitted they're all closed though. Now, while there were air raid alerts this morning in Ukraine, there was a class and a teacher that as people were going down into the underground, this class was, well, they had a little area all set up and they were just going about their business. And, you know, this is typical of the Ukrainian people, is it not? That just, oh, air raid, come on, we'll just go downstairs and carry on as we were. And it's so pragmatic. I suppose it really does sort of speak of that blitz spirit that the British connect with an awful lot. So we also have evidence of even more determination. That's right. Ukraine's made a new type of drone. Oh yes. Now, this is a kamikaze drone with a little bit of a difference insofar as it is jet-powered. Get in. Jet-powered. I think that's pretty exciting. And as well as creating all these sorts of fancy drones, a little bit of news from our friend Alexander Kamishin. Ukraine began to produce artillery systems according to NATO standards and has now doubled the production of their ammunition. According to him, The only thing which holds them back is the need for components, which, although in short supply, will now be covered by the creation of new joint ventures with foreign partners. So I tell you what, he's a doer, isn't he? He gets stuff done. He sure does. I'm so impressed with him. I never realised that you know, one man's really hard work could just, I don't know, it seems that he goes into a place and he just brings everybody together to work towards a common goal. So, you know, one fella making all that difference. So, yeah, really impressed with him. He is a super cool dude. Now then, somebody talk to me for a second. I need a drink.
Well, that could be my job, possibly. I've been listening for the last half an hour or so about language issues and various other things. Yes. David, you mentioned Ruthenia, or rather Ruthenian as a language. Starter for 10, anybody out there can name the capital of Ruthenia. Got to be quick, though.
No. Oh, David.
David?
Yeah, there was never a state called Ruthenia, so it was the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and then the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth where that was the court language. So, yeah, the capital of the area speaking Ruthenian is basically demarcated by Kiev and Rus, and after the fall of Kiev and Rus and the invasion of the Mongols, it was subsequently pushed back to the borders of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and so that's the area that spoke Ruthenian.
Right, that wasn't the question, whether there was a state. I was taught the capital of Ruthenia in the area, in the sort of geographically defined area, is Uzhhorod. But it was never probably a state capital, but I suppose the largest town in the geographical area that is Ruthenia. But yeah, correct. I think there was never a state as such as Ruthenia, but there is a clearly defined geographical area of Ruthenia, which spans and has always spanned several different countries. Modern day Ukraine, Hungary, Slovakia, I suppose. I think it's sort of on that border, isn't it? And possibly even a bit of Poland as well. Anyway, there we are. Whether that is or is the case, I'm not quite sure. But carry on, David.
Yeah, that's correct. But it's a little bit complicated because, as I said, you know, there wasn't ever a state, so there is an ethnicity, Ruthenian ethnicity, which depends on where you are. So the Rusini, these are people where you're saying around Uzhhorod, so the ethnicity around there is Rusini, and these people, you find them all over the place in that region, but also beyond. So as far away as Serbia and Croatia, you have Rusin minorities. And so the language is kind of regarded as a dialect of whichever place it's found. So it's sometimes regarded as a dialect of Slovakian, it's sometimes regarded as in Ukraine, of course, it's normally regarded as some kind of dialect of Ukrainian.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Yeah, I'd forgotten that there was actually a Ruthenian language. There is a Ruthenian language, which I guess is presumably in Cyrillic and is similar to the neighbouring countries. Yeah, nor did I know that you had Ruthenians further out in the Balkans or elsewhere, where you were just saying where they are, sort of identify ethnically as Ruthenians.
Yeah, I don't think there are very many of them. When you get further away, they get fewer. But I was quite surprised as well to find out that there are some in places like Slovenia and Serbia. Apparently there are.
Yeah, interesting. I once did go to Uzhhorod, the capital of Ruthenia, and had a nice day out there. It's on the border, just inside the border, from where effectively Hungary, Slovakia, and Poland all sort of merge, join with Ukraine in a very short distance. Sort of the main border entry point is Chop on the in from both Slovakia and Hungary, and there's a quite sort of rural railway line from Chop up towards Lviv, right through the mountains. That's quite a sort of difficult line to operate and maintain, and very scenic area there. So yeah. Anyway, right.
Chop being the name of the famous salad, so I don't know. Most people probably don't know this, but it's a tomato and cheese salad. Probably you can get a pretty good version of that on the trains that run through the area.
You probably can, yes. While in Chop, I attempted to visit the Chop Chip shop, which is quite difficult to say, and it's actually something I just invented. But just try saying it a few times after you've had a few beers. And anyway, whether there is one there or there isn't one there, I don't know. But somebody could cause a lot of confusion by opening one and trying to get people to say it quickly. Anyway, sorry, I'm full of useless nonsense, especially today. Robin, give me something more intelligent.
I don't know if I can. You are funny. Actually, this is something you would probably know. You know, Marcus mentioned our friend Alexander Commission, or maybe it was you, and how he takes a hold of any assignment he's given and really runs with it. As I remember, when he was given Ukazaliznitsa to run, he didn't have a particular background in railroads. Is that right, Peter? Because I was thinking it's an example of President Zelensky's ability to identify talented people who might not look as though they have the background to do something, but he's done very well with appointing unusual people to positions, having them, really hit it out of the park. Is that right, Peter?
Yeah, it's 100% right. He was not. He's not. When he was appointed, he was not a railwayman at all. And I think there was some resistance to his appointment because traditionally, the Ukraine Railways has had a railwayman in charge who sort of understands and knows the business. But he does seem to be a born organizer, and he's a born communicator as well. He was very active on social media and really threw himself into that job. I assume he must have had a sort of decent support team around him, secretaries, PAs, that sort of thing. And he visited sort of Bakhmut on the front line and reported on that and was really sort of a driving force behind the organization. And there hasn't really been that sense of social media engagement since his appointment, since his replacement was appointed. So he was very good, and I think I get the impression he sort of fairly quickly built up his relationship with the staff. Despite the fact he wasn't traditionally a railwayman, but he's a guy with clear management skills and interpersonal skills, and wants to make those wants to leverage those to the benefit of his state and his country, and is doing that. And not surprising in a way that he got appointed Minister of Strategic Industries, which I think you can sort of read between the lines as to what that involves. I mean, it probably includes the railways, and a whole load of other things besides. And we now see him not unable to have such a high profile in terms of social media, because what he's dealing with is mostly fairly secret, I would think. But he's still there and he's still doing his stuff. And I think you can learn quite a lot from the different management styles, and he certainly had his own, and was out there and believed in being public, and he went out to all the far-flung places and met the staff, rather than just sort of hiding in his office in Kiev or whatever. So I think he was a good he was a good guy and sort of was able to pick up his brief very quickly, and in particular get things done. And when you're running railways during wartime, well, that's one thing you definitely need to do. You need to get things done, and he certainly did that. So, yeah, that's the answer, Robin.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, Ruth.
Yes, we should be a bit careful about using the term Ruthenian. It's meant so much different things in different times, and it's mostly a non-Slavic word for Slavic people that they don't use themselves. It's better to call Ukrainians Ukrainians, Belarusians Belarusians, and reasons for reasons and not Ruthenian. It stems from a time where there were many different dialects or languages of the East Slavs, and when people in Western Europe didn't really bother to distinguish between them. So it's better not to use the term at all, actually.
Okay, I apologise. I'm sort of captivated by the mysticism of Ruthenia and Ruthenians. I must admit I don't really know a lot about it, other than that I'm sort of vaguely aware where it is geographically, but I don't really understand the history of it. So I apologise if there's any offence caused. But anyway, David B will probably be able to say more. David?
Yeah, I would totally disagree with that statement that we shouldn't use it at all, because it refers to a specific language which is used as the court language and the main official language within the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. So it totally, completely pushed back against the idea that we shouldn't use it at all. It does refer to a distinct language, and that language still exists today in the form of the Rusini ethnic minority speak. Having said that, of course, it's anachronistic to talk about Ukrainian or Belarusian as Ruthenian. They are very much the successor branches which came off of Ruthenian. So, yeah, as I say, that's kind of the explanation for it. And I'm not really a fan of banishing bits of history from our consciousness just because it's convenient to do so today.
Well, the Rusyns themselves don't call their language Ruthenian. It's just us. They call it Rusin.
I'm lost.
Yeah, sorry.
No.
The point is, I mean, yeah, okay. So that the language. I mean, Finnish people call their language Suomi, and their country Suomi. It's known as Finnish everywhere else. So a completely irrelevant point from my perspective.
Robin, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to make sort of the same point. Ukrainians don't call their language Ukrainian, they call it Ukrainska. We're just talking about a translation. I don't see the problem.
Anyway, I have nothing more to add. I'll be honest. I don't have enough experience. So, what I will tell you is that there has been an update on the UAVs that have struck the oil facility in St. Petersburg. These appear to be very specifically upgraded UAVs. And there is a quote here from the intelligence services stating, "This is a power steering operation using modern Ukrainian means. Data collection continues, but there is confirmation of hits notice plural, hits on targets. From now on, military facilities in St. Petersburg and the region are within the reach of Ukrainian forces. I really like that quote. So it would appear that they have again upgraded some of their UAVs, perhaps some of their longer range UAVs there. And well, it's always good news, isn't it?
Yeah, that's excellent, and it's very significant because if they can reach St. Petersburg, then Moscow is well within range, and presumably these UAVs, if they've got jet engines or whatever, then they've got fuel that powers them, and by the time they reach Moscow, a lot of that fuel is going to be unused and will add to the explosive force, and that would put Moscow well within range. It would also put the Baltic Fleet, most of which I think is at Kronstadt, if it's not in Kaliningrad, well within reach. And indeed, if St. Petersburg's within reach, then Kaliningrad is probably within reach as well. So we could see interesting developments because it will give the Ukrainians, a lot. It will open up a lot more potential targets, in important places within Russia that could have major knock-on effects. I think once drones start raining down on St. Petersburg, then again Russians are going to start to wobble, or rather the regime could start to wobble, and on top of all this, these issues with housing, heatage and power outages and things like that. Once that reaches a critical level, it's going to get very difficult for the Russian, the Kremlin, basically to maintain its sort of line that everything is going to plan and everything is in order, particularly when they've got elections coming up in the middle of March. So all power to the Ukrainians, and continue the good work, and hopefully they can make enough of these things to have enough of an impact to make Russians and the Kremlin question what's really going on, because I think that's going to be fairly key to how things move forward in terms of the sort of general destabilization of Russia, and also, of course, the demilitarization of Russia. Yeah, interesting.
Well, Ukraine are helping them an awful lot with their demilitarization, aren't they? They absolutely are. Now then, do you want a little bit of info about what's happening in Estonia? Because Estonia decided to follow the lead of Latvia, and they are ejecting the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. The Metropolitan of Tallinn and all Estonia must now leave Estonia by the 6th of February. Let's just see if it translates this from Estonian. Please translate. Yes. So, Estonia is to force the Russian church leader to leave their country by February the 6th. The Estonian state has not extended the residence permit of the head of the Estonian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarch. Metropolitan Eugen, whose civil name is Valery Reshnetekov, has to leave Estonia by February the 6th. According to security police, the church leader's actions are also considered to threaten the security of Estonia. No joke. The state decided to refuse the extension of the residence permit because he supports the aggressor country, and in his public activities and speeches, he has not changed his behaviour despite previous warnings and requests. So the head of the Border Guard office explained in a press release that, amongst other things, representatives of the Ministry of the Interior have repeatedly spoken to the Metropolitan and explained to him that he must stop justifying the Kremlin regime and their military activities against Ukraine in his public activities and speeches. Despite this, he has not changed his inappropriate behaviour in the legal and value space of Estonia. Therefore, his actions are considered to be a continuing security threat. A citizen of the Russian Federation, of course, he submitted an extension of his residence permit to the PPA, which they have refused. Reshnetikov's activities as a representative of the Moscow Patriarchy in Estonia, his public statements, and his effects on internal security were all taken into account while looking at his application. In the opinion of the Defense Police Board, Patriarch Kirill of Moscow and all Russia is the religious leader of the Russian Orthodox Church, yet is consistently justifying and supporting a bloody aggression of the Kremlin regime against Ukraine. The actions of both the Patriarch of Moscow and the Metropolitan in Estonia have contributed to the implementation of Russia's security policy in Estonia. It must be remembered that after the start of the full-scale war in Ukraine, Russia was classified as a terrorist state. So this fella has had a temporary residence permit in Estonia for the last 4 years. In the past, he was granted residence for shorter periods of time, twice just for 2 years, and the last time just before Russia's full-scale invasion. He has no close relatives or ties to Estonia. He has been sent a notice of refusal, and in the case, the refusal to extend is resulting from his own personal behaviour, which does not concern the Estonian Orthodox Church, nor restricts their believers. It's specifically his own actions which have got him chucked out of Estonia. Nice. Robin?
You know, you don't mess with the Baltics. This is just wonderful. I wanted just to point out that I'm not in front of my computer at the moment. I'm just trying to get up and get started with the day. But I did see an article yesterday that was talking about Putin's next disinformation campaign. And apparently he is aiming at the Baltics, and the message is going to be that he will have to invade the Baltics to protect the Russian minority that's being so sorely misused by Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. So just coming attractions here. This is going to be the next thing, because he doesn't seem to understand about borders and about national security of other countries and that kind of thing. So it's going to be interesting to see how this ramps up to. This downtrodden Russian-speaking minority that Putin is going to have to go in as like a white knight and save from the indigenous populations. Just FYI, coming attractive.
Oh yeah, we're well aware of this particular trope now that they use, and it's utterly ridiculous, but they keep repeating it for some reason. It's getting less and less believable, really, isn't it? I mean, not that it was really to be believed in the first place. Sometimes you hear this stuff and you think, are you serious? Are you really serious? Those people are there because they don't want to live in Russia, so don't bring Russia to them. But yeah, they've got a very strange way of thinking that, if we peed on it, it's ours, sort of thing. Robin?
Oh, I like that image. Yeah, exactly. Now, one of the things to remember too is in the Baltics, as in with what they're trying to do in the temporarily occupied parts of Ukraine and in other areas in Georgia, one of the things that the Russians do, and they did during the Soviet times, was incentivize Russians to move to the Baltics to establish a Russian-speaking minority to therefore be able to pull this nonsense later on. They do this consistently in any area they take over. So some of those people are definitely security risks, and they're absolutely right to throw them out of the country, because some of them have been seated there with the very idea that they will be useful in taking over those countries someday in the future. Thanks.
Yeah, I just wonder when the UK is going to get serious about some of these people because, we've already uncovered spies working for Russia. So I think we should get a bit more serious. Barney?
Hey, sorry, really bad joke to start off, and then I'll get to my point. Why does the Swedish Navy have barcodes on the side of their ships so they can Scandinavian? Yeah. Anyway, but
Awesome. I quite liked that one actually. Carry on.
yeah, no, sorry, it was all about what Robin was just saying. It's my first point is, yeah, I think some of like the Scandinavian, the northern states of Europe, like Germany, possibly Poland as well, might get a little bit pissed off if Russia actually starts trying to roll over some of those borders that Robin mentioned. And then the second thing was about that fundraiser last night, which I haven't had a chance to talk about, but it sounds like it went absolutely mental. It was like a 1 hour fundraiser. It was a stupid time of the night for me. I can't remember what time it was, but I remember sitting outside in the very cold. I mean, it's not even above -1 here, and I'm English, so this is cold. It's not as cold as those Russians who are either boiling hot from steam or burning or freezing. I'm not quite sure which one they're doing at the moment, which is quite interesting. But
All three, all at once.
oh wow, that's amazing. But yeah, no, as you say, it's all three all at once, and I don't think they know which way to go. But yeah, I just lost track of what I was saying. But yeah, I think it would. Yeah, it. Oh no, that was where I was at. It's cold here. But yeah, no, I'd be interested if Robin had any updates on how that fundraiser went because I'm fairly sure I heard mention earlier this morning that it went absolutely mental. So yeah, no, that'd be really good to hear.
Well, it just so happens she's here with her hand up. Go for it, Robin.
Yeah, thank you. And I would mention that part of why it went well is Barney, bless him, he pledged $200 or pounds, whichever one. I think it was dollars, to add to the doubling. We had 4 different co-hosts who offered to double any donations that came in for an hour last night, 7 to 8 ET. Christopher James, Will, myself, and Plamen Nakov. Is that how you pronounce his last name? Anyway, people went crazy. We had Will did a little calculation. We had one donation coming in every 90 seconds for that hour, and with all of the matching and everything, we pulled in. Once the matches were added to it, we pulled in over $5,000 for the electronic warfare equipment for the National Guard of Ukraine. So it was really great. People really stepped up. And please remember, guys, we're not matching at the moment, but this fundraiser is still going on. It's very important equipment. They still need our help. So don't stop giving. But it was an amazing hour. Yeah, thank you, Barney. Thank you for your contribution.
Sorry,
Go ahead,
I just got a message. I didn't quite see who sent it, but somebody sent me a message saying that the Swedish Navy has updated to QR codes. So it's not barcodes anymore, it's QR codes. But yeah, no, happy to match what I promised last night. It's for a very good cause, and I'm astounded how quickly those donations were coming in. And I'm proud to be in a position that I can help out such a good cause. So thank you all, and thank all of the listeners who were on last night. I don't know if they're awake at the moment. I don't think I'm awake. I've got a meeting in like 20 minutes, so I should probably be awake. And I should, yeah, no, and I keep on getting funny messages off my boss, which keep on making me giggle, which kind of distracts me at the moment. So, but yeah, no, happy to help. It's yeah, it is. It's just one of those things that I know there are people I talk to here in the UK, England, who understand and respect what's going on in Ukraine, but I think I'm not sure the wider population really appreciates it. So, you know, everybody here, love you all. You're amazing. And yeah, in about 20 minutes, I'm going to have to drop off for a quick call. Unfortunately, I have to do some work. Mockers, you know that feeling, don't you?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to do some work as well, although I'm not getting an awful lot done today, I must say, but it's not my fault. So that's fine, as long as it's not my fault. And system's still down, you'll be glad to know. That's good to know. Right, well, I'll just have another cuppa, considering I've made it. Excellent. So, what was I going to say other than, yes, jamming equipment, really, really important, this one. Anybody who contributes to this, you know that you've saved lives, because that's exactly what this equipment does. It saves lives. So, yeah, super important stuff. Yeah, that's gone, that one. Right, okay. Sorry, I was just looking at something and it was deleted the second I looked at it. That was very rude. So, I've noticed that Russia is pushing a new narrative, by the way, and we'll go through that in a minute. But Ukraine war update, go for it, my friend.
Thanks, Marcus. Hey, no, I was just wondering if you guys had a chance to talk about France delivering or promising to deliver about 50 new guided bombs, gliders essentially to Ukraine. Did you guys see that?
Yes. So 50 per month, they said.
That's
of these
that's
particular
awesome,
bombs.
right? Yeah.
Well,
I,
yes, absolutely.
I just saw that news. I think it's really exciting. I think the range on them from up to 200 kilometers, I think, or something like that. So yeah, that's going to be a huge one. Thanks.
Sure is. And as well as an additional 40 scalps, at just 40, come on, we can do better than that. However, they're also looking to provide another 78 Caesars, which are the artillery systems, which I think Ukrainians really quite like the Caesar. So that sounds good. Ukraine war update.
Thanks. Yeah, no, the artillery is always welcome. Obviously, you're right. We can do better, and we should do better. But the interesting thing that I thought was really cool is that those bombs, right? They can be basically fitted on old Soviet aircraft as well, right? So they're going to have some kind of kit on it to where it can be adapted, and Ukrainians be able to launch those things pretty far out, which is awesome.
Exactly, it's capabilities that they haven't had before, and yeah, so it's nice to see actually that France is stepping up in a way. When they first visited and they said, "Oh well, we're going to push really hard for this money from the EU," that was a little bit like, yeah, but what else are you doing? I wanted to know what else they were doing, and it's nice to hear that they are doing else. They're doing other stuff. There was also a statement from Macron that the ammunition production was now up to what they called war production levels. Now, I don't know what they constitute as war production levels, whether that's that they've now gone into like 3 shifts of production, maybe, continuous production. I'm thinking that they're referring to something like that. Rather than we've just suddenly built 3 more factories. However, that means that there is, again, a continuous feed of artillery ammunition as well. which they appear to be producing at the moment pretty much just for Ukraine. So that's also another good thing. Would you like to hear the latest in, well, nonsense that's coming out of Russia? This is a narrative that I have now seen 3 times. And this is specifically aimed at the American public. But if you see this, please denounce this bullshit. So, Lavrov is comparing Ukraine to Afghanistan. Now, I've heard this a couple of times now. Afghanistan, extremely different situation. Extremely different. So different, in fact, that there is just no comparison. Absolutely F off with that. Anyway, yeah, so he says, Ukraine faces the fate of Afghanistan and Iraq. He is, of course, referring to the US and the coalition pulling out of those areas. However, it's worth noting that it took us 20 years to do that. So, yeah, he's probably on a wing and a prayer there. But it is something that they have been trying to push, this this particular narrative of Afghanistan, which is obviously, it's a bit, it's not much, it doesn't bring much joy to the American mind to think of Afghanistan. I understand there's reasons. And, you know, so it's trying to sort of inject that feeling about Ukraine, that sort of feeling of a bit defeated. That, you know, we really tried, and it just never worked out. And well, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, coulda about that situation. But you know, so some of them we created ourselves, some of them problems. So that said, Ukraine cannot be compared to Afghanistan. Absolutely not. There's a completely different situation here, with the entire nation willing to fight corruption and fight the Russians. It's not quite the same. Not quite the same. So, it's something that I've seen happening 3 times. I have seen this narrative now, and the fact that it came out of Lavrov's mouth means that, you know, it's something that they're pushing. So let's just remember that it's a massive pile of bull, and it's designed specifically to try and link the two in your mind, and the feelings of, you know, oh, we'll just have to give up on it, because that's a load of balls. So yeah, that's what I have to say about that. Ukraine War update.
Hey, thanks for sharing that, Marcus. Yeah, I'm struggling to really understand why they would try to do that. I mean, Russia's trying to specifically push this propaganda because I think overwhelming, I would even say, you know, at least that's my experience, right? Feeling that I get here in the States is that, you know, regular people, right? Those even don't really care about politics too much or whatever. Or it doesn't even matter what side of the aisle they are, unless they're really far, kind of, you know, on the horseshoe spectrum, you know, the far ends of that. They support Ukraine, right? And the whole forever war, right? That's the phrase that they're really trying to paddle when they're talking about supplying Ukraine and all that stuff. It's really easy to counter, right? Saying like, look, it's not Afghanistan because the United States does not have boots on the ground. If you want to keep it this way, let's give Ukraine more weapons, because thanks to Ukrainian brave defenders, we were able to do so far. But yeah, so I just want to kind of share some of that thought with you. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's particularly silly to try and, you know, conflate the two together. But it does seem to be a current avenue that I've seen a bit of this coming past me. And I thought, I need to deal with that absolute nonsense. I really do. So, yeah, I just wanted to get that off my chest. So thank you very much for listening. Now then, this is a bit of a convoluted tale. which, well, it comes with some videos that seem to confirm what's being said here. So I'm going to tell you this strange tale. Wagner PMC mercenaries. Now, remember, Wagner PMC mercenaries, one of their main deals was that they weren't allowed to take drugs, or at least they were highly discouraged from taking drugs. That was one of the very few things that was a big rule, that drug taking was not to be tolerated, bit of a no-no, especially when you're at work. So, as a result of them being so conscientious about this sort of thing, they uncovered a drug trafficking ring. However, they awkwardly discovered a drug trafficking ring that is being pretty much run by the FSB in Moscow. So they managed to catch one of their own with drugs and had that person lead them to their dealer. Then they encouraged that person to lead them to their dealer, and so on, with a lot of broken noses along the way. Now, what happened was, these guys, by the way, they're attached to Russia's 331st Guard Parachute Airborne Regiment in occupied Luhansk, just so as you know. So what they did was they found out that it was attached to the FSB. And what really happened was it began to unravel when original Wagner mercenaries, got in touch with a contact at FSB counterintelligence that they knew and reported this to him. Now, it turns out he was probably in on it, because they naively believed that the FSB would take this drug trafficking case against themselves seriously. However, what's actually happened is Moscow have sent the SOBR to hunt them down. So these guys have put out a video saying, come and find us. If you want to kill us for trying to uphold the law of the country, we'll fight you to the death. So there you go. I thought that was a bit of fun as well. So may they both fight well. There we go. That's the best thing I can say about that. Barney.
Sorry, before I have to go into my meeting, I'd just like to say that today I haven't laughed so much listening to this space for a long time. There was some absolute gems this morning. I mean, even just before you came on, but even after you came on, it has been just absolutely hilarious, and I've been loving it. And yeah, no, I've got my meeting very shortly, so it has been. I've just been trying not to laugh too loud. I think it was just after you came on. I can't remember who it was said that they had to go outside or get out of bed so that they didn't wake their wife up or something. And it has just been an absolutely brilliant space today. And as I say, I need to drop off for a meeting very, very, very shortly. But I just wanted to express my appreciation for the space. It has provided an immense amount of chuckles today, and I just love the way you deliver the news. You just have a certain way about it, Mockers, which is why you're my first favourite Northern lass. So yeah, no, that's all I wanted to say before I had to just drop off. And I'm just creating a meme, which could be quite hilarious. And you might see why in an hour or two. So yeah, I'll leave it at that, and I'll come back later.
Okay, well, I had a meme making the other day I literally changed like 5 words on an image, and I was like, "Yay! I'm a meme creator." So yeah, it was funny to me anyway. Well, here's a phenomenon, one of them, that Romanian tourists are now traveling in large numbers to Bukovel in Ukraine for skiing. I know. And they're at war. According to their experience, the area is perfect. Tourists from Romania are welcomed with open arms, of course. Normally, during this time of year, however, Austria was a favourite skiing destination and doesn't appear to be so much in favour anymore. So, despite the war, Ukrainians are still able to offer a safe enough environment, and tourism to Romanian skiing circuit. So they say this is one of Europe's best kept secrets. Ukraine's Bukovel resort remains just as popular this winter, despite the war. According to information, approximately 1,200 kilometres from the front, the slopes are full, and Romanian tourists say it is worth the risk. The prices are without competition, and the hosts are always extremely welcoming. One of the hotel managers stated that around 5% of all tourists are Romanians, the rest being Ukrainian. The resort has over 60 kilometres of fresh pistes, and even though it is not at a high altitude, the lifts only reaching 1,320 metres, its location on the continent gives it best snow guarantees in the entire region. In addition, all the slopes are always equipped with artificial snow cannons for when nature does not do all of its job. And accommodation is very cheap, and if access is easy for Romanians, or the Europeans only have the same at their disposal. The Lviv airport, located at a distance of 4 hours by car, currently. Ski pass prices are also low, €144 for adults for 6 days in the high season, which will drop to €87 in the low season from March 17 onwards. Most hotels in Bukovel donate 10% of their New Year's Eve proceeds to the soldiers fighting for the country's liberation. So, you see, while going ahead and having a skiing holiday, which is awesome, I love skiing, although every bit of your body hurts the next day. Every bit, I promise you. It just uses muscles that you don't normally use for some reason. So, yeah, it's very popular, and it's, well, it's helping to support the armed forces of Ukraine as well. So, you know, tourism, money in people's pockets, and more money for Ukraine's efforts. So, win, lots of win. Iwana, go ahead.
Hi, Mockers. I'm glad for this news. Actually, I knew about that, but I didn't know that it's really a phenomenon. So, yeah, indeed, there are some ski resorts in Ukraine, north of Romanian border, and apparently they are very nice. I didn't go there, but I know that some others did. So it's a good destination. Indeed, Romanians used to go to Austria, but you know, Austria, Schengen, Romania, they kind of oppose that. So many Romanians are discouraged to go to Austria and are kind of upset if you don't want us there. Why should we go in Austria and spend our money there? Ukraine needs Romanian money, so why not go to Ukraine? And by the way, I just want to say that, you know, since Austria took the decision to allow Romania and Bulgaria in Schengen only for the, you know, airports and maritime travel, but not road travel, our border controllers and the Bulgarian ones are very, very thoroughful when they are controlling things that trucks that are going to Austria. Apparently there is a problem. There is a queue of trucks that are headed to Austria and are kind of delayed at the border. I wonder why. Going back to the ski resorts, indeed in Romania we have some ski resorts in the middle of the country, Sinaia, Bușteni, Predeal and Poiana Brașov, but because of the changes in weather, the snow is not really there. You have to wait sometimes until end of February to have enough snow. Of course, there is artificial snow. What we have seen in the last few years is that in the north of the country, for example, Kavnik, which is very close to the border with Ukraine, there is a lot of snow. And the ski slopes are good. So basically the same Carpathian Mountains are in Ukraine too. And the resorts there probably have a lot of snow and are cheap compared to the Austrian ones or Italian ones. And why not? I'm happy that the Romanians are going there to ski. That's a good thing. And also it's very far from the front, and the ski resorts, I don't think that they represent a target for the Russians or the ski slopes. So that's good.
Oh, apologies. I'm just give me 2 minutes, Peter.
Yep, no problem. Yes, it's good to hear Ukrainian tourism developing even during the war. Of course, that corner of Ukraine is less at risk than anywhere else, I suppose, and they would probably get reasonable notice if there was any issue. I mean, there have been missiles landing in Ivano-Frankivsk, right, at the beginning of the war, and even since then. So it's not completely out of range or out of target, but fantastic to hear that Romanians are happy to go to Ukraine for skiing during the course of the war. Excellent that they do not wish to go to Austria. Austria, of course, is effectively really in bed with Russia. They purport to be neutral. That's a load of nonsense. Raiffeisen Bank, a big Austrian bank, is one of the biggest organizations financing Russian war and facilitating currency transfers to Russia. It's complete outrage and disgusting situation. And the Austrians are continually trying to apply pressure to the Ukrainian government to drop it from the list of companies which are sponsoring the war, and to the extent that they're threatening to sort of withhold votes in the EU unless the Ukrainians comply with that, which is a completely outrageous situation. As we all know, supposed neutrality is really just a cover for complicity with Russia, and that's exactly what's happening with Austria now. It's not far different from what happened with Switzerland in the Second World War. I don't want to sort of reopen that can of worms, but everybody's probably heard of Swiss Nazi gold, etc., etc. Supposed neutrality is one thing. The reality is it works a very different way, and it's just a cover for support, in effect, direct or otherwise. Anyway, Joanna.
Yeah, sorry. You mentioned the Raiffeisen Bank and the banks and the fact that Raiffeisen is working with Russia. Indeed, it's working with Russia. It was supposed to withdraw, but they had some second thoughts about this. But I remembered about something that I've seen yesterday. Peskov commenting on a question about the Chinese banks, which are now reluctant to work with the Russians because they fear some secondary sanctions. And there was also a news about Turkish banks that have some problems in working with the Russians still, of course, because the fear of secondary sanctions. And this, the Turkish thing, is following the visit from Antony Blinken in Turkey and the talks he had with the officials in Turkey. So apparently there were some hints about secondary sanctions. This is my conclusion. taking into account these two news that are referring to such a thing. And basically, it would be amazing if indeed we would have some secondary sanctions imposed, because we have seen that the Russians are kind of quite successful in avoiding some of the sanctions by using, their Caucasus former Soviet republics, or Turkey, or China, or India, or whatever. So do you know something about that? It would be very interesting. I know that people are very reluctant to sanction China directly, of course, because China is an important trading partner, both for US and for Europe. But secondary sanctions just concerning Russia would apply, and it wouldn't look like China is targeted, even if it is. So I was wondering if we can discuss this, if you have some insights maybe on this. Thank you.
I don't have any direct information, but I think in middle of December there was a warning put out that any banks continuing to do business with Russia are opening themselves up to secondary sanctions. I think some Chinese banks have been subject to sanction, and that is where they're directly involved in supplying, I think, drone equipment or other equipment. About 3 Chinese banks, I think, were sanctioned. So I think that's enough to probably send a warning and make people have jitters and sort of think twice about doing business before Russia, particularly with China, because that will will cause major implications, because so much of their business is international, and if they lose their ability to conduct business with the West, the whole Chinese economy is sunk, and I think they're very nervous about that. And the Turks, I think, have started to take notice as well. Turkish banks are starting to have second thoughts and get a bit concerned about transferring money to Russia, which is excellent, and I hope that was the intention. I think have some Turkish banks actually been sanctioned? I'm not sure as a result of this. I think there has been some movement, but I'm not the expert. The expert would be Beefeater. If you look at his thread, I'm pretty sure you will have a lot more detail there, because he has enormous amounts of sort of data and specific information on all manner of sort of commercial things, including banking and oil and rare earth metals and all sorts of stuff. So I'm pretty sure the answer you will find in his threads, but and of course banking as well. I think that it was more than just a threat. I think there were some actual some specific instances and banks and entities that were sanctioned, which has made the others sort of get very nervous about doing business with Russia. And if that applies to Turkey, that's excellent, because Turkey is basically one huge fencing operation to Russia, with oil, grain, airlines and parts and stuff like that. The other one, well, apart from Cyprus, of course, which is a well-known Russian haven for dirty money, and they both Cyprus and Malta and all these small countries have been targeted and have been selling EU passports to Russians for a long time. I think that that was stopped a little while ago, but yeah, the other one, of course, is the United Arab Emirates. They are heavily tied up in transactions and dealings with Russia, and sort of smuggling, bits for airlines and Christ knows what else there. And the sooner that is, the sooner a sort of torpedo is sent their way, and a whole bunch of UAE banks are sanctioned, that would also do a power of good. I hope that is the next target, because one by one, these loopholes need to be closed down, because the Russians are exploiting every little loophole they can, and they're sort of one step ahead of us, and we need to be more proactive and get one step ahead of them to anticipate where they're going to find these loopholes. Others, of course, being Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan stuff. Some outrageous stuff going on there. But things like car parts, exports of German car parts increasing by 5,000%, and nonsense like that should be so obvious. It should have been jumped on right away, but apparently hasn't happened. Anyway, Joanna?
Thank you, Peter. So you mentioned UAE, and I remembered that you also talked earlier about Lavrov. Well, Lavrov spoke a lot. He spoke a lot. There are 4 articles in Kommersant just about Lavrov. One of them is about him naming the countries that Russia considers now its close circle, and they include Iran, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. They also have good relations with China. According to Lavrov, the relations are now more reliable and advanced than a military alliance in its previous understanding of the Cold War era. It's kind of twisted, this phrase, but anyway. So they consider now their friends Iran, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, China, and of course, the classics, North Korea, Venezuela, and so on. Some of they didn't name, but they mentioned some of the Latin American and Caribbean countries. Maybe Nicaragua is considered also being a very close friend. So yeah, I really don't know how to interpret this in the context of the Middle East conflict. Russia is trying to close ties with the countries there, with Saudi Arabia, UAE. Qatar is playing a very, very interesting role. On one side, it's the leaders from Hamas are staying in Qatar and so on. On the other side, they are actively engaging in negotiations for the exchange of prisoners, both from Israel and from Ukraine. So it's kind of strange what is happening with Qatar. If you want, I can tell you about the other articles about Lavrov, because some of them are quite interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
So another article is about Lavrov calling to get rid of dependence on the West. This is the main task for Russia, get rid of this dependence. The government has already identified the measures to develop the Russian economy in the conditions that have developed today due to the aggressive illegal policies of the United States and its satellites. So the task is clear, he says, to get rid of any need to depend on those productions and sales, financial, banking, logistics chains that are in one way or another controlled or under the great influence of our Western colleagues. He said this at a press conference following the results of activities in Russian diplomacy for the last year. So basically they say, no West for us, we will adapt, we will do some other stuff. Also, another article about Lavrov, just a moment. He spoke about the meeting between him and the head of the North Korea Foreign Ministry. The article is very, very vague. They say about strengthening relations, intensifying the interaction in humanitarian and cultural spheres. I guess deliveries of ammunition and long-range missiles enter in these cultural spheres, according to Lavrov, because otherwise I don't know what cultural exchanges they could have with North Korea, but well, that's what he says. In case there is a doubt, yes, I was being sarcastic. So this is another article about Lavrov and his very important work in developing humanitarian cultural relations with North Korea. And the last one is very nice. He talked about the special military operation, and he says that one of the silver lining of these operations, or one of the good things, is the cleansing of Russian society. Because actually this cleansing happened for people who did not feel a connection with the Russian culture. And this military operation has united all the Russians, having a very positive impact on our internal life, he says, bringing our society together to an unprecedented degree and contributing to the cleansing of people who did not feel sufficiently involved in Russian history, Russian culture, and so on. And he says that some of them left, some stayed and began to think, but the overwhelming majority of the society united like never before. Of course, we were seeing what's happening in Bashkiristan yesterday, so they are very united like never before. And he quote a note from the writer Mikhail Zvanetsky that our people need a big word to truly unite. It seems like even with humor, but there is some truth in every joke, he said. So yeah, they needed a war in order to get more connected to their Russian self. What do you think about it, Peter?
Well, they don't call him Lyarov for nothing, do they? Basically, he just lies and distorts and twists information and produces these absurd narratives. And I mean, it's just not worth the paper it's written on. And he should have been declared a war criminal by the ICC. And he should be on a wanted list, and he frankly should be arrested the moment he sets foot on anywhere, any civilized country. And all this nonsense, with North Korea, well, it tells you something, doesn't it? If the great, wonderful, fantastic culture of Russia is down to basically their only friend in the world, basically, that will admit it, is North Korea. So where can Russians now go on holiday? Oh, North Korea, excellent. And it just tells you, that the fact that Russia is just absolutely worse than on its knees. And how can you take that even seriously? I mean, what cultural benefit does North Korea have to offer anyone? I mean, let alone Russia. I mean, the whole thing is just so absurd. It's trying to make them seem sort of on a parity with other countries, and trying to represent the United States as conducting illegal action, which again is just this major league projection, the way Russia accuses everyone else, in particular the United States and NATO, of doing exactly the behavior it's guilty of itself, in this case illegal activity. Everything that Russia does is illegal. It reminds me of somebody who was in Prague, a Canadian actually, who was arrested shortly after the Nazis invaded Prague on the 15th of March 1939. And this person was involved in humanitarian work, and she was actually arrested on behalf of somebody else, who rather as a mistaken identity for somebody else, who the Gestapo were actually after. And they accused her of illegally working and forging documents and stuff to get children and politically undesirable people out of Prague after the Nazis had invaded. And she wasn't having any of it, and just basically told the Gestapo, "Well, you're accusing me of doing stuff illegally. Everything you do is illegal. So forget about that. It's not." It's just a load of nonsense. And that's the same thing we have now. The whole ridiculous nonsense about the Russians lying that this being, American being imperialist and the West being imperialist. Well, that's complete nonsense. If they hadn't noticed, if they hadn't been paying attention for the last 70 years, we, and that is Germany, France, and the UK, ditched our colonies something like 70 years ago. And the only country that basically still has its colonies is, surprise, surprise, Russia. So all this nonsense about, anti-colonialism is such absolute garbage. And where could be the more evident that the Russians are trying to maintain a colony than Ukraine, which is a country that's democratically elected to leave the Soviet Union and to be independent of Russian influence and influence from the Kremlin. And the Russians just won't respect that, and they won't respect anybody's territorial integrity. They come over to the UK, poisoning people with radioactive isotopes and chemical weapons. You can't. There's no reasoning with a regime like that. It is just an outright criminal regime, and there's no parity. They love exploiting the UN and all these international organisations to make it seem that Russia is on an equal footing with all these other countries, when the reality is that basically Russia, the country, has been hijacked by a bunch of criminals in the Kremlin who have just taken over the country and subverted it for their own purposes, which is fundamentally to steal as much money as possible and to keep themselves in power. And it's as simple as that. And it bugs the hell out of me that countries like our country and the USA will not declare the Kremlin and the Putin government of Russia to be a terrorist and a criminal organization, because that's what they are. It's as simple as that. It's just a mafia type situation. It is the mafia. It's not a mafia type situation. It is mafia, and it's by far the world's most successful organized crime operation. You know, you can do all sorts of things when you hijack a country. You can start to subvert the UN Security Council. You can start to subvert the the Olympics and all kinds of international organizations. And that's exactly what Russia's been doing for the last 10, 15 years. So there we are. Joanna.
Yes, you are totally right. And, you know, they are shouting very, very loudly how America is an imperialist power and UK was an imperialist power and everybody is imperialist, but not them. Not them. And if Russian managed to have, you know, stealth something, they managed to have a stealth empire, because they claim they are not an empire but a federation, but actually they are, you know, colonizing the lands, the republics that they claim that are in Russia. And we have seen what happened yesterday in Bashkiria. There were some riots. Initially started in support to an activist, Alkinov, apparently, who was arrested on charges of being a terrorist and extremist. So there were some riots, and during those riots yesterday, people shouted against, you know, Russia being a colonial power, and called for people to come and defend their, you know, country, region, people against, you know, the forces from the center. And I think it's the first time when in Russia some of this happens. And there is also an article on Kommersant about this. The head of Bashkiria, Radi Kabirov, says that part of the blame lies with the authorities and even himself. Some of this is our fault, the fault of the municipalities, he said. My personal fault for not fully explaining to people, not fully revealing the essence and content of these people being the extremist terrorists that they put in prison. Now we will actively engage in this. Rosguardia was there and actively engaging with, you know, stun grenades and tear gas and so on. I won't keep silent either. We will show the true face of these guys being the guys that protested. So he says that, he said like this: you can put on the mask of a good environmental activist, a patriot, but in reality the situation is completely different. A group of people, some of whom are from abroad, essentially being traitors, are calling for the separation of Bashkiria from Russia. They are calling for guerrilla warfare here. I think he meant a civil war, but anyway, he said guerrilla warfare. So yeah, this is the reaction of the head of Bashkiria following the protests from yesterday. And of course, it's nothing to do with Russia. It's nothing to do with the Russian actions. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with what is really happening. It's some forces from abroad that came and, under the guise of being, you know, good people, are actually very, very bad, and they are calling for guerrilla warfare. So yeah, I just wanted to present this, but I think the key takeaway from this is the fact that for the first time in a Russian republic, Bashkiria, there were calls against the Russian colonialism. Well, for the first time, like since the beginning of the war. I don't know if there were things like this before. I think there were. So yeah. What do you think, Peter or Mokers? Because I know that we talked about it extensively yesterday, or you rather, Moker.
Yeah, I think this is very dangerous for Russia, and the Kremlin will see it that way, because once these discussions get aired, then the sort of genie comes out of the bottle, and if they're not careful, it'll become a runaway thing. And there must be so much discontent within the regions of Russia, particularly as the Mobics have been drawn disproportionately from those regions. It's not going to take much of a spark to sort of spread like wildfire. And sort of places like Bashkortostan or Bashkiria are sort of a good example of being sort of far enough away from Moscow Ufa, the capital of Bashkortostan, is on the Volga, so it's sort of way east, about, I don't know, 700,000 kilometers east of Moscow, and sort of far enough that it's not directly under the sort of footprint of Moscow, but it's obviously heavily controlled. It's also an area where there's a lot of technology and weapons development and stuff like that in industry. So it's a sort of area that the Kremlin will not want to lose control of, and it's also between there and the Urals. So if they sort of start to lose control of the sort of near home, then the beyond the Urals and out into Siberia, they're not going to have any chance. And of course, Siberia's got huge mineral wealth and that, and for a long time there's been sort of voices calling for independence, recognizing that they would probably be better off without Moscow, because all Moscow does is basically steal the money and all the resources and control everything and subjugate them. And this is why Putin has made it a criminal offence to have any mention of secession from the Russian Federation, because it is a direct threat to his regime, not to Russia itself, and not to the country. It's simply a threat to his power and his money grabbing abilities and his regime itself. So he's tried to stamp down on it. And the effect that you have there, you're just building a pressure cooker, and you're not getting rid of that sentiment. You're just driving it underground, and sooner or later, for example, when there's a war that's going horrendously badly, and everybody's sons and cousins and brothers and that are disappearing, that's when you're going to get these sort of reaction against it. And if this is what we see starting in Bashkortostan, which is nowhere near as volatile, I mean, by and large, it's a pretty obedient region of Russia. It's nowhere near as problematic as the South Caucasus, which have got a history of trouble and not towing up Moscow's line. If they can't even really get things under control in a place like Bashkortostan, then they're going to have real trouble elsewhere. So it could be a sort of canary in the mine type situation, but it could be something that they manage to stamp on and just keep the lid on it for another, I don't know, 6-12 months. But the longer it goes on, the more difficult it's going to get. And I think Putin's idea of trying to just grind the war down overlooks the difficulties that Russia's going to have, because the longer it goes on, the more sanctions are going to bite, the more Russian infrastructure is being neglected, because all the plumbers, all the people who can repair things, all the technical people, they've all been drafted away, and there's nobody in Russia effectively to keep the show on the road, not to mention the sort of million or so young people who've just got the hell out of the country because they don't want to be conscripted. What were all the jobs that they used to do? They weren't all computer tech people. I'm sure a lot of them were doing sort of practical things on the ground that at the moment are not being done, and not going to take that long for the sort of things to start collapsing. You've got the same in civil aviation, where it's getting more and more difficult for them to fly aircraft. So, and the longer that goes on, the more it's going to accentuate, and the more difficult it's going to get. So that's going to result in them having difficulty sort of keeping physical control on the more outlying regions. So I think it's a case of watch this space and buy popcorn and see what happens. But we could be doing a lot more to force this issue in terms of the economic sanctions, and not supplying things like these CNC computer machine tools, which allow them to produce military equipment and all the other stuff that's going on, and facilitate banking transactions with Russia. They need to be isolated. They need to get the clear message that if they want to do genocide, then we ain't going to be doing business with them. And it's as simple as that. And that message not only needs to go out to the Russians now, it needs to go out for any future scenarios as a precedent that if you want to engage in this sort of activity, then the civilized world is going to shun you and is not going to do business with you. And that's a message that China needs to hear loud and clear. and it's a message that a couple of other countries like Iran, for example, and frankly North Korea, need to hear. But it's primarily a moral issue that we need to apply right now, and we know it from our history, particularly European history. You don't mess around with borders by force, and you know, if you do, then the consequences are going to be horrific for you. And that's what needs to happen to Russia. And frankly, we need to be less afraid and not worry about what's going to happen to Russia when it collapses, because it's a completely artificial construct. It's like the Soviet Union. It's not economically viable. It only is because Moscow is stealing all the money from the country and the population, and not investing it in schools, education, and all the things the state should be investing it in. And basically, it's just a criminal mafia kleptocracy. And unfortunately, there's the countries that matter are not calling it out as such. And in my opinion, they need to do that. And then it would and also recognise the genocide, and that would compel them to certain activities. And then, you know, we could move forward a lot quicker, instead of this thing dragging out for as long as it has so far. Anyway, that's a few thoughts from me. Don't know if anybody's got any comments on that.
Only just that, you know, a spark can lead to a fire, especially in Russia. So let's hope these sparks all lead to something. Now then, I have a few bits and bobs for you if you would like. I'm on my lunch, so got nothing else to do. Now, the Ukrainians have noted that the Russian KH-101 missile is quite different from those used in 2022. This was noted by Vadim Skibitsky, a representative of the WHO. And this is a missile that already now has an active electronic warfare system with active protection, thermal traps, etc. So he's been telling this to the leaders in Davos, that you know, that these are the things that they've been noticing, that, you know, Russians are not giving up. If anything, they are developing. So, well, it's somewhere where we need to concentrate on doing this faster before they develop more. So yeah, obviously that would be my preference. Now then, do you remember some time ago some delightful surstrumming being sent to the Ukrainians? Well, I don't know if they've just used the can or if they actually sent the surstrumming, but food delivery for the hungry Russians. And it seems to be a can of something delightful like that, attached to, well, something explosive. And so generously, the Ukrainian FPV drone of the 54th OMBR delivered them some food along with an explosion. Oh dear, oh dear. So maybe they did come in useful after all, those cans. I just love how innovative the Ukrainians are, hey. We talked about Lavrov spouting nonsense, didn't we? Well, there's another line here, that Vladimir Putin never threatened anyone with a nuclear bomb, as they say in the West. At the same time, though, politicians have made these statements towards Russia. What? Things must be getting bad if they're just telling such absolute lies. Now then, there was something that I mentioned earlier this morning from propagandists who are casually discussing on state TV whether or not Russia should really take all of Ukraine, or just leave Western Ukraine out because, these people are very hostile. Now, there is something that's been noted from this propaganda clip, which is likely to be overlooked by many, but it is quite revealing that the most powerful weapon against Russian imperialism is a strong national identity and the willingness to hold it. Something that Western commentators should finally understand, that Western Ukraine has always been at the forefront of the movement towards more independent, democratic, pro-Western Ukraine. Mainly because the east of Ukraine was more infiltrated with Russians. This is also a message to all the oppressed nations and people within the Russian Federation. Your defensive shield is to build your identity. The more you are yourselves, the less you are like them, the less easy of a target you are. No, this isn't about victim blaming. This is about using the power of a strong national identity against Russian imperialism. Shared collective values are a powerful repellent against the oppressors. The more they have to work to destroy you, the greater the deterrent. Useful idiots and Russian agents in the West have long wrongly tarred and feathered the Ukrainian nation builders who championed their strong national identity as extremist or anti-democratic. But that narrative only helps the aggressor and has worked against the victim. So, being a champion of a strong Ukrainian national identity at this time is an essential part of Ukraine's protective shield against the Russian aggression. And more people need to understand this, that Russia tried to kill us precisely for this reason. That they have a strong identity which isn't Russian, basically.
Yeah, Nemtsov predicted before he died in 2014, after the invasion of Donbass and Crimea, which he was against, that Putin would basically lose his coat over Ukraine, and I think he was right. He understood not only Putin's obsession with it and all the sort of motivations that drove his policy, but he also understood the sort of historical situation, and he understood Ukrainian situation, and he was fundamentally a Democrat. Boris Nemtsov was the guy who was gunned down on the bridge outside the Kremlin when strangely all the CCTV cameras just happened to be down for maintenance, and was basically, I mean, whether it was directed by the Kremlin or not, it was clearly something that the Kremlin wanted, because he was putting out a line that was against Putin's own line, and it was dangerous because Putin didn't want anyone questioning his move into Crimea and into Ukraine. And anyway, that is exactly what is happening. We see Russia being demilitarized, and almost every aspect, every objective of the special military operation now working against Russia, in the sense it has completely backfired. Russia is isolated, and every conceivable objective they have tried to justify it for is just nonsense, and they are achieving exactly the opposite, from economic isolation and dependence on China to Finland and Sweden joining NATO, and loss of the Black Sea. That looks like that's going to happen again. Same thing has happened after the end of the Crimean War, strategic failure on the part of Russia, and strategic success on the part, and strategic victory on the part of Ukraine, in that they are now much more economically tied into the West, militarily tied in, culturally tied in. I mean, millions of Ukrainians now living in all parts of Central Europe, Czech Republic, Poland, all over the place, Germany, UK. This is going to forge strong cultural ties and relationships which are going to last generations. And that is exactly what presumably Russia would not have wanted, and by sort of perverse unintended consequences, they have ended up achieving exactly the opposite of what they wanted to. Anyway, Mockers, off you go. You got your hand up.
I've got some news about Article 7. So, Petri Savamar, or no, I can't say it like Tim can, but anyway, as of 30 minutes ago, has confirmed that the European Parliament has approved a joint resolution calling on the European Council and the Member States to take action and determine whether Hungary has committed serious and persistent breaches of the EU values under Article 7.2. This is a significant step. The progress in this matter since the petition on January the 8th to strip Viktor Orban's voting rights has been remarkable. In less than a week, 125 signatures were collected in support of the initiative. In 10 days, we had formed a European Parliament position on the matter. The European Parliament has done its part now, so it's up to the member states to follow through. And so I've been trying to keep an eye on that, and that's his most recent update. So basically, they are approving the joint resolution calling on the EU Council and the member states to take action. So I think it's going to go to a vote now.
Well, that's good. My understanding was that there's a number of measures they can take, and it's not automatic that they will suspend Hungary's voting rights. That's at the top end of the sanctions that could be applied. But that was clearly where the sort of what's the sort of the thing was going, and let's hope that it does go that way and it doesn't get watered down, and they don't have people who are peaceniks and trying to make excuses for Hungary. Hungary's blocked the aid to Ukraine. With Hungary out the way, unless Slovakia under Robert Fico tries any stunts, then they can probably get that Ukraine to Ukraine passed off pretty quickly. I think that was £50 billion, which is obviously quite significant and will make a decent difference to Ukraine in the situation it finds itself. So let's hope that they can move that on quickly and get Hungary's voting rights suspended. And then it puts Hungary in a rather difficult position, because although it's technically still a member of the EU, it then loses all influence. And personally, I think sanctions should be applied against Hungary, and they should take it much further. But there we are. I'm quite hardline on that sort of thing, especially when it's pretty obvious that Orban is basically just a paid Kremlin tool, and he's presumably been promised a part of Ukrainian territory in the west, where there are Hungarian nationals. And of course, Austria-Hungary has this sort of historical sense of injustice about them losing their empire. Well, that happened. That's history. It's a long time ago. Get over it, and get on with the reality of the current situation rather than hankering after past glories. It would be a much better approach. But this bloke is just, ripe for exploitation, and it's clear that the Kremlin has exploited him. And don't forget that Hungary and Austria both negotiated, I think, opt-outs or exclusions or whatever you want to call them, with regard to importing Russian gas and stuff. And, that means money is going directly to the Kremlin, and that goes directly to the war effort. So don't try and pretend that they're in any way neutral or not involved or whatever. They are funding the Kremlin's war, and it's as simple as that. And it should be seen like that, and it should be treated like that. And Orban should be told, look, you know, if you want to be part of the EU, then fine. If you're not, then basically get out or step aside and lose your voting rights. Frankly, the same should happen with NATO. Why on earth has Hungary now got NATO's protection when he's working directly against NATO, obstructing Sweden's access, has obstructed Finland's access, etc., and is directly working against Ukrainian accession into NATO, which is something that should be, frankly, a given in the current situation. You know, they've been invaded, they've been directly attacked. They clearly need NATO's protection. They want to join NATO. They've applied for membership. What business has anybody got objecting? Basically, unless they're a paid Kremlin troll, which basically clearly Orban is, and even looks like a troll. Not that I particularly want to get personal, but anyway, there you go.
Rude. So, would you like, let me see, a little bit of Russian whining? I think, yeah, we'll have a little bit of Russian whining just to, you know, cheer us all up. It's only a short one, this, but let's just have a little word about this. So this is the Marine Corps of Sevastopol, who are currently probably not on a ship anywhere. By the way, about drones, more precisely in their production, apart from theft, fraud, and deliberate production of crap, there is another problem, which, for example, the guys with the letter S encountered. They got off to a good start and filled the front with a huge number of good quality drones. And they fed the teams of operators, giving them conditionally unlimited drones for their work. Everything seemed to be fine. Although this project was powerful, the approach was also sound. And then life happened. It is not known what is causing it, most likely due to scaling up of production, but the quality of assembly has suddenly dropped fatally. A drone is essentially a construction kit, which is assembled from rude word and sticks. And drones that look absolutely identical can have significantly different technical characteristics. And the price, of course. If at the start the quality was acceptable, now it is somewhere near the bottom. And how to fight like this? It will dry you out, and in appearance, drones look like drones. They are no different from the earlier ones, but they are very different. Oh dear. It seems somebody started stealing out of the system. Oh well. Ioana, go ahead, my dear.
Thank you, Marcus. No, it wasn't about the drones. It was about the 5th Lavrov article in Kommersant today. And you remember that we talked about Lavrov lying every time he opens his mouth. So the last statement, I will read it as it is, because I think you will find it very interesting. So he says like this: it would be interesting to get inside the heads of these people. He is talking about the Western leaders. I would just like to see if they are provocateurs or if they think our knees are weak and no one stops them. Everyone just says that Putin threatens with a nuclear bomb, although this has never been said, unlike the Europeans and the Americans. So basically he says that Europeans and Americans are threatening with the nuclear bomb, while Putin never said this. Russia never threatened. So yeah, this is the 5th Lavrov article in Kommersant today. And of course it's a blatant lie.
Well, he's obviously got a lot to say for himself today, but yeah, all of it lies, indeed. So, you know, I think it's worth pointing that out. Now then, I'm seeing there is still some issues with Romanian farmers blocking checkpoints. Have you heard anything about this today, Ivana?
Yeah, so the situation is continuing for the last, I don't know, a week or so, maybe even a little bit more. There is some dissatisfaction among Romanian farmers and transporters, basically because of some changes in taxes and insurance, you know, the mandatory insurance that every vehicle must have. Also because Romania did everything to allow the import of grain and the passage of grain from Ukraine. And of course, we have to mention that there is a lot of Russian influence. It's easily traceable. Some of, you know, the far-right parties that are very fond to Moscow narratives are trying to push more protests, more things like this. So indeed, there was a blockage at the borders yesterday. I think there is even one today, some crossing points. I don't know if complete because according to the data we have about the crossing points, there is still some traffic, but I don't know if it's limited for transporters. We cannot see that with the tools that we have available online. So apparently some border crossing points are blocked as of now, but the good part is that the finance ministry announced that an agreement has been reached between the parties, between, you know, the state and these farmers unions and transporter unions and so on. So they kind of given them a little bit of, you know, some of the points that were requesting were conceded, let's say. So they are trying to just make them at least a little bit happy in order for them not to block the border points. We should mention that the authorities, the police, tried to ensure the traffic. So even when they blocked a few days ago, the police went there and finished the blockage and allowed the traffic to pass. This happened a few times. They moved from one border crossing point to another. They tried to come into the city, into the capital Bucharest, and also another city, Constanța, which is in the southeast of the country. Each time the authorities try to do the right thing and peacefully break the protest and try to ensure the traffic. Apparently this led to some more dissatisfaction. So basically they allowed this blockage, but with the mention that in the same time negotiations were taking place at the Ministry of Finance. So I cannot promise right now that the blockage will be finished today, but there are indications that very soon this will be cleared. We do not have, Romania has no intention to have a long blocking like Poland did or Slovakia did. They are trying to do everything to just ensure the traffic. But as I said, it may take maybe a few days to solve it completely, because there is a lot of underground pushing from very unfaithful players. I don't know how to call it. For the last 2 months, the influence of the Russian propagandists and narratives was increasing a lot in Romania and Moldova. So I guess for the Russians, Romania is a target right now, and they are trying to do everything to provoke more, you know, destabilization and more problems. But the authorities are quite strong on helping Ukraine and dealing with this as soon as possible, as I don't know, clear as possible, let's say, like this, and not to allow this kind of protests to gather momentum and continue. So I'm very, very upset because this is happening in Romania. This is very unlike, you know, what the Romanian people think. And again, I want to point this out. It's a lot of Russian influence, unfortunately, in the last few weeks, let's say at least, but even more, last 2 months or so.
Yes.
some of this may indeed have been pushed by Russian propaganda. Now, oh, I've done that one. Okay. Now, would you believe, the Deputy Speaker of the Russian State Duma, Petr Tolstoy, nice, has called for the liquidation of all national communities in Russia. Oh yes, this is what happens. All these national diasporas, compatriots and communities are nothing but legalized mafia structures, and it's time to finish them with an inter-ethnic liberalism. Ooh. Suppressing ethnic minorities, obviously worried about them. Looks like the Kremlin regime aims to clear out any and all structures that could have the slightest possibility of becoming a threat. So they're already talking about let's clamp down on all these minorities just in case they get any ideas. And well, I'm just going to say it's time to stand up for yourselves or not at all, folks. If you are parts of those minorities, I think. Otherwise, it's going to be, well, not a good time. I mean, you know, they've already started wiping them out by sending them to war, but, well, just wiping them out just for the sake of it, I can imagine is going to be, well, a possibility. Let's just say. Ooh, terrifying. So, shall we just big up the Patriot a moment? Because there was something specific that Zelensky said yesterday about the Patriot, that he sends huge thanks to the manufacturers. The system is the best in the world. Both Russians and even our partners are shocked at how powerfully it operates. And, well, I think that basically says, we'd like some more of those, please. Oh, yes, we would. So I wonder if we can get them some more Patriots. I think that would be nice. So I have, sorry, saw something very funny there. I have a quote from the new British, well, I suppose he's not that new anymore, Foreign Office head, David Cameron. Now, he today, I think today or yesterday, one of them, he compared Putin to Hitler and urged not to appease the president of the Russian Federation. He said, today's events in the world are reminiscent of pre-war 1930s when the West tried to appease Adolf Hitler. It is like being the foreign minister or the leader of Europe in the 1930s. We do not have to appease Putin. We must resist the evil that is this invasion. The only thing we can do is to demonstrate during this year that they will never win. So, well, you know, again, sticks in my throat a little bit agreeing with him, but yeah, I've got to say, full agreement with that. And I do like his approach. What do you reckon, Peter?
Yep. Yep, I agree with that entirely. It would be nicer if we had the same sort of message coming out of Washington, where they seem to be a bit confused about how to deal with it, or not really given a very strong line. That has happened in the past, in particular when Biden went to Warsaw at the early stages of the war. He basically said off the cuff, "This guy has to go," referring to Putin, and somehow it got walked back. Presumably because regime change, just outright regime change, is illegal. under international law. But the trouble is, how do you deal with somebody like Putin? How do you deal with somebody like Hitler? You know, you can't negotiate with them. You can't dance around the table. You know, basically somebody like that has to go. And the way to deal with him really is the ICC and bodies like that. But really, the whole of the Russian state, you know, as I keep on saying, should be declared a terrorist mafia, criminal organization. All their embassies should get shut down and seized and impounded, and you know, all the paperwork should get looked at, and you know, that will find more incriminating evidence. Their diplomats should be arrested. They're not diplomats, they're basically criminals serving the criminal enterprise. And if it was treated like that, it would just go one step further towards decapitating the entire regime, which is what's needed. Yeah, the ICC has launched it, has indicted Putin. Excellent that was done right from the top. The man at the top, don't go for a load of henchmen under him or underlings. But once they did that now probably more than a year ago. What's happened since then? You know, they should have followed that up within a month or two with the entire apparatus underneath Putin, because they're, you know, under the Nazi basis, you know, it was proven that you have culpability, and you can't just blame the guy at the top. I was only acting under orders. No, that is not a valid defense. You are criminally liable, and that should have been, the ICC should have followed that up with a whole load of indictments against other people and the people in Crimea, running Crimea on behalf of the Russians. It should have recognized the genocide and should have laid charges against all those people. And you know, why are we moving so slowly? Why are we prevaricating? Why are we trying to sort of equivocate on whether there is or there isn't genocide? There's overwhelming evidence. We know it's happening. You can't deny it. There comes a point at which, by not confronting it, you are complicit with it. And I wonder when we draw the conclusion that we have reached that line, particularly countries like Austria and Hungary that are still buying Russian gas, for example, and even, you know, China, India. India needs to work out which side of the fence it's on, well, you know, just gonna go on with another rant, basically, if you ask me a question like that. But anyway, getting back to Lavrov, this is a guy I have a particular detesting for. He's an absolutely odious character. There is a Twitter hashtag, Sergey the Clown Lavrov, because of course, you know, he's just lied and lied and lied, and that's what he does. He's a professional liar, basically. So Liarov is another Twitter hashtag for him. But Sergey the Clown Lavrov, and I quite regularly post pictures of him as a clown, and with a strap line as well: diplomacy through genocide. That's quite a nice one. I just bloody spam their shit posts that the Russian embassy in the UK puts up, and the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. One of the ones that I like is, you'll all remember what happened to the Luna 25, the Russian mission to the moon, where that went somewhat catastrophically wrong, and with a crash landing. And I like Darth Putin's comment on that, where he said, given that we couldn't get from the suburbs of Kiev to downtown Kiev, it was perhaps a tad ambitious, thinking we could actually get to the moon. Anyway, one of the things that I have occasionally commented on is, why not send Lavrov to the moon on Luna 26, that apparently the Russians are working on at the moment. And even if they did, and he got there, presumably you'd still struggle to find intelligent life on the moon. That's what I'm saying anyway. So anyone wants to join in with my campaign to send Lavrov to the moon, I think he'd be a lot more useful there than he is down here. So anyway, maybe I'm just clutching at straws. Anyway, Furious Lexicon, you're up.
Well, thank you. Yes, I'll kick in 50 cents for his ticket. Maybe Elon Musk can get him there. I think that all Lavrov's speechifying, or however he's been getting that out, also goes along with those ridiculous statements that Putin and Medvedev have made also in the last couple of days. And I just realized today that these are likely called for by the tremendously successful trip Zelensky is having to Davos. Now, at Davos, there's no Russian delegation in attendance, which is neat. I think some of them must have attended last year. I think they usually, I don't know. At any rate, they're not there. But so our friend Timothy M. Has a very nice long thread in Twitter, and he explains how he talks about how Zelensky is just killing it, and how this is probably eliciting all of this verbiage out of the Kremlin. So Zelensky is, people said, somebody had made the remark that everything was doom and gloom vis-a-vis Ukraine, and Zelensky was like a drowning man pulling everybody down with him. Well, in fact, Zelensky...
Duda.
Sorry?
Duda said that.
Oh yeah, earlier, not this
in
year.
September.
Yeah, but and Duda has par contre has gone to Davos and has held meetings with Zelensky and sponsored something, one of the important ones. So Zelensky has been on this charm offensive. According to Timothy, he has had 15 meetings a day. I don't know how many days he's being there, but just astonishing, unflagging, and he conducted on the eve of the meeting a very successful calling to convocation of countries supporting and interested in his peace plan. So this time there were 83 countries attending. Now China did not attend. Apparently they're saying that Russia asked Putin to break all diplomatic relations with Ukraine. Anyway, China somehow didn't go to anything and hasn't said a word. But yes, so this meeting was very successful and very interesting. He met with all kinds of CEOs of armaments companies and so on. And they're saying that he was frank, he was honest, he had all kinds of data, hard facts. And so he talked about the weapons, their features and their flaws or gaps still needing to be filled. He talked about children. I don't know, there are lots of one-on-one meetings or him with a team of various countries. And yeah, maybe somebody remembers the Duda meeting better, or I saw it and afraid it passed me by, or I forgot it as soon as I read it. But yeah, it's a great thread by Timothy, and cheer you up mightily. And so all that to say, so if all this lavatory wash is spewing out of the Kremlin, it's because they're pissed off. Pieced, as Timothy writes at one time, as they're pieced about it. But what he means is they're pissed about it. Perhaps he's found a new way to be diplomatic, but I don't think they're pieced about anything. Anyway, good one to read. And yeah, really, I mean, Zelensky still got it. For anybody who's interested, we're starting in the book club, which we do Sunday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern time. The book called The Zelensky Effect, which I have to admit, when I first heard about it, I thought, I don't want some hagiography of some leader. But in reality, this is about the independence generation, the young people who came of age, people in his cohort, more or less, came of age growing up. They faintly remember, like in their kindergarten years, the vote for independence. They grew up in a country that did not any longer have the Soviet boot on their necks. And we know people like Budanov and maybe Zaluzhny himself are even younger. Budanov is in his early 30s. And so they, at any rate, they grew up in a different system. And while around anyway, it's a worthwhile book because it's a book about the group, the generation and the cohorts especially, who are in power now, and the difference between them and even those around the time of the Orange Revolution, where the same people remained in charge. Really, they sort of shuffled the deck chairs. But the great break that Maidan and also the Zelensky administration have made with the past. At the same time, attached to that book is an address for an online database of the most incredible number of resources, including the entire transcripts of the whole 3 series of Servant of the People, which I watched a bit of years ago. I've gone back and looked at it. This thing aired between 2015 and 2019, and it is an expose of corruption, and of course satirical and comedic form, that it really says a lot more to you once you're reading something that, and as you folks do, Tracy does the SBU, Crime and Punishment segments. So just wanted to say that those resources are very interesting, and I guess I could type out the link that's in the book, because that link's available to anyone, but it's all the president's speeches in office, all his 140 of his wartime speeches. It was published in 2023. So they were writing furiously throughout the war in 2022. So really a great book on Ukrainian resilience and why and how that came about. So long-winded response, but I just thought the garbage coming out of the Kremlin was good to mention that it's there for a reason. They're pissed off.
Excellent, thank you. Voltaria.
Yeah, hi Marcus, hi Peter. Yeah, thanks for your hard work, and urge everybody to retweet the space and the fundraiser. Hey, I just joined, and I noticed that in Reuters there was a report. Maybe you discussed this already, but there was a couple of attacks by Ukraine, apparently on a drone attack on an oil terminal in St. Petersburg. But it also says that a Russian appointed official in occupied southeastern Ukraine said earlier that Ukraine had tried and failed to target a Russian Baltic Sea oil terminal with a drone overnight. So I just wondered if maybe you have discussed this, but if there were any updates on those 2 attacks.
Well, the GER, or the HER, have confirmed that there were a number of hits on the oil field. This was specifically one of their targets, and it was carried out by a drone with power steering. Apparently, it's something new that they've put on their drones. And also, there was a fire at the nearby seaport, so that might also be a problem for them. Yeah, other than that, I didn't hear of any other things other than them saying, you know, oh, definitely shot down all the drones. Yeah, except 2 of them did land on the territory of the oil refinery, and we're determining the damage. So yeah, I would suggest that there's probably some damage there that the Russians don't want to tell anyone about. But there was definitely a hit at the seaport and a fire, because I've seen a video of that. So I'm going to say that that one exists. We haven't seen any sort of pictures of the oil refinery yet. Suppose we'll have to wait. But hopefully we'll get some, and it'll be toast. So keep your fingers crossed for that one. That's as much as I can tell you for the minute.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Marcus.
No problemo. Iwana, my lovely, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know that we don't really know what damage occurred in St. Petersburg oil terminal, but the damage to the hubris is done because, oh my God, St. Petersburg, so this is far away. And yeah, the St. Petersburg airport was closed. Apparently it opened a few hours ago. Also, the Vnukovo airport was closed and the Sheremetyevo airport. I hope I pronounced it right. The biggest one in Moscow region, carpet plan apparently. So 3 airports down. This must do a little bit of damage, even if the flights from Russia are much lower than usual. But yeah, I don't know about the real damage, but the hubris, they must suffer a little bit. St. Petersburg again.
Yeah, how embarrassing. No. I kind of love that that whole how embarrassing, because Ukrainians are very good at doing this, aren't they? They're very good at pointing out to Russia that they have some embarrassing failures. And so, yeah, it's important to highlight just how embarrassing these failures are as well. I think it's always morally correct to take the mickey. According to Russian telegram channels as well, as the Pulkovo airport, they do believe that there was damage to the oil facility there. So just trying to see if I can get some more updated information. There have been confirmed hits. This is a new stage of work, specifically in this region, Ukrainian military sources have commented. They say all military facilities in St. Petersburg and the Leningrad region of the Russian Federation are now within the reach of Ukrainian forces. Lovely. Like to hear that sort of stuff. Well, you know that that's a message just for the Russians, don't you? I know we're going to appreciate the message too, but it is mainly for the Russians. Data collection is continuing. However, there are confirmed hits on the targets. So, well, we'll have to just wait and see. Oh, I really want to see a drone video from that. I wonder. Anyway, sorry, I get excited about these things. I have a list of weaponry. I know, I'm that kind of girl. I have a list of weaponry that has recently been noted to either be in Ukraine or be on its way to Ukraine. So I thought I'd just go through a few of these things. Now, Hawk missiles. Now, we heard that Ukrainians were going to be getting some of these Hawk air defense systems. We never saw any sort of confirmation of delivery or anything like that, as far as I'm aware. But yet, various news and even short videos of what appear to be Hawk missiles being fired from Ukrainian positions since October 2023. But now there is a close-up picture that has come out of one of the Hawk air defense systems. So the US and Spain pledged to deliver more of those systems back in autumn, including providing training. And it would appear that these things have indeed started to be delivered in more numbers. So that's nice to see for a start. So there we go. That's good stuff. And then I've got a nice little write-up here from the CEO of Saab. Now, his own company is currently quadrupling their production of Carl Gustav, AT4 and NLAWs. Oh, plus the ammunition, obviously. And, well, let's just see what this says. So, oh, gosh, I'm going to have to translate that one. And I don't know what to do with the cookies because I can't read that. Okay, so translated from Swedish doesn't seem to work terribly well. Oh, that'll be why, because of cookies. Right, okay, stop doing that. Whatever. So, the Saab CEO has stated, this is how we make sure that Ukraine can win. To beat Russia, we have to just build more weapons than them and give them to Ukraine. But 2 years into the war, neither Sweden nor Europe appear to have taken the necessary decisions. However, Saab CEO Mikael Johansson has seen only one solution. The state must step in. There must be handshakes between politics, the state, and the businesses that produce. So, estimates in the West indicate that Russia is moving towards production of 4.5 million artillery shells this year, if they don't blow up in the meantime. Europe and the US are expected to reach 2.45 million, which is just over half. This, of course, gives Russia an initiative. And, well, it's something that we just can't do. As stocks run out, the ability to sustain Ukrainian war efforts will be determined by how we can increase our production capacity. And his conclusion is very simple. Build more. And do it now. So, as CEO of Saab and Vice Chairman of the European Defence Industry Association, he has a good sight into the industry's conditions. His own company currently quadrupling its production of support weapons and ammunition for them. They, prior to the war, were making 100,000 units per year. They started making 200,000 as the war began, and they're expecting to make 400,000 within the next 12 months. We do things, but it worries me. Are we doing enough? The target we need to meet, and we need to be clear about it. There are two ways to meet Ukraine's needs. Either the companies build up the order backlog with new orders from the states, but without long-term guarantees. Then the companies place the orders at the back of the queue and deliver as fast as they can. The companies can use their own funds to expand the capacity to some extent, but it will not be in step with the perceived needs. The defence companies have done what they can so far. Therefore, delivery times have skyrocketed. If you want a new track car from Hägglunds today, you have to wait until 2030. Likewise, if you want a new grenade from Nammo. The alternative is to aggressively build new production capacity in order to be able to meet these needs more quickly. However, companies currently see this as illogical. Why invest expensively in factories, staff, and new component flows just to finish orders quickly and end up with an empty order book faster? Good things have happened in terms of order volumes, absolutely. Just by following quarterly reports, you can see order intake has increased, not only from Sweden, of course, but from many countries. But the increase is creating only a short-term benefit. Long-term, it is still greatly lacking, he states. So, the solution. A demand for weapons has historically been variable, to say the least. Right now, Saab can count on good order intake for the foreseeable future, but demand may fall again. And you want to avoid being stuck with expensive new factories that suddenly stand empty, staff that require to be made redundant. That's never a good idea. What we do need is a handshake between the industry and politics, an agreement that over time, should one go below a certain volume of production or a certain number of people in an area of expertise, or that a certain factory need to be maintained, no matter what. The industry is usually very prepared to take risks, but there must be some sort of government commitment to allow them long-term future. The companies simply need government guarantees and they will start building. In the end, it is a financial commitment. If we end up in a problem industrially because the market in general is shaking, the state must say, okay, we will prioritise this and keep it alive. We will order from you and put these in stock. Or we will work together with a turnover stock that we promise will not fall below a certain level. And you can also use that stock for export, as long as you have a market that works. These are the commitments that the militaries need, that the military production needs. So, do we see this happening in the near future? There is good intention. You realise, though, that to do this and create a completely different level, it does take some time. I think it will happen. Several statements have been made that show that. But one might think that the pace is too slow. 2 years of war, and we don't already have this in place. We work as usual with more order intake, but by and large, this is the situation. So, he was speaking during the National People and Defence Conference in Saarland, where the Social Democrats presented a proposal specifically regarding state guarantees to the defence industry. And it was also good to hear that Magdalena Andersson is also thinking along those lines. No one more than I would like to take these decisions quickly and run. It is, of course, a little easier to make investment decisions and risk decisions in a company than in a political system, where we need consensus and agreements. And we, of course, have to respect that. But even if the state and the industry agree, defence industries in Europe do have practical difficulties in increasing their production. Several main suppliers use the same sub-suppliers, which creates bottlenecks when several try and scale up at the same time. You have to remember that we have come from a peacetime perspective on production capacity, inventory, delivery times and lead times. We have to work up all supply chains in such a way that we are much more resilient, so to speak. So that's a little lesson on what he feels about production in Europe, that if they could get, you know, some guarantees for continuing orders from their government, then I think that that would give them the impetus to be able to scale up in the way that's needed. Hello, Tim. You've joined me.
Hello, everybody. An unexpectedly late start. Well, expectedly late, but perhaps unexpectedly for the listeners. But yeah, here I am.
Well, I'm glad you've come to join me. So I have one more story about arms and ammunition. So we heard that there was going to be coalitions of various things, and we've seen, you know, the F-16 coalition, and we've heard about the UK forming some sort of naval coalition, and the French and Americans appear to have taken on the artillery coalition. So right now, 23 countries are participating in the artillery coalition under the French and American leadership. They will allocate 50 million to purchase 12 additional Caesars for Ukraine. They have identified the ASSM or hammer bomb. They look a bit like a hammer. Got a bit pointy out thing at the top. Anyway, that have already, it says, been integrated on Sukhoi/MiG, 50 units to be supplied every month, with the delivery starting this month. They have also pledged between 7,000 and 9,000 new soldiers will be trained by them in 2024. The remaining 60 Caesars should be purchased by other countries because apparently they can afford it. However, Ukraine has already purchased 6 Caesars themselves, which will be delivered very soon from this batch. So they've also been told that they can ask for upgrades as well, because, you know, the French have basically given them a budget and said, here you go, we've opened our shop, tell us what you want. So that's nice. And also, they've been working together to make upgrades to UAVs. There is also assistance with AI. Now, this is specifically so that they can strengthen the use of the Caesar and help the Caesar to spot Russian tanks. Now, I don't know how they're doing this with AI. Maybe they're like, you know, fast coordinate link or something like that. But either way, they are working together to make the artillery even more effective than it already is. And they're providing these awesome aerial bombs, which have, I think, a 200-kilometer range at the maximum, or at the stated maximum. Yeah, it's something that I think Ukraine are going to be able to make some very good use of. So, cheers, Brockies. Tim?
Now, one of the things that's, well, I don't know, Caesar is a fine artillery piece indeed, but it is basically a poor man's Archer, right? It comes with a number of disadvantages versus this kind of similar Archer system. Well, okay, so perhaps it's not a fair comparison, because Archer is kind of it is somewhat newer, although kind of very much of the same generation. The thing about Caesar is, well, it's not armored, and it's not really protected either. And what I mean by that is, the way you fire it, you drive up to your firing position, you park, your blokes get out of the cab, and then they go around the back and operate it. Whereas with Archer, it's got a self-contained box on the back. Now, I don't know whether the blokes go in the box or whether it's all automated back there, but nevertheless, it is kind of protected in a way that Caesar isn't. So, if I had a choice, I would probably go for Archer, which is what His Majesty looks like he is doing as well, with AS-90 that he's replacing. The UK got a bunch of Archers to replace the AS-90s that were sent to Ukraine, I think, and it looks like a pretty good fit, especially as it's made by a British-owned company. Yeah, Caesar's nice. I'm very glad that France have got a big order and that the Ukrainians are having fun with it. But I don't know. I think Archer seems to be the better system, to my mind.
Snob. Mark, go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. Just a quick question about the about the deal that's gone off with North Korea and Russia. What sort of, I don't know if it's the right subject to talk about on here, but what sort of things are they meant to be sending? Because it's quite concerning, if I'm being honest, because I heard about space stuff and stuff like that, announcing North Korea's space stuff. Is that correct information, or is it not, please?
I'm gonna say that, yeah. You see, Russia and North Korea, they're both not great with their space stuff. Well, Russia, you know, they've done stuff in the past, but I don't know if you noticed what happened to their last satellite launch that crashed on the moon. Yeah, they've got issues. So they've said that they're going to be building all this new stuff in the future, and I can guarantee you they're not. I'm also guaranteeing that North Korea are not going to be able to also provide all the goods to make it work. So, yeah, even if they share a bit of, you know, technology with one another, I still don't think they've got enough between them to actually put something together. So I think for the moment, it's not a big worry. Yeah, they can share missile technology with one another, but I mean, we've seen some of North Korea's stuff, and well, let's just say it's not of the best quality. And there seems to be a lot of problems with, you know, ammunition that has been provided through North Korea. So, yeah, good luck to the Russians is all I can say with that. Does that help? Tim, do you think North Korea is going to become a big powerhouse?
No.
Yeah, I expected that to be your short answer. Yeah, they say a lot of stuff, but we don't believe all of it. They're a bit like Russia. They tell a lot of fibs. Now then, so the head of the government of Ukraine will be having a meeting with Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico. So it says here, a meeting is planned with the Slovak Prime Minister, who previously is supporting Hungary's veto. This is planned within the coming weeks, so it's not immediate, but you know, maybe after Hungary's Article 7 goes through and stuff like that, that maybe Fico will be much more likely to want to negotiate, perhaps. Don't know. We'll see. Now then, I do have a little, oh, I've lost my drink. Oh, there it is. Sorry, distracted. I got up to get a drink and then promptly lost it. I do have a little bit of chatter from Telegram about what's been happening this morning, because there were some drones flying about in Russia that apparently it upset a few people, Tim.
It did. Oh no.
Exactly. So 10:13 a.m. Moscow time, 14 flights had been frozen at Sheremetyevo, Domodedovo, the other one, Domodedovo, that one, had 13 frozen flights, Vnukovo, 20, Zhukovsky, 3. The carpet plan was announced, obviously, and all airports named were closed for departures and arrivals. So that happened, but also we've got these hits in St. Petersburg. Now, I don't know if the airports are back open yet. Don't really care, but it would, well, any interruption to their air flights, you know, to their civil aviation like this, it's going to cost them some, isn't it? It's going to cost them quite a bit. Not that they can get them all off the ground, obviously. They've had, I think, 6 incidents this morning. I think one of which was a drunken passenger that forced them to land. But other than that, no, incidents of being unable to get off the ground. 5 of those just today. So fun times. Oh no. Russia's done themselves a disservice by helping the Houthis, Tim.
They have? What have they done now?
Well, because of Houthi attacks on ships in the Red Sea, prices of tea and coffee may begin to soar in Russia. The fact is, due to missile attacks, the delivery time of these goods has increased and logistics services have become more expensive. Already transporting one container from Asia to Europe, bypassing the Red Sea, has become $3,000 more expensive. Hey, who knew that proxy wars would have consequences, Tim?
Yeah. This is surprising. I'm shocked. Shocked.
Right. I've got this like image in my head of every time Putin does something, he also shoots himself in the foot at the same time. And I feel like he should have no foot left at this point, because I've just noticed this one after the other, that they make these decisions and then they just backfire horribly on them. Well, you know, cause trouble in the Middle East, and you forget. Again, it's this, you know, they're looking so far into the future of what they want to achieve, which is obviously ridiculous, that they forget that there's a bit in the middle, and they never plan for that, do they? It's just something I've noticed continuing to be just an ongoing problem for them.
Yeah,
Just
well, it's
thinking too far ahead.
It's the underpants gnome method of geopolitics, isn't it? You know, it's a step one, collect underpants. Step two, who knows? Step three, multipolar world. You know.
Indeed. But we'd best not have any unisex toilets. That's just not allowed. So now then, there's a little story here of how did the head of the main directorate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs for Moscow, Oleg Baranov, and his friend Konstantin Stroganov, I love his name, who was removed from the post of the head of Internal Affairs Directorate of the Northeastern Administrative District. This is still one sentence, by the way. How did those guys earn money, basically? Of course, not at the warehouse base, the price of which is a pitiful 250 million rubles. The owner of the Ural base, Alexander Gorbanov, was part of the Center Group, which was believed to be headed by Vitaly Kochetov. Oh, I've heard of him. Kochetkov, even. Amongst his assets are a mobile operator, Motiv, a meat processing plant, gold mines in the Urals and Kazakhstan. And this is how these guys make their money. They have a job, but they also have all this stuff. It is also worth noting countless construction projects that Kochetkov is apparently leading. For example, an academy that's being built in Yekaterinburg, more than 1.3 million meters square. Oh, it's a district, an academic district. He implements it with a native of the Uralmash group. In the group, he was responsible for the finances, and now he is mainly engaged in construction. So old sins are never remembered. Oh, by the way, he mainly lives in London, where Kochetkov's seized yacht is still parked. Now, basically, these guys are just owning all sorts of stuff across Russia and using their ties to just go from different business to different business, grifting. Now, we all know that the construction industry seems to be a great place to grift. So he's obviously found that construction was more lucrative, and he's taken on to build this 1.3 million meter square district of Yekaterinburg. And I can guarantee you, he's not laid a brick. But plenty of money was given to them for it. Anyway, I just love how these grifts just are so obvious, but they just make up a story for the reason. You know, it's barefaced lying to people's faces and barefaced stealing. But
Well,
everybody knows they're doing it.
absolutely. Well, to be fair, for Stroganoff, you could say that there's a lot at stake.
Meh-ha-ha.
Ah, dear. I'll just let that one stew for a bit. Although, you shouldn't say that about Stroganoff, right? Because Stroganoff is not a stew. Stroganoff is a saute. It is a way of cooking a steak. You can't do it in a slow cooker. Yeah. Anyway, I've got very particular opinions about how to do Stroganoff, and everybody seems to get it wrong. Yeah, it's a saute. It takes minutes. It's not something you make in a slow cooker. You barbarians. You need very high quality steak. You need proper smetana. There are ways of doing it.
Good to know. Good to know. So I have a little bit more Telegram chatter. A 73-year-old pensioner from the Moscow region. She is Valentina Ruinova. Just there's something could be said for that. Now, she calls herself the chairman of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. However, wow, she has been detained in a criminal case of inducing and involving citizens in activities for the violent seizure of power in the Russian Federation and public calls for terrorist activities, justification of terrorism, or propaganda of terrorism. Now, this case was opened back in 2022 because she posted a video on YouTube about Putin's palaces. Valentina Ruinova is the author of the YouTube The People's Front of the USSR. It has 878 subscribers, by the way. In particular, it called specifically for the restoration of the USSR and the establishment of Soviet power, but her gentle criticism of Putin's palaces has got a 73-year-old woman hauled into court for inducing and involving citizens in activities for the violent seizure of power. I'm not sure how they've managed to connect those two things up, Tim, but that's an incredible thing to be accused of.
Absolutely, and all this for going after Putin's palace. Wow, yeah. Well, for those of you who don't know the background, Putin has an enormous house, this privately built house, which I think is it near Sochi somewhere? I think it is anyway. Though it's down there, kind of Krasnodar, sort of AO. I like the way we must call Russian regions areas of operations now, rather than oblasts, because it's funny because they're getting attacked all the time. Yeah, he's built this absolutely enormous palace. It's kind of to describe the style, it looks like a shopping centre in Essex built around 1997. That's kind of what it looks like. It's in, it's an awful lot of marble. Looks like it's got UPVC windows as well, which is very tasteful. And lots of columns with frilly bits on. Yeah, I mean it's pretty dreadful. And apparently it cost $1 billion. $1 billion. Yeah, apparently it was largely financed by Abramovich. So whatever he presumably taxed Abramovich $1 billion to pay for it. But it's got really complicated cash flows, so it's the paying for it has gone through British companies, through German companies, through Russian companies. They've engaged Siemens to do some of the contracting. Like it's really, really crazily complicated in structure. So it's kind of designed not to be too Putin-y, I think. Yeah, it's I mean, kind of awful taste but great execution, I think is the phrase. You know, it's got like 4-poster bathtubs and
Got a
stuff like that.
helipad.
It's got a helipad. It's got 4-poster bathtubs.
It's got an underground hockey rink.
Is Putin into hockey?
Apparently.
I thought he
But
was
it
kind
does
of a
have an
judo
underground
guy.
hockey rink. Well, you know, anything that appeals, I suppose.
Right.
Yeah, I saw an in-depth video of this place, and one of the problems with this place is, well, marble isn't great if you live in an area with, you know, sort of like a damp climate. You know, it's great if you live in a dry, sunny climate. Brilliant, keeps you cool, all that. But yeah, if you put it up on the walls and stuff in a place where it's like, you know, not really the climate for it. Well, something happened and they had black mold growing, and they took down one of these slabs of marble off the wall, and behind it was thick black mold. And they basically had to take everything out of the room, demolish the internal walls, seal them properly, put them back, pop the marble back up. So, you know, they even cut corners to the point where they caused some rooms to be uninhabitable and had to have them redone. So I thought that was quite funny. Yanis, welcome up.
Yeah, hello, Marcus. Hello. Yeah, about those putting real estate. So actually, this Navalny anti-corruption fund, they have done at least 2 investigations on the 2 properties. One of them was somewhere near Urals, so like near the lake. No, not the Urals. I don't remember, but somewhere in that direction. So there was a private railroad line to this property. Yeah, and amazing stuff, a lot of buildings, etc. But this last one, I guess Tim mentioned, it is in near the Sochi. This place is called Gelendzhik, and it's very like elite neighborhood. There's this guy from Russian Orthodox Church, this Kirill, KGB agent. He has his castle built there, and also Putin. And it was not Abramovich, but I guess it was this Fedorov or something like that. Don't remember, but yeah, formally it's not his, but when this Navalny fund, they even get some pictures and virtual tour in this palace, so it's all over the top. Eagles are everywhere, so he is obsessed with the eagles, and of course his signature room. It's present in all of his home. I do not know how to pronounce it correctly in English, but it's a mud discotheque room. So basically, it's like a pool with mud where you have some, I don't know, dance pool or something like that. It's totally hilarious. Yeah, and of course he has such rooms also in this Gelendzhik castle. So you can check these pictures in this investigation. Hilarious. So 80s style discotheque, marble, golden eagles, and this pool with mud. And interesting, near that there is a whole winery. So there was, I don't know, either historically or newly built wine factory. So full stuff. And architect was some guy from Italy, something like that. But yeah, it's over the top. They even try to evaluate some furniture, which was seen on pictures from this castle. So numbers are astonishing. So millions and millions and millions and millions in stuff, in golden eagles, in floors, in marble, in stone, etc. So, and it was a moment when prior that it was not so problematic to work for this Navalny fund, but Putin has not forgiven this investigation on his castle, and he told that this is the only thing Putin will leave behind him. So in history, so building this castle. So yeah, I recommend for entertainment and for good laughs, just find this Gelendzhik castle, Putin's castle. 1 hour of video, of explanation, of analysis, what is built, what is the plan, how it costs, etc. Amazing. So he must be sick to live in such a house. And yeah, there was also drones. I know that near the St. Petersburg, drones were seen over his another house, but this Gelendzhik home was also photoed by Ukrainian drones, and it was like in last year when the Bayraktars were still flying or something like that. So yeah, so I wait for this castle to be blown up as soon as possible. So it will be very symbolic move.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that now they have, well, Ukrainians have drones that could actually reach Sochi. So it would certainly be fun, but they've got a lot of military targets to go after first. I don't know, maybe some partisans on the ground can help with that, and you know, just maybe chuck a couple of Molotovs in its direction. You never know.
Yeah, sorry, some small comment here. Why this castle is there, and why this direction is extremely important for Russia? So first of all, there is this Novorossiysk, so oil transit, and Putin's palace, and Kirill's palace, and then Krasnaya Dolina, this Olympic venue, and then they are, I don't know, you have already discussed or not. So Russians are moving their Black Sea fleet, at least they plan, and there is something already in process to this Georgia occupied region. So there is a port, and this all this Black Sea eastern coast will be extremely important. So yes. So when hits are happening at this coast, it's very painful, and there are also always those retaliation strikes on Ukraine after that. So they are very nervous about this one. So.
Oh, thank you very much. Now then, Tim, there's been some fallout from what happened yesterday. So the Krasnogorsk city courts have arrested the head of the department of Bashkiria for social communications. I don't know what that means. Whether that means that he was perhaps negotiating or talking to some of the people who were being little bit violent yesterday. So he's been arrested anyway, so that'll help, I'm sure. And it says, thankfully, all the men of Bashkiria are currently occupied in the meat grinder. Otherwise, they might have something to say about these goings on at home. And we heard a little bit earlier that, you know, the State Duma is proposing to go in and re-Russify these places, make absolutely certain that all these ethnic minorities are absolutely stamped out for good, which doesn't sound great for those people. But it might give them incentive to push back a little bit, eh, Tim?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, do we have any spicier updates from Bashkiria?
Not particularly, but there was a video released this morning, and it was stating that Russia is a prison of nations, and it had a lot of people of various ethnic minorities currently within Russia who were all saying, you know, this has to stop. We need to get together and stand up for our uniqueness and stand up for our rights as a minority. And we need to receive, you know, assistance from the outside world to recognise us and support us in any way they can, because, you know, our identity is who we are, and that is not Russian. Russia holds us prisoner within Russia, and then it flicks through every person's face, and every single person says Russia is a prison of nations. So there's some fallout happening, Tim. Now, I don't know if this video has been specifically devised for an occasion of this kind. You know, and someone's been sat on it maybe in the Ukrainian Defense Intelligence, but it does seem to have been put out by the people, you know, themselves through some sort of like TikTok type app. So I'm thinking that this seems to be quite genuine. If you remember, when there was a march on Moscow by the Wanga group, all these various nations, they put out little videos all saying, you know, now's the time, now's the time, now's the time, we could be free here, we could be free here. And then, of course, the mutiny, whatever, collapsed, and they all went quiet again. And now there is a bit more of a voice appearing again for them. So you never know.
So where are we getting this from, right? They've shut down the Telegram. Are we getting it over other channels?
I'm getting some information from the Free Peoples within Russia channel. There is some of it that comes through just general Telegram chatter as well. So yeah, there is a bit of information that you can get, but I've seen this video, this particular video, Russia being a prison of nations, being retweeted by quite a lot of people, because, you know, it's a strong message basically, and well, I think it's important that these people do have a voice if they don't really want to be swallowed up by Russia.
Absolutely. But I guess, as we mentioned yesterday, the biggest disadvantage these guys have is they are a fairly small minority within their region. I don't know how concentrated they are. You know, so maybe the actual, you know, the actual oblast, the actual republic that they're in, is kind of artificial and doesn't really divide, you know, that doesn't really divide ethnically, and was deliberately engineered like that, sort of gerrymandered to include an awful lot of Russians who don't organically belong to the republic. But one of the things the Russian Empire did like to do, and the Soviet Union did like to do, was mix and match people around. And if there is a part of the Russian Empire or Soviet Union with its own distinct non-Russian ethnicity, of which there are many former parts of the Soviet Union as well, they like to ensure that in the capital city particularly, there were loads and loads and loads of Russians imported. And so they would never, you know, kind of dilute their political consciousness a bit by people who are theoretically loyal to Russia. So I would strongly suspect they've done that. It would be interesting to know how the boundaries of that particular republic work, because, as I say, within the formal borders of it, they're only about 20% of the people are Bashkirian, Bakshirs, Bashkirs,
Bashkiri.
whatever. Bashkiri, that's the one. So I mean, I wish them luck, but I suppose a lot of it does depend on geography, doesn't it?
Well, yes, it does. I mean, one of the things is some of these places are very, very, very far away from Moscow. So it would be a lot more difficult for them to be immediately brought under control, I would think. And I think that's what some of them, you know, in the end may indeed find works to their favour. Now, Bashkortostan, or whatever you want to call it, is, well, it's not that far away from Moscow. So was actually possible for them to mobilize enough people to put down this uprising. But it took more than the police, the riot police, the National Guard, and the OMON, I believe, came in the end. So that basically they ended up rubber bullets, tear gas, beating people to bloody, and eventually they went home. So yeah, they really had to pull out all the stops. However, even after things had calmed down and the police forces were leaving, there were still people chucking rocks covered in snow. So they looked like a snowball, but they chucked one of these rocks through the window of one of their vans as they were leaving. So I think, you know, there's still probably a little bit of tension there, Tim.
Yeah. I'm sorry, am I audible? I just got a phone call.
Yeah, you're fine.
Absolutely. It's one of the things we used to do in snowball fights in school was, you know, make sure you pack some pebbles in there, make sure they really hurt. But no, I mean, the deployment of Oman is interesting but hardly surprising. So that's the bit of the Rosgvardia that basically does kind of hardcore riot control. Yeah, they've got about, well, according to Wikipedia, they've got 20,000 blokes. So they're anticipating some serious riots.
Well, possibly. And, you know, tensions have increased with regards to these ethnic divisions that Moscow, well, you know, in general, Russia likes to keep people divided, don't they? So these ethnic divisions are sort of encouraged in a way, and it ends up with problems like this. So there is now a welcoming committee, apparently, in Moscow of Muslim immigrants. So, this is a message to members of the special military operation who turn up in Moscow to bother them in any way. If they didn't finish you off there, we can finish you off here. In the town of Chekhov near Moscow, visitors to the Voyage Ethnic Cafe beat up a member of the special military operation named Artem, an active duty soldier on leave after being seriously wounded. Well, it would appear that he went into this place and he was not very respectful, put it that way. And they've called them bandits. The bandits decided to beat him because he was a military man. I mean, because he was a proper a-hole. I think that's what they're saying. Anyway, so he was eventually beaten by a crowd of 12 to 15 people. At the same time, they were shouting, "They didn't finish you off there, well, we can finish you off here." Based on the fact of the attack of the serviceman, an investigation has been opened under a criminal case, blah, 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 hooliganism. And these bandits are being established. However, there is a video of the Conversation Cafe, and well, the video of the guy who has the Voyage Cafe, he's surrounded by a load of people, and they're all stood there, you know, going, well, tufties, basically. You come here and cause trouble, and we will end that trouble. And we don't care if you're a military man or not. And judging by the accent, the manager is an Armenian. So just thought that was quite interesting. Oh, I've lost him. Ah, fair enough. Right. So additional racial tension there. I find that quite interesting. In fact, I'm enjoying that a lot. Oh, now then. You know how Russia's collapsing? Russia's collapsing. Did you not know? I'm here to tell you it is. Russian pilots are now starting to complain en masse about low-quality landing strips. 4 aircraft have rolled off the runways within a month. Sorry, they should learn to brake better. Anyway, airplanes in Russia have, according to complaints, begun to roll off runways systematically. And pilots are complaining en masse about unsatisfactory conditions of the airfields at airports. Well, you know, you saw what happened to the heating system. Just, you know, extrapolate that to everything else, and there you go. That's your problem right there. So anyway, airfields and airports, right. So the latest incident occurred earlier this week. A Tu-204 with 17 tons of Russian post parcels and cargo was caught on video wheeling itself off in Mirny, Yakutia. According to an Aviator Sheena Telegram channel, the traction coefficient barely met the minimum allowed. So this is like leaving your car somewhere with the handbrake off, I suppose. That if the surface isn't flat enough, it'll take itself for a wee walk. Anyway, at least we know the tyres were turning. So mass complaints about landing strips has now started to pour in from Aeroflot pilots. The company has registered an increase in the number of reports from pilots about unsatisfactory airfield conditions, which lead to a rollout of the plane from the airfield and has caused damage to a number of craft. A list of problem airports has been compiled, and pilots are stating that the following are the worst. So this is Khabarovsk, Ufa, Khanty-Mansiysk, one of them, and Chelyabinsk. There have been at least 4 more cases of airplanes rolling off runways that aren't flat in the past month. On January the 12th, an Arctic airline Yak 42 passenger plane rolled off the runway at Archangel Airport and temporarily paralysed the operation of the craft. In Norilsk on January the 9th, a Boeing 737-800 of Nordstar Airlines rolled out of the landing zone. It was on a flight from Krasnoyarsk with 169 passengers on board, and they rolled off the runway. Another incident occurred on December the 15th at Osora Airport in Kamchatka. off the runway. The Far Eastern Transport off the runway. The Far Eastern Transport Prosecutor's Office has reported. Looking specifically at 5 regions: Siberia, Kuban, Königsberg or Kaliningrad, Ingermanland, which is St. Petersburg, I get it, and the Urals. Some of the regions already held their own self-determination referendums back in the 90s, such as the Chechen Republic of Itukia, the Republic of Tatarstan, and the Republic of Bashkiria. Also noted is the Republic of Kalmykia and the Republic of Buryatia. But the will of those people was suppressed at the time. So there is every possibility that Bashkiria might get another chance to be a autonomous nation again. So just pointing out that they've done it once before. Now then, sorry, I've got a few things going on here, so I'm trying to not get in trouble with my boss at the same time. So let's have a little look at what I put in my bookmarks earlier, because oh yeah, this is interesting actually. So there was a man detained in Odessa who turned out to be an FSB agent preparing an ecological terrorist attack. He had enrolled as a student at Odessa University and was trying to identify and transfer the coordinates of any warehouses where toxic substances, in particular any pesticides, were stored, because hitting them would cause a bigger problem than just hitting a building. He also scouted possible bases and movement routes for defence forces. Initially, he began working part-time as a taxi driver and then was able to roam around recording whereabouts. The student was arrested, informed of suspicion of treason committed during wartime, and has been identified as a FSB agent. He now faces life imprisonment. So, you know, I'm just going to say that these things do catch up with you eventually. Oh, lovely. I'm just seeing a new video of the drone that reached St. Petersburg. Let me just see if I can... Oh, gosh, it's very far away. Okay, right. Yeah, that doesn't really show me a boom. It shows me a dot in the air. A dot. Yeah, okay, fair enough. However, this video does appear to be from St. Petersburg, so I suppose we can definitely say it arrived. Don't know. Now, I don't know recently if you recall that Canada was getting it a little bit in the neck for not providing the NASAMS that they had promised Ukraine. And the problem is, they'd love to provide them, but it's something to do with production. So Canada has turned officially to appeal to the United States to speed up the transfer of the NASAMS anti-air missile complex, noting that they paid for the air defense system for Ukraine at the beginning of 2023. Well, I hope that makes some sort of impact. That's all I can hope. But at least they aren't ignoring the problem. At least they are making a whine about it. So, you know, I think it's important that they are indeed trying to follow up and get that sorted. It would be really nice if they could get everything that's been promised to Ukraine actually to Ukraine. I think it would do them an awful lot of good if we delivered as well as promised. You know, just the little things, isn't it? The little things that matter. Oh, Tim, you're back.
I'm back, and guess who else is here?
Ah, I think I see. The NUJU. Welcome up.
Hello, hello everyone. Good to hear you again. Hope you enjoyed the last week guests. I had to leave early that time, but today that's only me, so we're gonna have a bunch of time to talk. So I'm just gonna quickly remind that I represent the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine, and every week on Thursday, thanks to MriyaReport, we have this stage to speak about our project, Executed Free Speech. That's project that advocates for press freedom and human rights. This project contains more than 100 testimonies of journalists from occupied territories who share their stories. And that project aims to draw attention on a human rights violation and crimes against journalists and media organizations committed by Russian Federation. So, as you can already probably understand, that our main goal is to raise awareness about this, make people hear these stories, make people read these stories, understand what kind of violation committed by Russians in Ukraine. We advocate for justice. So in terms of this, we actually shared these testimonies with our government and some international organizations for who this might be very helpful. So we work together with international organizations. And of course, another reason is to preserve memory about what is happening in Ukraine. So because it's important to honor the memory of journalists who have fallen victim to these crimes. And yeah, so again, thank you, MriyaReport, for having us. Usually I start with sharing with you a situational update, but I guess you actually speak a lot about that. The new thing that I actually like to do, I like to speak about what kind of countering Russian disinformation and propaganda we do. It's like I prepare digests, and I read some of the stories that we prepared, some of the testimonies. You can find it on our website, the full stories and more. You can please follow us on Twitter. We share those stories there as well, and that's where you can get information about us, and that's from where you can go to our English version of the web page. I would like to say that we actually just recently started our Twitter, so we are still like growing our audience. But yeah, so like don't get surprised why we are maybe less active than, for example, MriyaReport on Twitter. That's just because we just started there. Plus, our union, it's a lot of different journalists who work on field, and of course, our main things to do is to write articles on our website. But yes, anyway, let me actually today by the way, I wanted to start with the story, but then I realized that I just wanted to share with you some not a really it's a good and not a good news, but first I wanted actually to ask you if any one of you here familiar with what's going on recently in Ukraine in terms of journalism, in terms of corruption. Have you heard about Hrynkevich family? Have you heard anything about that? Because if no, I would like to share with you quickly what's going on.
I have heard a little bit about it, but please do explain a bit more about it. Yeah.
Yes. So it's like the latest high-profile event in Ukraine. It's a case of Hrynkevich family, which based the state budget through the conclusion of procurement contracts with the Ministry of Defense. So the father of the family was caught for a bribe of $500,000, and that's small. It's a huge amount. That's what surprised us, because it's a very huge amount for bribe. But imagine how much more they stole, and that's the whole family. And so yeah, it's a lot of money, but actually here I wanted to draw attention to the fact that after that the information attack on the investigative journalist of Bihus Info publication began. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, because it's more like internal journalists, but maybe you heard about them. It's a pretty respectable publication. They do, like, they have a YouTube channel. It's in Ukrainian, so probably you're not, but I know that they also write in English once in a while and communicate in English with other journalists. But anyway, Bihus Info, it's an investigative journalist, and they do a lot. They found out a lot about this family, and not only them. So imagine how many people with money who hate them. So after that, they got an informational attack on them. But what I wanted to say is that today, Ukrainian society, we are very actively involved in such stories, and both for the protection of journalists and for the pressure to bring the case of the punishment of the Hrynkevich family to its end. So it's just a quickly update, just maybe if you're gonna hear about that. Again, I think we spoke about that not the last time, but before that we spoke about that. Now you can hear a lot of information about corruption in Ukraine, which on my personal opinion, it's good. Don't get scared and don't get disappointed on that, because you can hear about that, and I'm openly talk about that, just because we need to, like, that's something we work on. That's something that we don't want to hide. We actually pay a lot of attention to bring it to the society, and Ukrainian people are very actively involved on, checking what's going on with this and making sure that they don't just hide this, even if they start the case, but they will, make it right, and everyone will get punished for this. So what I wanted to say is the fact that you hear about that, it doesn't mean that Ukraine is corrupted. We have corruption the same as any other countries do, but we are working with that. We are writing about that. We are trying to pay attention. Not trying, we are actually paying attention to that. So that only means that we are we are willing to punish everyone who tried to continue corruption in our country. That's our main goal, and that's why you can read about that, you can hear about that. So don't get this wrong, please. Yeah, from this, if you I don't know, maybe you already have some questions, I don't know, maybe about these stories or no. If not, I will start with the story. But yeah, first I wanted to ask if you guys wanted to already ask me a few questions.
Yeah, this particular family, there's quite a recognizable photo of them all going around all dressed in like a white Visivanka that matches with all like black embroidery down the front. And these people basically just were setting themselves up for taking money everywhere, it would seem. So yeah, terrible corruption. However, the thing is, they've been caught, and we keep seeing this one after the other. These people are uncovered, their crimes are cut away, they're receiving consequences for their actions, and this is a really good thing that Ukraine's doing. It's showing that, you know, we're not going to turn a blind eye to this. You know, it may have been acceptable in the past, but it's not acceptable anymore. I heard a story from a guy who said he'd spoken to a policeman, basically. And this was a policeman of the older guard, but, you know, not a corrupt policeman, just a dude doing his job. And he said it was suggested to him and his new young colleague that maybe they would like to accept a bribe for something. And before he could even speak, the young colleague immediately stepped in and said, "Things don't happen like that anymore around here, and you should put that away and never suggest that again." And he said that is how, you know, the police have changed. So something just as simple as, you know, changing the mindset. You would think that would be easy, but it's been so ingrained into institutions that it takes new people to, you know, reinforce that, I think. Does that make sense?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, thank you. My my English poor, so thank you for, you know, adding on this and making it more clear. Yeah, you're right, 100%. That means that people don't turn a blind eye to it, to such stories, and now they are very closely watching and all together putting pressure on the state authorities to bring this matter to an end. I mean, to punish as they deserve it, and the whole family, not only, you know, one person of the family, because they used to just I don't know, send all money to their wives or to their kids or etc to other their relatives. So now because the society is putting a lot of pressure and saying that, you know, we keep watching on what's going on. So today the investigations have already been carried out, the whole family, and Ministry of Defense, they already made a statement. They already canceled all agreements with them after they found out how much money well, Ministry of Defense lost, and this family just stolen. And they really, it was a really huge scheme. Like you couldn't really see what they did, because they even had a foundation, and they worked with the president. So it's like it goes very high, and they were very respectable. They looked like very respectable people who are like supporting army a lot, but they actually stole a lot. We can't even imagine how much, because what they did, they signed a lot of agreements with Ministry of Defense to provide food for soldiers, to provide some not equipment, more like clothing for soldiers, and a lot of other stuffs. But when they started investigate, so when the Ministry of Defense, they conducted agreements with them, they didn't provide for 100% what they supposed to be, or they were late all the time, or they didn't even provide what they supposed to provide. So when again journalists started to investigate, started to, from the scratch, started checking all these military units, etc., about what's going on, they found out that most of these contracts was with this family. I mean, not exactly with the family, with their with companies that were managed by this family. So yeah, that's a short, crazy story, but the important thing here that, yeah, we can openly talk about that, and no one can stop the freedom of speech here in Ukraine. So I really, I wanted to share this example with you because I realized that now currently you can hear a lot of information about corruption in Ukraine, and I am not sure how international press will present it to you, because just recently, for example, I found out one New York Times article which surprised me, that was about some other topic, but they tried to present it as Ukraine corrupted, which was actually, that was something I was dealing with, and I was trying to, well, again, sorry, I'm going to another topic, but quick story. So New York Times wrote about military assistance, international military assistance to Ukraine, and how they cannot really check it properly, and blah blah blah, and like how Ukraine is corrupted. So they show it more as, because Ukraine corrupted, they cannot check it really well. But you're talking now with a person who's been involved in international security assistance. I told you I'm a former military, and I was particularly working on the project how we can receive international security assistance more properly, more like quicker, and more like that you can see all the way that international security comes from US, for example, to Ukraine. So I was the person who actually had hands on that, like had hands on accounting this equipment. And I was the one who were like, every month I would call to Office of Defense Cooperation and ask them, please, I mean, American office, like, please, can you come and see what's going on? Because sometimes they would send us just partially what they supposed to send, and they write on the invoices a different, like they would send us the whole thing and stuff like that. So I was just checking that, and I always called to, for them to check, to come and check, to come on on a place where we received it. So, you know, they would not write stuff like that. But they never had enough people to do so. They never had enough people. Ukraine always tried to ask them, like, please come on site and check everything, so you know, so you see what's going on. But they never had enough people to do so. And now I read in New York Times that, and it's a respectable publication, right? For us, New York Times, we think it's a respectable international publication, and they write it in a way that it's like, in Ukraine we spread corruption and that's why they cannot check it, which is totally not true. And why I can talk about that, because I literally know what I'm talking about. So these few examples just to present you that we really care about international assistance. We really care about what's going on in Ukraine. We don't like that we have such a corrupted business, government, etc. And why you're gonna hear lots of these stories? That's only because we really want to get rid of this. We don't like it. Ukrainian society don't respect it and don't want to tolerate it. So only that's why, please understand it in the right way if you're gonna see the spread of information about corruption. That's my main message today. Yeah, so please let me know if you have any questions. If now, I will continue with reading a story to you.
Hi, Kasia, welcome. On the corruption issue you've just described, do you have an article you could share with me about that? Because I'd like to explore that in more detail.
Which one, about the Rinkevich family or about what wrote the New York Times?
About the Rinkevich family.
Sorry, Rinkevich?
Yes, about the Rinkevich family.
Yeah, sure. I will. I'm not sure if there is any of it in English, but I can definitely. Let me try to find it. Because I obviously read it in Ukrainian. Yeah, I don't see anything in English, so I can.
Ukrainian is fine.
Mhm.
I can do a Google Translate job.
Okay, yeah. Or if you want, I can just like message me and I can translate it to you as well.
Thank you very much. I see we have a hand from, excuse me, from Lexicon. Lexicon.
Yeah, thank you. So great to hear you. Yeah, about the other one that you're mentioning, that we've taken to calling it the New York Times, you probably know, because it's a paper of record, but nonetheless, there's clearly some kind of faction in there that's really hell bent on writing disastrous stuff about Ukraine. But I wondered if you have any link to that kind of thing, any element of that would help us see that in reality, it's, as you said, lack of staffing at the American department or whatever, it's foreign inspector's department and not in the Ukrainian department. And is there some way that you folks followed up on the New York Times article?
Yeah, I'm gonna share that with you. I'm gonna share that article with you as well. I can do that. The only thing is that no, we cannot. So you have to understand that Ukraine has to be very respectful to
Yeah, and
to
careful.
our partners, yes, and careful. The the way I shared it right now with you, my point was not to say that that US is bad or etc. My point was that the way some of international press release such stories is pretty weird, and it's actually not the first time when we find out that New York Times, we don't know, I don't want to I don't want to blame anyone. That's just the tone, the way they spread some of the information. That's just weird. And I'm not sure the way why I spoke about this particular article, because I know what I'm talking about. I literally work with that, and I really know what was happening, because I was in the military at that time and I was really working on that. That's why I can freely speak about that. I didn't prepare any journalistic topic on that, because I don't think it's a very, I cannot really share super openly about what I was working with. So the way I shared it, it was super super with a lot of information, but I just generalized, and I grabbed the specific situation which I can openly talk about it. And I know that, for example, if you would work in Office of Defense Cooperation or somewhere there, they would openly, it's not a hidden information. It's like something that you can freely discuss with them. So I don't really think that, for example, New York Times, whoever wrote that article, I don't remember, I am not sure that they really know what they're talking about. I don't think they would speak to someone from Office of Defense Cooperation and ask them, do you really have enough of personnel there? Because they would say them the truth. They actually, from the beginning of the full-scale invasion, the Office of Defense Cooperation, they were out for, I think, 4 months from Ukraine, and they would say you this. So I don't really think they even asked. They just grabbed some information that they found on the top of all this situation and wrote an article. And I don't think it's professional, if you write something like that and then you present this information to the international audience. What would other people think of us? What would other people who trust your publication would think about Ukraine? So yeah, sorry for like saying a lot of things, but yeah, the answer is we don't know, and I'm not gonna write any articles specifically about this, because I don't want to spread misunderstanding. I don't want other people to get it as like we don't like our partners. No, we like and we appreciate everything they do. Just this specific topic, I decided to, and they have their right to write about what they want to. I just felt like I need to try make you understand that even if you read these kind of topics, and specifically about corruption, that please be very careful, and please try to understand that if you see this a lot, that doesn't mean that the whole Ukraine corrupted. And I feel some people maybe think like, oh, we're not going to support them because they are corrupted, and we don't want to support them. you hear about these stories because Ukrainian society do not tolerate corruption, and we are trying to get rid of that. That's why we openly talk about it. That's why international publications, I guess they will probably write about it a lot. So just don't get it wrong, please.
Yeah, I understand. I understand how infuriating it is to see some facts that are just plain wrong when you have really close knowledge of the details too. No, I think for sure, I mean, you have tremendous strictures on you. It's you have to hoe a very fine row as you go along. But I agree that I think within the New York Times, there's clearly a faction that's up to no good. I mean, there are some very good professional journalists who do at least neutral stories and factual stories in Ukraine. You know, you have a right to your opinion, but you don't have a right to your own fact, i.e. wrong fact. Anyway, one of the things we try to do is expose some of those and start to know who are those particular journalists who have some kind of axe to grind. They really want to try to take Ukraine to task. But it's really helpful for us to hear the facts on the ground as you've explained them. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lexicon. We have two more hands. I'd like to go to For Every Child and then to Barney, please. And then we'll carry on with the segment. For Every Child, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Good morning to you and Mockers. I'm so sorry that I came in late for this. I know there'll be a recording, and I'll certainly be listening to it. I don't have the name of the journalist who's speaking. It looks like NUJU. I don't know how to pronounce that. My question is, I realize that this is a public space and it's being recorded. However, I don't want to boost things that are problematic, and I would so appreciate knowing exactly what kinds of things you would like boosted, because I do this almost 24 hours a day, except when I'm sleeping. And anything you want boosted, I most certainly can. And I promise you, I have a great many links to journalists and media over a wide area beyond the United States. I actually had just sent a DM to Christopher asking him to give me a clip of what you just said, so that I could boost it all over the internet. But now I'm reluctant to do that because I don't want to distract from the work that you have to do. And I do understand that it can be problematic to publicize things when people are really busy on other projects. Slava Ukraine.
Heroям slava. So thank you very much. Well, we are very we very appreciate any connections with other media. We are very open to to collaborate, to do something together, to write something together. So please don't hesitate if you can DM me. Because actually you just reminded me, I mean, we want to do an international conference, an international journalistic conference. That's not something you can read about yet, because it's on the stage of discussion and planning. But I just decided, I heard you have a lot of connections with media, so maybe that's something you would be interested in too, because we plan to look for partners, etc. So please don't hesitate. If you can DM me, that would be wonderful if that's something you're interested in. So I decided to open a little bit information about that. We are planning international online conference, but yeah, we're on the stage of planning it, and we definitely actually at the beginning I had to discuss it with MriyaReport as well. Later on, I'm just notice you that that's something I would love to discuss with you guys from MriyaReport. But yeah, thank you very much for your interest. Is there any other questions?
I'll go back to you quickly for every child, and then we'll go to Barney, and then we'll move on with the second.
Yes, I will DM you, but just off the top of my head, do you have any interest in doing TED Talks?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I just don't know. I mean, we do have a section in Ukraine. We never collaborated with them, but if there's something like for internet, we are more interested to do so with international audience. And yeah, definitely, that would be wonderful.
Should I go again?
Yeah, please, but we do need to move on. So
I
if
think
you don't mind.
I think if you perhaps give us some content, I think there's enough people here at MriyaReports that can boost that content and draw attention to your work with different groups that might be cultivated. You know, it can take years to develop relationships with these media groups. From where I am, hopefully it will not take years for you to develop those relationships. But definitely, any content you provide, we can certainly marshal a group to boost it from place to place. Slava Ukraine.
Heroям Slava. Thank you very much. Yeah, that would be wonderful. So please let me know what I can share with you. Like you said, you contacted someone from MriyaReport. They can. I give my permission to give my contacts, my personal contact number, so we can get together, get to communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you both. Barney, you've got your hand up.
Cheers, Ted. Yeah. Sorry, you always forget your name, MJ. But please DM me. As else I'll forget. As quite a lot of people here know, I'm fairly senile. I forget what I'm talking about half the time while I'm talking. But no, what you're talking about with the journalist and that type of stuff is, yeah. You're doing a great job. The New York Times is interesting, and other news outlets are also interesting in the same regard. And I'm being particularly British when I say interesting. Unless you understand British humour and sarcasm, you might not realise that I am being heavily sarcastic when I say that. But I think there's enough British people on the panel to know what I mean by that. But yeah, yeah, me. I don't know how long it'll take me, but I might be able to help you out. But also just wanted to raise again the fundraiser, and something that For Every Child mentioned was about sensitivity of raising stuff in this panel. You have to remember that MriyaReport is a American charity, registered, and can only promote official fundraisers that they're backing. I have fallen foul of this before, but I appreciate the sensitivity of MriyaReport and the way that they have to deal with things being their registered charity in the States and not promoting people or anybody that they haven't vetted or anything else like that. So yeah, what you're doing, Nuju, is sorry, I'm just going to call you Nuju for now. I hope that doesn't offend you. What I'm trying to do is just remind people of that fact. And my cat has actually just realised all the water in the garden was frozen and was trying to drink. So I'm going to have to go inside and get her a drink now. I think Mox will appreciate that one. But yeah, no, thank you very much, Nuju. Really appreciate your input and your time spent here.
Thank you, Barney. Yeah, we will again. I will. I'm not tired to say to MriyaReport, thank you, because we really appreciate to be here every week and have such a kind audience who are willing to support us, who are willing to listen to us. And yes, that's amazing that you're very collaborative, very supportive, and because yeah, our main goal is to raise awareness, to spread our communication, to spread our contacts with international audience. So we are grateful for for all support, for all contacts. So please, let's get together, let's collaborate, let's do something together. We are very open to that. Yeah, so please let me know if there are more questions.
We'll just go back to For Every Child and then we'll carry on, okay? For Every Child.
Yes, thank you, Tim. I guess it's Nuju or Nuju. I tried to give you a DM, and the X platform said that I could only DM you if I was a Prime member or whatever it is that you pay, that I would have to pay $22 a month for. So maybe you can DM me, or maybe somebody can get the information to me, because I can't contact you directly.
Okay, let me try. I think it gives me permission. I just send it to you, just hello. It looks like it went through. Let me know if you received anything.
I did. Thank you so very much.
Okay, that's sorted. Why don't you go ahead now, please, with your story? Thank you very much. Oh, I've just lost her. Oh no, Tim.
Yeah, I've lost her as well.
You might have to
What
keep an eye out for her coming back.
She probably left the space by accident by pressing any number of buttons that do that in one click, because the UX of Twitter Spaces is gash. I do that all the time. And Kat is back. Welcome.
I just came back. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're all good.
Yeah, feel free to go ahead. Lovely. Go ahead.
Hello, hello. Am I back?
Do you hear us?
Can you hear us?
She can't hear us, can she?
I'll send her a message.
Fair enough. Okay, well, obviously, fabulous radio. So, let's let's tell you a little bit of what I've seen in the meantime. So, we have heard that the European Parliament has voted to trigger Article 7 against Hungary, and also called for a probe into the 10 billion EU funds which were given to Budapest most recently. Now then, if they find Hungary has systematically violated the fundamental democratic norms, they will have their voting rights removed. So, good news. And it is a little bit of a, what do you call it, a nuclear option. But sometimes you have to teach people the consequences of their actions. I think that's how we put it. Hey, Tim?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So hopefully, I'm really looking forward to that happening. That's something that I would be really keen on seeing happen, because just, you know, the way it's going on at the moment, well, they're literally just being an obstruction. They're just a rock in the path. So, it would appear that there is news that Ukraine are now claiming they have successfully bombed targets in both St. Petersburg and Moscow today. So that's what it's saying here. And Ukraine earlier claimed a strike in St. Petersburg, but they're also saying that there was something that arrived in Moscow too. So I know that was something that was a possibility. So I'm just keeping my eyes open for that, really. I'd like to see some things burning. You know me, my fetish for things burning. Yeah, just like to see some things burning. Oh, just a little bit more on the way to Hungary. So, Sweden thinks that Hungary's desire to divide the EU's aid to Ukraine into annual pieces is silly. And it's important for Ukraine to know that it has our ongoing support and not a stop-start. Hungary has, for the time being, stepped on the 50 billion proposal that, well, the decisions on money would be made in several rounds everywhere anyway, but Sweden is sceptical that Hungary would like to do this for good faith reasons. And the statement has been issued today after the meeting of finance ministers in Brussels on Tuesday. I think doing this annually would be a very bad idea. We need to show a long-term perspective and not continue to have the same discussion every year. Russia should not win this war just because we're having a discussion about aid. And, well, again, strong words. I like those. I always like strong words, Tim. Talking of which, are you back, my lovely?
Yes, hello. I'm sorry, something happened and I couldn't connect back with you. I'm happy I finally can.
We had worse problems yesterday. Don't worry. If you turned up like yesterday evening, everything was awful. No sound for anyone. So yeah, at least you turned up on the right day.
Yes, thank you. So please let me know did I had to answer for something, or I can start reading one of our stories?
Oh, please go ahead. Yeah, we were just ready for you, and you just popped off in front of our very eyes. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so today I'm gonna read you a story of journalist Vasil Miroshnik. So Vasil Miroshnik is the editor-in-chief of the Zolochiv newspaper Zarya, one of the leading publications of the Bohodukhiv district of the Kharkiv region. The beginning of a full-scale war found Vasil at home. On that Thursday, early in the morning, he was going to go to Kharkiv to pick up a fresh edition of the newspaper, but plans changed dramatically when the first rocket flew over his head. Every Thursday, I left home very early because we picked up the newspaper from the printing house at 7 a.m. So I went out into the yard, started the car, and at that moment, 2 rockets flew over my head. Literally, a minute later, maybe less, I heard explosions from the direction of Kharkiv, where I was going to. And the rockets were flying from the side of Russia next to Zolochiv. We have literally 20 kilometers here. This is it. There is border with Russia there. Graivoron Borisivka, if you have heard such Russian names. This rocket hits Kharkiv, recalls Vasily Miroshnik. A few minutes later, the journalist started the car, but the car had not yet moved when the son called and begged his father not to go anywhere. Vasil did not take away the circulation of the already printed newspaper because at that time the issue of the safety of relatives and colleagues was in the foreground. Vasil went to Kharkiv a little later and was horrified by what he saw. We have a rather unique zone. The Bohodukhiv district unites the Zolochiv, Krasnokutsk, and Malodukhiv communities, and combat operations were conducted only in our Zolochiv community. Another uniqueness of this community was that at the very beginning of the war, we took people from Kharkiv to us. I was taking my grandson out of Pivnichna Saltivka. They were taking my in-law out of shelling. I reached Kharkiv only 2 weeks later. What a horror it was there. Broken glass from cars on the road, wires from trolleybuses twisted like a spiral, remains of human clothes and blood on the road. We organized materials about how people are taken out of Kharkiv and how they are helped. I must say that our community worked very well then. They resettled people, clothed them, fed them, and some people came naked and barefoot, the journalist recalls. Things got hot in Zolochiv when they captured the settlement of Makarovo-Turovo, which is adjacent to the famous Kozachia Lopань. Zolochiv is located in a lowland, so it was reached by the enemy artillery almost every day. These were not some random hits. For 2-3 months, a self-propelled howitzer traveled up and down. It stopped on the northern outskirts of Zolochiv and started shelling 18, 20, 30 times on residential areas. Then their jerk, representing the Russian army, said that a tank repair plant had been destroyed in Zolochiv. but we had no industrial facilities at all. And then they said there was some kind of a laboratory, which mice or rabbits, and that there was an accumulation of military equipment, although there was nothing of those here. In a word, from that side, they broke into Kozachia Lopan and Ohtyrka. Nobody was interested in Zolochiv, says journalists. But the newsroom of the newspaper Zorya in Zolochiv, the editor is convinced, was destroyed precisely on purpose. They hid the office intently. No doubt local collaborators pointed it out. Fortunately, Vasil stayed at home that day. I went to the newsroom and still tried to write something. It was very reassuring. It was very difficult to live in this hell, and we clung in every way to something peaceful, to something eternal and familiar. And one day I didn't go to work. A friend came to my house, so we sat well in the evening and had a drink. They stayed up late, and in the morning I couldn't get up as early as usual, so I got up later. He escorted his friend out of the yard. We got into the car, and this damn self-propelled howitzer started operating again. We went to the cellar because it was falling somewhere nearby. We had just sat down in the cellar when a friend called me and said, "Your newsroom got shelled," says Miroshnik. I think that there were still are many collaborators in Zolochiv. Some were happy to take pictures of our ruins. I drove up to the newsroom and saw that something was missing, and there was not enough fans. There was a European fence, but it was blown away by the blast wave. The gate from the newsroom was found some 200 meters away, near the administration. My office was riddled with debris. I'm convinced that it was a tip-off because we were quite active on social networks, and there was already a story about us on television in Russia. When we arrived in the village of Uday, we were told that the Russians were shooting. The defector fled to Russia and used the surname Miroshnik there. It was done in order to expose our alleged lie-telling. And I have not been there at all until now. They knew exactly who we were. You have definitely seen our work on social networks, and I'm not exaggerating now. They took us very seriously. But the Zorya newspaper team continued to work. In particular, they paid a lot of attention to social networks. Somehow, the media managed to avoid the excessive attention of the occupiers stationed in the Bohodukhiv district. But there were many sympathized of the Russian world among residents. So the newspaper staff had to fight on the information front as well. In Zolochiv, people were convinced that it was Ukrainian artillery to shell us. This is because the settlement is close to Russia, and it was very easy to develop these attitudes here. Katsabs is a nickname for Russians. They used this in the first weeks of the war. Now they don't do that anymore. There are several settlements where the border with Russia is literally across the city. Your plot planted with potatoes finishes where the border with Russians began. We were convinced that they would never shoot at these settlements, explaining this idea with the fact that they are neighbors. But now it is clear that these people are attacking the houses of peaceful people. No one doubts this anymore, says Vasil. The liberation of Zolochi was long awaited, but it was quick. Vasil realized that the city was free from Russians when he did not hear any arrivals on the morning. In our situation, we did not have to invent anything. Everything is very simple. Do you know how to understand the Makarova Turova is free from rashes? It's easy. It is when you wake up in the morning and nothing hits your territory. We felt the departure of the Russians, which happened unexpectedly. I was sleeping before that. I knew that when I heard the sound of automatic guns, they were coming. They had to go from the north. We slept with the windows open so we could jump out when we had to, or on foot through the gardens. But the way there was a risk of being captured. And the boys told us that it was better not to get captured. And we could not leave this town either. That's how we lived. But everything was so bad that I even took the family archive out of the house, admits Vasil, whose life was significantly changed by the occupation. During the war, I lost 12 kilograms of weight. Then I learned that it was normal for a person who got into such circumstances. People became very religious. Somehow I was supposed to go to the place where the roadblock was, but I thought that I should wash the car first. And at this time, a shell arrives at the place where I was supposed to go. And then I find out that on that day, our headman, Abdul Mikhailov, was caught up in the shelling on the road, and his car was damaged. And I should have been under that fire. I've been convinced more than once, if you really don't want to go somewhere or something is holding you back, it's better not to go than that or not to go there, emphasized the journalist. Now Vasil is determined to continue publishing the newspaper Zarya and restore Vistnik Bohodukhivshchiny, as he felt how important it is to convey correct information to citizens, especially in a region geographically close to Russia. The National Union of Journalists of Ukraine, which offered financial support for the newspaper's publishing, helps Vasil in this endeavor. That's it. That's the end of the story of Vasil. So I hope you could little bit understand what was happening there, in which circumstances he had to leave. And as from our previous topics, from our previous stories, you can really see how brave are these journalists, that they, even after living in this horror, they keep working, they keep looking for opportunities, and they are still willing to work on their side with the people who trusted them, and they understand their role in in communicating with people, because once you build that trust, it's very important to to continue, even if you are scared, even if you are a target for Russian occupiers, because as I said previously, journalists were one of the like premium targets for Russians because you know how they work. For them, Ukrainian journalists, if you don't want to collaborate with them, they just want to kill you, because if you live in such communities, local journalists are very important because people trust them. So if you have two ways to manipulate with that that community, either through them or you have to get rid of them. And of course some of them did collaborate, but it was to be honest, all the journalists that we know, all of them refused to collaborate, and we've been supporting a lot of them. I read stories for you previously, how we supported them, how we helped them to get out of occupied territories safely, as safe as we could, how we provided information how to act if you on occupied territory, etc., etc. So yeah, let me know what you think about it. Please share with me your opinions on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If anybody has any questions for Cassia, please do whack your hand up. Mark.
Hi. Sorry to bother you. I just want a quick question, if you can answer it at all. I just want to know, if you could answer it, if what's the chances of North Korea? I've heard that they're maybe preparing for war, so that's the first question. And if they are, what's the likelihood of they may use nuclear weapons, please? If you could answer that for us, if you can, of course. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. So the thing is, well, I don't speak to leaders of North Korea, so I definitely don't know. I can only share my opinion on that. So my opinion, to be honest, Ukrainians are very how to describe this? It's like, can they do that? Yes. Will they do that? Probably not. The way we, if they still gonna do that, we don't care. Ukrainians were treated by Russia in a way that every 3 months they would say that they would use nuclear weapon on us, and they would spread that disinformation among Ukraine. So for us, we have a strong resilience to that information. But again, why Ukrainians are very we think about that yeah, if they want, they can do that. As Russia, for example, no one believed that they would start a huge war, and you see what's going on today. So there is no simple answer to that question, but the reason why they do that, they want you to be scared, they want you to be afraid. And once, for example, the world still afraid of that. I would say the world's still afraid that Russia would use nuclear weapon, right? And that's why they try to behave in a way like they support Ukraine, but not as much as they can to not make Russia use the nuclear weapon. That's what I hear every time when I ask why, that if you won't stop Russia, they would just understand it as a weakness and they just start a big war. But every time I ask this, people tell me that, oh yes, but we can, but Russia can use nuclear weapon. We don't want them to do so. While Ukrainians at this point, we don't care. If they use it, okay. If they don't use it, okay. We just have to do whatever we can to stop them from killing us. So sorry for this for this kind of answer, but that's how we feel.
Hi, yeah, sorry. Thank you very much for answering that question. But sorry, I don't know if my accent, what the question I was asking.
I cannot hear you anymore. Sorry, is that only me?
Yeah, sorry. Maybe I'm getting used to the phone with the microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. No, sorry. My question, I think my accent is a little strong, so maybe you misunderstand. The question I was asking, please, if you can answer it, was about North Korea. That was my question to North Korea, is are they preparing for war, and what is the likelihood of them using nuclear weapons? So it's the question for North Korea, please. Thank you.
Yes, I understood that. Sorry, maybe I used Russia a lot in this answer, but what I meant is we consider North Korea as a Russian threat as well. For us, it's like almost the same because they collaborate, they definitely prepare for something, and we strongly believe because Russia didn't get a strong answer to their action. So now it's a signal for North Korea as well that they can do anything they want. So can they do that? Can they start a war, and can they use the nuclear weapon? Yeah, we believe in that. Do we afraid of that? Not really, because Ukraine been threatened by nuclear weapon for a very long time, and we are now I would say Ukrainians now think as a philosophers if they're gonna use it, and they can use it. Yes, the answer is yes, they can, and they definitely prepare for something. But I cannot answer you. I'm not talking to the leadership of Northern Korea, and I cannot tell you this for 100%. But from Ukrainian perspective, of course, yes, they can do that.
So I'll just nip in here and say, I just checked your timeline there, Mark or Ben or whatever you want to call yourself these days. I would just mention that every reply that you've made to people today has been about nuclear war and North Korea. So I think you're a tiny bit obsessed, and it's not something that we need to be talking to Ukrainian people about, because they don't right now give a chuff if North Korea is considering attacking South Korea, because they're too busy with themselves. So just to point that out for you all, thank you very much. Marcus, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks. So the story about the journalist surviving or avoiding the shelling by luck is terrifying. I can't imagine that. Like you said in the story, I can see how it would turn people religious if, well, it feels like God was there because he just missed getting shelled a couple times. I was wondering, are there, or if you're able to talk about it, are there journalists that are staying in occupied territory and reporting on what's being done to civilians there, or is it just too dangerous to talk about?
So at this, thank you for this question. At this point, it became super dangerous for them to be there. So there almost no unoccupied territories. There is almost no journalist who are, well, there is no journalist who is working there right now. We tried to get them out. The only journalists that stayed on occupied territories is the ones who collaborate with Russian government. We do know that some of families are still there, but they don't actively work as a journalist because it's super dangerous. The only way for a journalist on occupied territories right now there, it's to collaborate with Russian administration or to die or to run away. And we tried to take out of that territories all of our journalists.
I completely understand it. Like you said, that it's way too dangerous. And I'm sure you guys can interview people that are repatriated or flee the territories as they come in. Do you guys get a chance to do that, like to interview people that have escaped the Russians and present their stories in English, maybe?
Yes, so we do have that opportunity. Plus, every week when I read the stories, almost every time I mention that all these journalists who survived, who get out of those territories, they actually continue to work online. And why they do so? Because they have a lot of trust from local people, and they have to give them our like Ukrainian information, Ukrainian news. So they definitely, all of them, continue to work online because they want to save that communication with their local communities. So both people who've been able to get out from the occupied territories, they all gather around such media, such publications online. Plus, people who are still there, they also, if they get a chance to read something, right, to read something on Telegram, they read it from such sources. And yes, of course, we definitely do articles about these people, about people who survived, about how they lived there, how they get out of there. Unfortunately, there are not such articles in English, but you can definitely follow. If you follow us, you will see that on the top of our Twitter page, there is an English version of our website. If you are interested, there is not only these stories of executive free speech project, but also we try to translate everything we can on our English version website. And yes, once in a while you can find such stories over there. There is not a lot of them due to the lack of translators, unfortunately, but we are trying our best to do that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've completely lost Tim. His app's completely broken. So I think we're all having a few problems today, folks. Oh, you'll be glad to know, though, that there's been a power outage announced for approximately half of Sevastopol. Just thought I would point that out. I would imagine that power problems have been an issue for you in the past, but I believe that they're not such a problem anymore. Is that right?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Because I couldn't really hear you well.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying that, you know, there's been a lot of power outages in the last winter that was had in Ukraine. I mean, obviously, the Russians were making a real effort to try and cause that. However, I hear it's not been quite as bad this year, but Russia are suffering all those effects now. It's almost as though, you know, it's flipped over on its head.
Yes, that's true. This year it's well, I would not say it's easier, but this year we are more prepared. So like more people has other alternative sources of energy, more people prepared for this outages. So, and yeah, we developed our strategies while Russia just focused a lot on how to destroy Ukraine, and they are not focused on how to make, how to develop their society, how to develop their lands, how to support their people. They are only focused on how to destroy other countries and how to maybe start even a larger war, because now you also could hear rumors that they want to, you know, spread war to Baltic region, etc. So of course they don't have time. They don't have time to you know, take care about their people, because they are busy to make destruction and war outside of Russia.
You know, you see, everything at home is so crap that they want everybody else to feel the same as them. I think that seems to be the way I see it anyway. They're just jealous, so they've got to bring you down to their level. Now, what I have noticed recently is that there's been a lot of hitting back recently. There's been a lot of very strong, I would say, moves on Ukraine's behalf in the military. And just for example, something like the bringing down of those aircraft the other day, did that have a real big impact? Did you see lots of people talking about it? Was that something that people actually recognized as being massive?
Yes, of course. That aircraft, as we know, Russia had only 3 aircrafts like that. One of that aircraft was hit by Prigozhin, and second aircraft was hit by Ukrainian army recently. Yes, we in Ukraine we discuss it a lot. That gives us a lot of energy and a lot of motivation to continue, because to be honest, of course our military is very exhausted, our people is very exhausted, so that's been a lot of that's encouraging people a lot. So yeah, they discuss this a lot. But we have we are, I would say, Ukrainians are like, okay, this happens, we are happy, but we still have a lot of things to do, so we are not like focusing too much on that. We are happy, that's great, but we have to move forward. That's how I would describe this situation.
Typical Ukrainian attitude, that, isn't it? You achieve something that nobody else in the world has achieved, and you go, yeah, that was great. Now then, what else needs doing? I just love that attitude.
Thank you. Yeah, that's our reality. We know that that's a big deal, of course, but that didn't stop the war yet. So people still being killed, journalists and civilians are still continue to be kidnapped, tortured. There's still a lot of people in captivity. Soldiers are in captivity, and they still keep hitting us with their missiles, and they keep growing partners in crime, what you would call, if we talk about like North Korea, Iran, China, probably. Anyway, so yeah, that's the reality that we have to live in. So we cannot just stop on that. We still have to. Plus, Russian are not stupid, and they are, they still have a lot of sources, financial sources, like and many other sources as well, and they still can keep killing us, keep fighting us, because they have a lot of sources by themselves, and they keep developing a strong relationship with other terroristic countries. So yeah, that's why we still have a lot of things to do.
Well, yes, that's absolutely true. One of those main things is removing Russians from all of your territory, obviously. So it seems to me that the Crimean media are reporting huge energy outages in Crimea. So that's maybe something that you'll be able to celebrate later as well. Have a little drink on that one. Marcus, go ahead.
It's going to be quite interesting how this is resolved, but obviously Ukraine's going to have to deport a lot of Russians that have been brought in and settled in an attempt to Russify areas, right? I know they did this during the Soviet Union, and it may well have led to some of the problems we're experiencing today, right? So we'll see how it's done, because obviously it's that thorny issue to try to resolve. You don't want to be seen as deporting people that should be there, but at the same time, like they've basically taken people out of Ukraine, shoved them in Siberia or wherever they feel like that they don't care about in Russia, and then dumped Russians there to Russify it. I don't know how Ukraine will resolve it, but I would be supportive of them just doing the maximum thing and deporting everyone that wasn't there in 2014, to be honest.
Yes, exactly. I wanted to actually share with you also. The first question was about journalists in occupied territories. So I wanted to go back to that topic and tell you that as of the beginning of last year, and it's still like the situation is the same. 63 media workers have died in Russia's war against Ukraine. So the head of National Union of Journalists of Ukraine said that according to our information, 14 people died while directly performing their journalistic duties. Another 9 journalists are civilian victims whose circumstances, senses, and causes of death are being investigated. Another 40 media workers died while in the ranks of the armed forces of Ukraine or in law enforcement units. And as I mentioned before, still journalists are the main targets of Russia in occupied territories of Ukraine. They see professional journalism as a threat to their occupation regime and Russian propaganda. And according to the Center of Civil Liberties, 16 media workers have been kidnapped by occupiers since the full-scale invasion. And as of last year, 11 journalists have been released. 5 remain in captivity. And if you're interested, the most cases of kidnapping were recorded in Zaporizhia region, 7 such cases. Then in Kherson region, 6 cases, and Kiev region, 2 cases, and in occupied Crimea, 1 case. But again, because those territories are still under the occupation, we cannot investigate, for 100% what else is going on there. That's just cases that we are like 100% sure what happened. So according to human rights defenders, for example, one union journalist, Dmitro Khyluk, has been in captivity since March 2022. Journalist from Nova Kakhovka, Sergei Tsigipa, has been in captivity since April. Irina Danilovich, a journalist from Crimea, has been in captivity since April 2022. Since May 2023, journalist from Melitopol, Irina Levchenko, is still in captivity. Also among the captured media persons is also the TV operator of Suspilne Mykolaiv. He is also a serviceman of the armed forces of Ukraine, Vasil Filimon. He's still in captivity. And in the temporary occupied territories, 17 imprisoned Ukrainian journalists, most of them from Crimea, and they were added to the international list of persecuted. So I'm telling you this story because we have to understand what's going on, and we've been working a lot to, put these names on reports, because most of them never been there, because people, of course, at the first place, you have to record military personnel. So sometimes journalists, they considered as civilians as well, and they've been lost, and no one understands what's going on. So we also work on this information and trying to make sure that, people have this information. So the total numbers of detained journalists in Europe has slightly decreased compared to last year, 108 instead of 124. Repression has significantly increased in some countries such as Azerbaijan, where the number of detained journalists has increased almost 4 times, as well as in Russia, which this year became the country that imprisons the most journalists in Europe, 14 total in Russian occupied Ukraine. I just wanted to share that we also keep looking on what's going on with journalists around the world to to make sure we also support, like, we support our journalists, international society, international audience support us, but we also keep an eye on what's going on in other territories, because we also support international journalists who are trying to keep the freedom of speech and keep the ethical journalism ongoing. So yeah, thank you. That's I wanted to share this information with you.
Thank you very much, and welcome back, Tim. You finally found us again.
Yeah, I've been having an absolute nightmare. Oh, now all these handy hints are popping up. So I had to delete the app and reinstall it. Now it thinks I'm completely new to the app, despite the fact that I have a Twitter account. Another Musk stroke Elon. But yeah, sorry, the last 20 minutes have just been musky.
Musky indeed. Well, at least we got our lovely guest back and we're able to speak to you. I think it's just coming up to the end of your segment now, isn't it? So I just want to say thank you so much for coming and speaking to us today and for highlighting the plight of journalists. I mean, we know that Russia still has a lot of prisoners, and we know that they treat journalists and priests for some reason especially badly, purely because I suppose one of the things is, especially with priests or religious figures, that they believe them to be part of the security services because their priests and religious figures are part of the security services. And I suppose in the same way, they must also feel that for journalists, because journalists are either propagandists to them, or they take orders directly from the security services as to what message to push out. So if you don't want to push out that same message, then you're obviously an extreme enemy. I mean, the truth is their real enemy, isn't it? So I just want to say thank you, really, for speaking the truth and continuing to do so, even in the face of all the torment and the targeting. Because it must have been absolutely terrifying to begin with, to think that, oh my goodness, just because I do what I do, that could make me especially a target. And it seems madness, that, doesn't it? Just for having a job that tells the truth and investigates what the truth is. And I think it's really important that good quality investigative journalism continues, because without it, we will be overcome by propaganda, I think. There's certainly a lot of it being hosed out there. So yeah, the truth and the truth tellers are the people that we need to protect in this world.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for supporting us, for supporting our initiatives. Yeah, this is the end of our topic for today. I hope to see you next week. Please, I will ask you one more time that we really need your support and help in growing the audience on Twitter. If anyone can help us to do that professionally, I'm super open to to your support. Please DM me. And MriyaReport, again, thank you so much for having us every week. And I wish you a good rest of your day or evening or night. And see you next week. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you so much for coming to speak to us and keeping up coming to speak to us, because it is important that we are reminded of, the good journalism that's out there, even when we see things like the New York Times, as they will now be known forevermore. Sometimes it's best to speak to the people who know, isn't it? It's best to get the truth from the people themselves rather than just pluck some information off the internet and call it an article, because I find that kind of frustrating. Hey, I could be a journalist, Tim, if that was all it required, but it isn't.
Well, join the Grey Zone or the New York Times, and you basically can be, because they'll apparently publish anything.
Yes, we did spot that. It's I tell you what, they don't half let themselves down, do they? You see, that would be the most horrifying thing that my mother could say to me. You've let yourself down. And they have. Now, just before we do a swap of co-hosts, Tim, and thank you for joining me just before the swap. Sorry, I'm only having a dig. There are rumours that there are some Bilharad freedom fighters coming soon. Watch this space. So there you go. There is a little snippet of things to come. Just thought I would like to spice up your day with the thought of Bilharad and the freedom fighters, and they're going to be fighting for, the newly reformed Bilharad People's Republic. I'm sure that'll work out. Right. I'm going to scuffle off because I have an appeal to complete before I log out. And I didn't want to save it till the end of the day, but here we are. So
what did they convict
I've
you?
now got to tell. Oh no, I've got to tell somebody that they can't have what they really want because they don't qualify for it. And I know, but I'll try and be nice about it. But they still don't qualify. So yeah, it's just one of the worst bits of my job, really. But to be fair, they earn more than I do. So, if they could get it, I get it too. And I certainly don't qualify. So tufties. Anyway, there is the ins and outs of the UK benefits system. I will catch you all later. Enjoy yourselves, won't you?
Thank you very much, mockers. So off you trot, and I'll talk to you tomorrow afternoon. In the meantime, I see we have a Christopher and we have a Tracy. So I'm just going to get Christopher into the pilot seat, and then I'll be scuttling off myself like a little Welsh crab. Scuttle, scuttle. And Christopher, welcome.
Hey, Tim. Welsh crab. What do we serve that with?
Lava bread, I suppose. It's the only notable Welsh food.
Well, wait, there's Welsh rarebit, which I'm particularly fond of.
That's just cheese on toast. We don't get points for that.
You put beer in it. It's delicious. You can also add tomato and a couple strips of bacon.
But that's just a pizza.
Well, the Italians aren't big on cheddar. The Welsh are, though. With beer.
Absolutely. So on that bombshell, I will leave you and I'll get Tracy up and I will speak to you all tomorrow afternoon. Enjoy the evening, guys.
Thank you, sir. And I know this because I helped run a brew pub, and I'm also, part of me is Welsh. It is a small part, but it is on my father's side. So English and Welsh and a touch of Irish from my father. So that is us. This is me. That is MriyaReport. We are definitely worldwide. We're definitely a mix of cultures and a mix of personalities and a mix of people. But we're here for one reason. We're all here to support Ukraine. We're here 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That's 7 days a week as well. And we try to elevate Ukrainian voices. We try to provide information about the Ukrainian conflict, the genocidal invasion of Russia. And we are looking at a fundraiser currently. Right now, we are working towards raising some funds for some EW equipment. And you can find that information in the nest. I believe it looks like it's the first post. There's actually, that was the recording of the electronic warfare discussion with Andriy Basanov from the 18th Brigade of the NGU and War Doggo, our favorite doggy, here at MriyaReport. Now you can listen to the full episode on Spotify. Tune in. So it's a Spotify. It's the MriyaReport Spotify. If you Google MriyaReport and Spotify together, you will come up with the links for Spotify. Enjoy. There's plenty of other stuff up there as we try to get our regular segments, like the Friday Night Genocide segments and the Saturday Night SBU segments and the Sunday Night Book Club segments are all excellent, as well as our regulars with Chuck Farrer and many, many others. So check it out if you haven't seen it. And of course, Spotify is free. Well, you got to listen to a commercial here or there. And remember, what is free means that you are the product. If it's free for you, you're the product. So, keep that in mind as you cruise down the internet, the high road of the internet. Tracy, is that, I hear you? I don't see you. Do I see you? Yes, I see you. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon.
Well, hello, Christopher, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody.
I lost you just there at the end, and I don't know if it was just me. For every child's giving me a thumbs up. I don't know if that means I'm right or if Tracy's right. You can hear me, for every child, yes?
I can hear you. I lost Tracy.
Okay. Well, Tracy may. Yeah, she's blinking her mic off and on, but no sound. Oh well. At this point, maybe she needs to recycle. Don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Headphones bad. Anyway, Marcus, I haven't been listening, Marcus, in the last little bit. How was the segment with our reporter from Ukraine?
It's good. She talked about the journalists that are being detained and threatened in Russia, including occupied territories, obviously. And we heard a story about one journalist that thankfully avoided some bombs by the skin of his teeth, because he, for example, washed his car before going to meet at an intersection, and that intersection's bombed while he's washing the car. So the dangers of being occupied territory, and I'd asked her if they had any reporters still there, but she mentioned that the journalists that had been there have left because of the extreme danger, and because, of course, the orcs have been targeting journalists and jailing them as well, because obviously they're not helpful for Putin's regime. So Pretty stark things going on there, but not surprising, given the nature of the Russian apparatus.
Thank you, Marcus, for that summary. Yeah, I try to tune in to get to listen to her on a weekly basis, but today I had to attend to some household items. Houses are big things that need lots of attention, even if there's very little living in them that seems to get done. Anyway, so I'm not sure what Tracy has on deck. I had a couple of things. I was looking at some. I was actually looking at the Davos stuff. Davos is an interesting place for those people who are not familiar with it. It's sort of an annual meeting. It's not sort of. It is an annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland. It's a little bit difficult to get to. But the people that are invited and the people that do go and the fan boys and girls that attend are of a means, I think, that getting to it wouldn't be an issue. So they put out a report every conference. I guess it's a conference. I guess it's a fest. It's a meeting of the world leaders and minds and so on and so forth. It's maybe a place to be seen and be seen. But President Zelensky came this year and laid his 10-point peace plan on the table, did a fair bit of scolding of folks, and and laid out some possible premonitions of things to come if we don't get our collective acts together to work on and assist Ukraine, and as well as other places in the world that are entangled in Russia's tentacles. And untangling those tentacles seems to be more difficult than it should be. I certainly can notice that. And like places like in Africa and other places in Latin America, places like our border, where Russia appears to be sending us a whole bunch of Russians that are looking to claim asylum at the southern border, and others. It's a state of affairs that Russia tries to disrupt just about everything and everywhere it can possibly, with the idea that the world can't be divided out over everything, so it can wind up winning something, I guess. But I'll save this. I haven't pulled it up in front of me, but I did a little bit of a synopsis of what the report says. It's a annual report that they put out prior to the conference, and maybe we could talk a little bit about some of the stuff in there. That's basically, it's a forecast. They this year asked I guess it's probably, I don't know, I think the figure is about 1,500 folks. Maybe it's a little bit more. Maybe it's closer to 2,000. I don't have an exact number because I saw a couple of them bantied about who was surveyed. So we could talk about the kinds of things that they were asking. And it seems like one of the bigger things on the list of things people are worrying about, disinformation rose up to the top there. Climate change rose up to the top there, and others. And so we could certainly talk about that. But I want to welcome Tracy back up. And I see that Cece has her hand. So hello, Tracy. Are you back with us?
Hello, can you hear me now?
I can, 5 by 5.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And apologies for that little hiccup there, everybody. And good day to you all. And let's go on to Cece.
What is Prince doing at the crack of dawn up here? This is weird. Hi, Marcus. Hi, everybody. It is me again, coming here, Groundhog's Day 2024. This is super duper. It's exciting, right? Because there's finally some traction going here, some talks. So right now is a great time to use democracy.io and or call, and or get the tweet in the nest out so we can get other dialers and writers from all over the world. I also need, I'm about to meet with Langford's people, so I need, if anyone knows, I know this is quite precise, weapons factories in Oklahoma. I need to know weapons factories in Oklahoma. If you can DM me that, I'd really appreciate it. But now's the time to actually take a 5-minute break out from work that you're doing while you're listening to MriyaReport, and just send to the list there, to just those 8-10 people, pro-Ukrainian message. Like, it literally doesn't even have to be a sentence, because they'll just tally it. You can copy and paste over and over again. Support Ukraine, fully funded now, like anything. It's about to be showtime. Let's do this instead of just listening to all of the fascinating details. Let's help them today. Thanks.
Thank you, CC. Yes, I echo that. Now is not the time to stop writing or calling or contacting your representatives. Now is the time to double down. And whether you think this is pointless or not is not really the point of it. The point of it is that they feel that public pressure on the other side. So even if you think that your contacts are not getting anywhere, I would ask you to put that out of your mind and just continue to do the same thing over and over again, because we need to make that wave of public pressure. This is getting ridiculous now. The politicians I don't even start me on the politics. I'm absolutely furious with it all. And we see now that a lot of it is just because of, well, what do you want to call it? Greed, infiltration, all these different things, whether it's because of propaganda and ideology, or whether it's because of money, or whatever the reasons are. This is Russia's plan all along. So now is the time that we have to make that public pressure wave. We have to make that felt, and that has to keep going. And I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. The moment that we all stop doing all this, contacting our representatives and making our voices known and speaking to anybody that will listen and getting that information out there, the more that we continue to do that, the more Putin feels that public pressure wave coming from around the world. And now is the time that we need to collectively put a foot up the backside of politicians all across the world, because I'm furious with them. It's about time they started doing the right thing. It's not like they don't know what to do by now. They just either choose to believe something else, or don't want to do it, or get corrupted, or whatever the many millions of reasons are. We know politicians, as far as I'm concerned, politics has become a popularity contest the past few years. In my country, certainly it has. I've noticed this around the world as well, but of course I can't really speak for what happens in other people's countries, because from a distance you don't get a proper picture, and you don't get all the nuances that people who live there do. But I can safely say, for my politics, I feel like it's become a popularity contest. It's funny, because you all think that I really don't like politics, but actually it's completely the opposite way around. I was hugely into politics before the full-scale invasion, but it just doesn't really matter to me right now, domestic politics. I'm a one-voter issue, a one-issue voter, should I say, and I'm voting for what's best for Ukraine. And we have to get these people out. Now is the time to do it, especially in the US and in the UK, because we have elections coming up. So now is the time to make that public pressure wave felt. We need to bring other people along with us as well, not just, doing it. It's fantastic. It's amazing that you're all sending these letters, and CC coming up and giving us the reminders. Thank you so much for your dedication. It really, really helps us all. But we need to do more than that now. We need to also convince other voters to vote for the right thing. So it's almost a campaign for good against evil now. And this is what we need to do. We need to bring along all those voters with us, so that when those elections come up, we can put those people in place who are not weak, who will not be corrupted, who do see that Ukraine needs to be supported fully, and that actually it's doing all of us a favour. All these countries that have all these cooperations and all these things going on, one or two people have mentioned, and quite rightly so, it goes back the other way too. I would point to the agreement with the UK and Ukraine. It's absolutely fantastic. I'm over the moon about it. It's wonderful, but it goes both ways. Ukraine has to support the UK just as much if Russia invaded us, for example. Not that that's going to happen, but it's something that they have to consider in the agreement, because it is a possibility. If we allow Ukraine to fall, the rest of the east of Europe will be invaded. Vladimir Putin came out on TV yesterday and said that as much. He's no longer even trying to be ambiguous about wanting to take over Ukraine. He's absolutely blatantly coming out and saying it now for everybody to hear, for the world to hear. So this is how emboldened he is and how much he thinks that his pressure campaign around the world and his infiltration and his tentacles that lead everywhere, Russia's tentacles that have weaved themselves into our society for decades, maybe even longer, at least 100 years, we've been letting Ukraine and other countries in the east of Europe down. So, and that's just the UK I'm speaking of. Of course, we've all spoken about this in the past. We've all said how we feel our countries have let them down and should have done more sooner and many years ago. So now is the time to make sure that that does not happen again. We cannot let these people down again. We cannot let them go through this again. So we need to keep pushing, and we need to keep that public pressure on. I want Vladimir Putin and Russia to feel that wave of democracy, because whilst this is an existential fight for Ukraine, it's also a fight for democracy. Of course, Ukraine are fighting the kinetic fight, and they're the ones that are being genocided. But however, democracy is under attack too, and we must all work together to support Ukraine and, well, really to support us. It's not just Ukraine, it's all of us together. Of course, we're trying to support Ukraine in the kinetic war and get everything we can there as soon as possible. So, sorry, CC, I'm absolutely waffling on now. I got on my soapbox a little bit there, didn't I?
No, not at all. It's spot on. I wish this wasn't important, right? But it truly is. I have a work thing. Can Marcus go first?
Thank you, CC. Go ahead, Marcus.
I was just going to talk briefly about the Davos thing, but I don't want to break the mindset with CC. I guess, but she's occupied. So, just quickly.
Oh wait, Marcus, will you tell people to put the McAllister plant in their letters to Langford, please?
Yep, everybody put it McAllister plant in your letters to Langford.
What does that mean, Marcus? Explain to people, please.
It's a manufacturing place for ammunition in Oklahoma, and Senator Langford represents that state. So there's like 10,000 civilian employees or something, or maybe 1,600 civilian employees. Another thing I'm messaging you about, CC, is their aerospace industry and the preparedness to build and manufacture drones. So I'm just gonna finish my message to you in a minute with some numbers. Yeah, so they said at Davos that there's an article to Beefeater linked, or some comments to Beefeater linked, and basically or not Beefeater, sorry, another person. Beefeater was about a different thing. Sorry. My mind's all over the place. So at Davos, apparently, they've been having Zelensky's been having like 15 plus meetings a day. And the people there reported that he was charming and easygoing. That he was, he was putting the charm on effectively there. So, and that it was much less dark and cloudy than it seemed yesterday. And one thing that also helped was the fact that Medvedev said they need to wipe out Ukraine as a culture, and yesterday, and Putin called the occupied territories as conquered territories, which people at Davos had noted. So that was great to have that messaging come out the same day as Zelensky's there saying, I don't think you guys are going to get a peace deal with Russia. To have those two guys say that kind of psycho stuff. So that was it.
Thank you, Marcus. Yes, it's a very good point, and thank you for highlighting that. I absolutely agree. In fact, guys, check out Pravda Gerashenko's channel. I'll have a look actually as well. He has an English version and he translates a lot of videos. There's a possibility. I have seen some clips of things that have been said and whatnot. So there's some great clips there. He did some of Putin and Medvedev, Putin, the indicted child snatcher, and that drunk Medvedev. He did some of them yesterday, so I'll see if I can hunt those out, because those quotes, like you say, are absolutely fantastic to highlight, Marcus. What was it he said? And then there's no need to conquer the rest of Ukraine. We'll just keep the part that we've conquered. I mean, they're absolutely fantastic. It's not that we don't know that these things have been maybe not explicitly said like that. Like I say, they always try to be a little bit ambiguous and try to make it so that they can say, oh no, I didn't mean that, I meant this, and sort of twist it round. But they cannot twist this around. So I do think it's very important that everybody highlights those and push those out to those people that are not as fully engaged as you, because that's a way that you can open doors. We often speak here about the level of propaganda and all the things that have gone on, and trying to explain that to somebody who's not been engaged with this subject and who's been walking around in their bubble for whatever reason, trying to give them all that information and everything we've learnt in the 2 years that we've been engaged with this, since almost 2 years. It's absolutely, it's like a fire hose of nonsense to them. It's like we see it the other way around. We see the fire hose of nonsense coming to us, but we can sort of decipher it and work through it together. But many people can't, or don't want to do that, or just don't have the time for whatever reason. There's a million different reasons, and we need to help people. One of the things that I've noticed over the past few years, and I'm guilty of this just like many people are, is the switching off from the nonsense and the isolating away from the nonsense, because, all these conspiracy theories and all these things, I mean, with COVID, it just went absolutely crazy, and all these conspiracy nuts came out of the woodwork, and, now it's exactly the same thing. And the way I see it is that we all ignored that. Sensible people switched off and ignored that. I certainly am guilty of not really understanding that the point of that propaganda was to make you disengage and switch off. At that time, when I was as inexperienced as I was, I thought that propaganda was just there to make you think a different thing, there to make you believe something that's not true, for example. But of course, we all know that that's not the real main intention. Sometimes the main intention is just to confuse you and or to make you all just be like, oh, I don't know what's going on, so I don't know who to believe, so I'm just going to switch off and disengage. It's just easier. Many people have become isolated in their bubbles within society as well, because things go on in their society that they feel they can't fix. I've been guilty of disengaging from politics, although I always followed it and I was always very, very into it and knew everything that was going on. Apart from voting, I didn't really engage with politics anymore. I'd stopped engaging with politics apart from voting and, just keeping up to date with what's happening, watching the Parliament channel, etc. And that, I think, is because of Russia and their insidiousness with the propaganda. So I think it's really, really important that we try. It's really difficult sometimes when people don't want to listen to you and you feel you can't have an opening. And Prince Heather and I have both spoken of this happening to us, where we thought we couldn't reach somebody, so we almost gave up. And then eventually that person came to us and started asking questions very, very slowly. So I think I always like to keep emphasizing, not that you all need reminding, because you all probably know, but I think we all do good at reminding each other about things here. And so I'm just reminding everybody that please maybe have a little bit of patience, a little bit more patience, and just stop and think, what it's like from their point of view, and maybe try just give that information in a smaller chunks, or in a slower way, or like I say, just pick something like these videos from Vladimir Putin that you can show to them and open that door, and then that can be a really good thing, because people can be like, oh my gosh, I didn't know he was saying those type of things. I mean, how you wouldn't know that at this stage? is kind of beyond me, but that's a different thing. Of course, you know, there's many reasons that I don't understand why people can't engage. I don't have their lives. I don't know how difficult things are for them or what it's like for them from their side of why they can't engage. So I just think that we cannot do anymore. We cannot switch off and just be like, oh, this is nonsense, let's just ignore it. We have to counter it wherever we go. And that can be really, really frustrating and really tedious, and it can feel really monotonous. But it's like any job. That's what happens. Some day it feels monotonous and some days it feels tedious. And this is what we're doing now. This is our job now. You know, this is the fight for democracy and an existential fight for Ukraine. And our job is to support them however we can. And I personally want to keep doing that. I know you all do. That's why you're all here. So please do as we ask you and push out this information, share this information and contact your representatives. And I'm waffling away again today, Christopher. I don't know what's up with me on my soapbox today. Christopher's not talking to me because I waffle too much. So go ahead, Marcus.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Chris is back. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Marcus. It's fine.
Yeah, thanks. So, in case you guys are mentioning it to the Senator Langford, I would note that their industry, their aerospace industry, would probably would benefit from being on having a forward-facing view of drones, because that's the way so many militaries are going right now. Yeah, just an FYI, they appear to have a huge aerospace industry in Oklahoma, and drones aren't going away. They're only going to be more important in warfare going forward. So might as well get it on the ground floor, so to speak.
Absolutely right, Marcus. If that's the thing that you can use to target those people, then please do that. That's very important. Thank you, Marcus. The Minister of Defence has been talking, actually. I'll come to that in a moment. I'll go through the hands and then we'll maybe look at what he's been saying at Davos as well. He's been having, I think, a Zoom call or whatever you call it. Maybe he's there. I don't know. I was looking at it anyway. It was on the video call, it seemed like, but I have the full speech, so we can go back to that. But yes, absolutely, Marcus. The other thing as well is that the 200 million of the 2.5 billion that the UK have given is for drones, and although they do specify that some of them are going to be manufactured in the UK, they also emphasised in that statement that they will be working with international partners and cooperating with international partners. So maybe that's something as well that could be highlighted, because that could be something that could help get a drone factory off the ground in the US, maybe with some of that funding from the UK, if that's possible. So that's something to consider. Tony, thank you for waiting.
G'day, guys. G'day, Tracy. I like your space rage. You've been hanging around Will too much, I think, but it's good. Look, I just repeat, most of